My name is Don Bain. I'm the Gadget Professor. Welcome, everyone. We are here at CES 2023, and I am honored to be here with the Tech Podcast Network. We are going to bring to you every 10 minutes a brand new interview. We have an entirely booked day today without any question, and I think actually, as I'm looking at this, I think we might even be overbooked, but we'll see how that pans out. So every 10 minutes, we're going to have a new company take the hot seat here, and we are going to interview them and try to understand what it is that they have, who it is they're trying to see at CES, and what they're trying to accomplish. As I mentioned yesterday, if you had tuned in, approximately, don't quote me on this, but approximately 82% of everything that is at CES never makes it to market. So it's kind of like a big experimental platform here. The other thing that you got to keep in mind is people aren't here not necessarily selling something to quote the consumer, because there are no consumers that walk around here. For the most part, it's all industrialists and people who have large-scale businesses and/or shops to find out what's new in the consumer electronics area. A lot of the technology that is here is actually looking for someone to partner with or to team up with. I had several companies that I interviewed yesterday, and really what they're here for is to, quote, shop their technology. One of the companies that I had actually had some, I think, groundbreaking technology. They actually had a system whereby you could introduce aromas to multimedia production. So, for example, there's a lot of applications, but let's take one that we can all understand. If you're at a movie, of course you can see the movie, and everybody knows what they're doing today with sound. You have 8 channels, and you can increase the frequency on here. You can have a sound coming out of this. You can have a bullet coming from behind you and whizzing by you. So they've developed all those technologies and those techniques for sight and sound. This gentleman is now going to introduce aromas. So essentially what will happen is you'll be watching the movie, and let's just say there's a scene where you're walking by a pizza parlor, for example. That's what comes to mind this early in the morning. And as you're walking by it, you get that aroma, that smell of the pizza, and you start thinking, yeah, I want a pizza or whatever. And as you walk by, the smell disappears. So he'll be able to actually introduce that aroma into a movie theater or even to your TV set. Yep, that's coming. And the cool thing was it's a cartridge, at least at this point. It's like a printer ink cartridge. And he said there are 8 combinations of, I don't want to call them inks, but of aromas that he can mix. And what he was telling me is his company has actually figured out the science behind the DNA of that particular smell. So theoretically, they can create any kind of smell because they know the DNA of it. And supposedly this capsule that has 8, let's just call them aromas in it, in a microsecond, they can actually figure out what the smell is that they want. And then using what's called SMPTE, which is a tracking code on a soundtrack, and there's other methods of syncing, but the system will know that a second before that you walk in front of the pizza store, for example, it's going to release this aroma into the theater or wherever you may be, and that aroma will last for, I'm just making this up, 3 seconds, and then it will disappear. So there's a lot to that technology, and it's quite fascinating. And what I predict will happen, although we didn't get there in the conversation, but everybody now has a TV set, and everybody now has a 4K TV. It's not a big deal. And I remember 5 years ago when I was here, maybe 6 years ago, the big thing was 4K. Well, now it's boring. There's 8K TV sets out there. Not that anybody's broadcasting still in 4K. You can get some movies, but the point I'm making is everybody can afford a TV set. The 75-inch diagonal TV sets, they were about $15,000, $25,000 back when. And then every year they would reduce almost by a third. At this point, I know you can buy a 75-inch TV at Costco for under $2,000. They have 80. I think I've seen an 85-inch TV, so they're pretty affordable today. And most people have 2, 3, 4 TV sets. Of course, all the kids got to have TVs in their rooms. So what's happening, or what's going to happen, is now that everybody has cheap, affordable TV at extreme high resolution, which is good, and the market's probably as close to saturated as it can be. What they will now introduce is a new TV, which will have not only 4K, be 75 inches, but what's going to happen is, I'm telling you, it's going to come with sound, with aroma cartridges. Yeah, so you'll be watching this movie or whatever, the TV show, and at certain points in time, it's going to introduce the aroma into the air. So you'll be watching it, you'll be hearing it on cool sound, and then of course, you will be actually you'll actually be smelling whatever it is that's going on. So very, very cool stuff. I predict that's going to happen, not this year, but shortly after, maybe 2 years, I think you'll start to see the intro. And again, they'll be like $20,000 for the TV, but if you wait, they'll go down to the same price, like $79.50. I don't know. All right, our first our first interviewee is here. Hello, hello. And it's Brendan Wang.
Hey, Don. Nice to meet you.
Brendan, how are you? I'm Don Bain, the Gadget Professor. What's happening?
Fantastic.
You're going to make me feel good this morning?
Here I am, just to talk a little bit about Capnos here.
Okay. Okay. What? I see 2 containers here in a box. Let me show that to the folks here.
Indeed.
There it is. And you have 2. We'll put those right here because that's where the camera's positioned to see our product here. So I'm looking at the back. It says 0 smoke, 0 nicotine, 0 charge, hit, pop, smile. I need that this morning.
Surely. So I can share a little bit more about what Capnos does. If
Absolutely,
you'd like to know.
please.
So I was 14 years old when I first started vaping and became
Okay.
heavily addicted for over 5 years.
Is that legal?
I mean, kids are accessing vapes all the
I
time,
understand.
right? But the
Right.
question is, when everyone's focused on nicotine, how do we then solve the problem when it's a behavioral craving?
Right.
So I realized there wasn't really anyone in the space focusing on
Well,
that.
it's a behavior craving, but it's based on
The oral fixation,
yeah.
right? Yeah, and just the hand-to-mouth gesture.
yeah, and also
right?
the little snippets in your brain are kind of saying, I want this stuff.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
coping mechanism,
Yes.
right? For stress, for anxiety. So what we have here is the Capnos Zero and the Capnos Easy. The way they work is just like this. See that?
You feel better?
What it does is create that deep hit sensation with a
Okay.
throat hit, but without smoke, nicotine, or charge. It's just flavored pressurized air.
So tell me a little bit about what's the sensation that you're feeling like. you
Yeah,
know?
so if you can see inside here, there's a silicone valve,
I do see that.
right? So inside here, we have a silicone valve that pops open.
Okay.
So it creates a hit of pressurized air, so leaves that throat hit sensation, coupled with natural extracts like mint, orange citrus, and lavender.
So there's no cannabis or anything involved in
Correct.
this?
It's
Okay.
just flavored pressurized air.
Okay, because the name, when I see this, Capnos, it's like cannabis, Capnos. Okay.
No, so it
There's
actually
no correlation there.
it comes from the Latin word acapnos, which translates to smokeless.
Okay. So who would this appeal to? Who would actually want to use this?
We're largely focused on adult populations who are looking to quit vaping and smoking. Smoking affects over 1 billion people in the world.
Bad stuff.
Yeah, and it's the leading cause of death. So here we are, we're recognizing there's huge opportunity for behavioral products to help in this space for those who have that oral fixation. And we also understand that for youth populations, so much from a governmental level is being done from banning and restrictions when really we need to push the bar on education, right? How do we understand our habits and be able to determine, what it is we're really looking to achieve.
So there's no drugs in this whatsoever?
Correct.
Okay,
correct.
what is actually the combination of the ingredients that we actually have here?
Yeah, certainly. So I'll unbox the Capnos Easy Starter Pack.
Okay.
This is actually our latest launch from
Okay,
December.
let's just put it right here. Can we see that? Close enough? Okay.
Yeah, so here we have the Capnos Easy.
Right.
It contains a starter pack with a base unit here
Okay.
and the cap right here as well. Underneath, you'll come to see we have our flavor vials, which contains the natural extracts.
Can I
Yeah,
pull
go
that
ahead.
out?
Yeah, yeah. And all the extracts that we use are deemed safe for general use by the FDA. They are steam distilled from the plants themselves.
So here's the actual vial.
Yep. So this contains a few drops of extract in which 4 drops in the cap can last 2 to 4 weeks of flavor freshness.
Really?
Yeah.
How many hits in 2 to 4 weeks? How many a day?
So it can go from tens to hundreds. It really just depends on the person. And with the option to add in more flavor, you just drop it more and there's more of that flavor.
And there's no drug whatsoever in it.
Correct.
What is in here am I going to feel better? Am I going to feel less congested? What's making me feel good. Is that the proper word I'm to use?
So it's not a chemical reaction that would cause that. It is
Yep.
more closely aligned with that of meditative deep breathing, for instance, right? You know, we practice the, right, and feel a sense of stress relief. Essentially, we're accomplishing just that, is that the zero helps you think that you're vaping or hitting it, when in reality, you're taking these deep breaths of air to achieve a similar calming sensation.
Now, you use this all the time?
You know, actually, when I was spent 2 years designing this, we actually exhibited in Eureka Park 3 years ago with only basic prototypes that didn't work, and here we are back in exhibiting in digital health.
Yeah,
where our booth number is 8779 in the North Hall of the Las Vegas Convention Center. And it's just incredible to see, you know, how far we've come here. But
so this needs no FDA approval then, correct? It's
correct. So what we have here, we have a flavor pressurized air inhaler for behavioral cravings. We're not claiming that we are, this is a product, it's not a cessation product, it won't help you quit or quit smoking, but we have tens of thousands of customers across 20 different countries that have been buying zeros across the globe, having successfully gone months without relapsing and successfully quitting after having tried all kinds of different
That's interesting. And that's been validated through what source? Is there a medical?
Through reviews. We've also have endorsements from pulmonologists, physicians. We've partnered with a state-funded quit program and have had efficacy rates up to 12 times more effective than nicotine gum thus far.
That's fascinating.
Yeah.
Now, what's the price point on this?
So our whole value set is about being affordable and accessible,
Right.
something many products of which are not. So we price the starter packs for only $25 US. And so consumers are essentially able to just purchase one starter pack and after 3 weeks successfully quit or alter behavior. And then we have the replaceable cap packs, which come in 2 caps, and it has a flavor vial to replace it, and it's only $14. So that's where you can purchase additional, you know, mint, orange citrus, or lavender cap packs.
So there's 3 flavors, if you will?
Currently, yes, but we do plan on launching new ones as
Like
we
what?
go about this year. Right now, for a CES exclusive, we're debuting the eucalyptus flavor at our booth, and we actually have these giving out for free. So anybody can come by our booth and pick one up, try it out, and take it home for themselves, and go to our flavor bar and try it out.
So your flavor bar?
Our flavor bar, so we call it, but it's really just the natural extracts
Right.
for people to add in the few drops of oil.
Okay, so I'm going to be able to try this on the air?
You certainly could.
Okay. No, I'm just asking if I could, not that I will.
Yeah, well,
You know, I got a show to do.
of course.
So is this product for long-term use, or is it dedicated for like a 3-week period and then you feel that that's enough? Or is it something that's pleasurable enough that you'd want to use it all the
Absolutely.
time?
So we help people who are looking to quit and people
Right.
who are looking not to quit. So here's how it works.
Not
right?
to quit what?
So let's say, for instance, someone enjoys the sensation because it's a coping mechanism for stress or anxiety, right? Like a lot of folks are out there campaigning against vaping, saying, you know, it's bad for your health. But maybe I'm someone who's like, I don't really care about that. I do this because it's my
But there's nothing
stress.
that's harmful in this product, correct?
Exactly. So the idea is this,
Okay.
right? So for the primary customers who are looking to quit, you can use this as a complementary product, pairing with nicotine or anything else, just to satisfy that
Right.
hand-to-mouth
Right.
fixation. Whereas on the other hand, others who just enjoy using that as a crutch, or you know, let's say those who have like ADD, who like to fidget, who like to have
Who have
something in their
ADD,
hand,
okay.
or you know, even just generally having that comfort, having something in your hand or something to hit. This is a product that can be used for months and for years, right? Even off the same starter pack.
That's pretty interesting. And how long has the company been in business?
I founded Capnos when I was a sophomore in college in 2019.
How old are you?
I'm 22.
Jeez.
So,
Okay.
yeah, it's been a phenomenal journey. We spent 2 years in product research, market development, and then in the past year in 2020, we've launched and shipped over 20,000 units across 20 countries.
That's
and
awesome.
Now I have a team across 6 different countries.
22 years old. Imagine that. 22. That's excellent. Now, if I wanted to buy this, okay, because a lot of people are watching this all over, where would I get this? Do I get this on Amazon? Do I get this at CVS? Or
You can purchase this right off our website, just at mycapnos.com.
mycapnos.com.
Yes, and we ship worldwide.
Okay, and is there shipping included, or?
Shipping is not, but only when it's over $60 and in the U.S.
Okay, so if I'm buying over $60, right? This is what, $25? Did you say?
$25. Yeah, we have bundle packs as well,
Okay.
and we have
So
cap
if I
packs.
bought 3 of these per se, I get free shipping.
Totally. Yeah.
Okay, and the capsules again. am I buying the vial or am I buying to refill?
It comes with. So each cap pack, which I don't have demonstrated here,
Okay.
but we have some at our booth. You simply, it's a box just like this, a bit
Right.
smaller, but it has 2 caps and it contains the flavor to interswap and change.
It's a very interesting product, and I like the fact that it's not, addictive, if you will.
Absolutely, it's just flavored pressure right
Well,
there.
good for you. At 22, that's pretty good. I'm very proud of you, and make sure that we come back next year, and I want to see how this product evolves.
Absolutely, it would be my joy.
Okay.
So thank you
Thank
again
you
for
so
having
much.
me on air.
It's
been
a
an
pleasure.
absolute
Good luck with everything.
Thank you.
Okay, take care.
You as well.
Well, there we have it. I've never seen that because I don't think there's many competitors to this. No. So great idea, a good health thing if you don't want to get pulled over for whatever it is. If the stuff isn't illegal, this stuff is totally clean, if you will, and interesting. The price points great. Young kid, 22 years old. Can you imagine that? Wow. Awesome. So okay, that's our opening interview, and I see that we have. We're getting a photo here. This is live, so, Thank you. Okay, we ready for our next person of interest? Let's see if I have a schedule here, but this thing changes every 10 seconds. Where are we? Okay, this next product, it says Pet Now up on the chart, but it doesn't say that here. We're going to find out. Hi. Okay, we're getting our next person geared up here, hooked up with the headset, and we shall see what we shall see. By the way, it's 20 after 9 here-ish,
Okay.
and I don't see anybody behind me, but that's not unusual. Okay, hi, I'm Don Bain, the Gadget
Hello.
Professor. Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm Vincent. Nice to meet you.
Vincent, nice to meet you. And what company are you with?
So I'm working for the company Nanolec. We are based in
Nanolec.
Zurich, Switzerland. Yes.
Zurich, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, we're getting a picture. All right. Zurich, Switzerland. So is this your first time in the United States?
Not in the United States, but in the CES. Yes, first time actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think so far?
Yeah, it's very impressive. It's really big actually.
Oh, it's huge. It's
yeah,
enormous.
I'm not sure we will cover all the buildings.
You can't. It's impossible.
It's impossible.
You know, I tell the audience it's impossible because it's barely possible to hit everything here in 2 days.
Definitely, it's crazy.
When you go over to the
Yeah.
convention center, have you been there?
Yeah, we've been there. Yeah.
Yeah.
We have a booth downstairs, and actually we didn't even
Downstairs
yeah,
here? Okay.
Yeah, exactly. We had the Swiss pavilion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was downstairs yesterday. It was maddening. So tell me about your product.
Right. So we are a company based in Zurich, and we develop health monitoring textiles. So we integrate electronics in textiles,
Right.
basically, that interact, that measure your health.
Okay.
And we started as a technology supplier, and we launched our first product, Oxa, that I'm wearing right now. I don't know, this is the camera I should look at?
Well, you can look at any camera. They'll
Okay.
figure out the switching, but typically when the red light's on, that's the camera that's on. So right now they're both green. So
Okay.
actually I know they're on you. So
Okay, good. So basically, Oxa is a connected shirt or
Right.
bra, and it's actually measuring the heart activity, the breathing, the stress level,
right.
and it's telling you how to breathe to feel more relaxed and also get better sleep. So
Okay.
it's monitoring all the basically the biosignals.
Right.
It's close to the heart, to the lungs. It has this electronics that is basically capturing the signals and sending it to the phone via Bluetooth.
What differentiates that from, let's say, a Fitbit? That
Yeah.
I'd wear on my wrist.
Yeah,
what's
right.
the difference?
So the big difference is the quality of the signals, which makes it really live. So I don't know if you can see my
Yeah, you can-
breathing signal.
Actually, let's put it right here.
Right.
We'll stand a better chance.
So if
I'll
you
give your phone back. Don't worry.
right, no
Go ahead.
worries. I trust you. So there is the breathing signal on the top. If I breathe in right now, you will see the difference in the signals.
Okay. Yeah, you're alive. Okay.
And it's very reactive, right? So you see really the change in the signal right now. We have an ECG signal that you can see as well, basically. You have the the measure of the calmness within the last second, within the last beat. So the difference with a smartwatch, like Fitbit basically, is that we don't average the measurement. It's really live, it's in the moment.
Okay, so you're getting more accurate data, essentially.
Essentially, yes. And because we do that, we have breathing exercises, right? And those breathing exercises, they tell you, they know if you are inhaling, exhaling, holding your breath. They know if your heart rate is getting lower as well. And based on this, it also adapts, basically.
So am I going to get a notification that my heart rate's too high or too low or whatever?
So it will tell you, for example, during the day if you are too stressed. So
mine would be going like that all day long.
Exactly. So it won't tell you to stop working.
Okay.
It will tell you, hey, take a break.
To chill out.
This is the exercise you can do right now to hack into your mind and basically lower your stress. Because the problem of, let's say, like burnout, anxiety is that you build up the stress over the days and there is no way out, basically. But if you tackle this early enough, you avoid the buildup of stress, makes a big difference.
Okay, so you said that the sensors are embedded in a shirt or a bra.
Right.
Okay, are there any other apparel that would have the sensors built in, or that's just it for the moment?
No, that's it, because it's really the one way to get the best signals. It's really the best way, basically.
Now, are these products available today?
Yeah, it's available today. So you can visit the website oxalife.com, all in one, oxalife.com.
Okay. Is that the only place I can get them is online?
Right now, yes.
Okay.
We will also launch on several market platforms as well, like Amazon in the couple of next months, but not right now.
Okay.
And the product, I mentioned the impact on relaxation, but will have also a big impact on sleep. So we'll track also like breathing interruptions, like light forms of sleep apnea, for example, so that you can know what kind of breathing exercises you can do to improve your sleep.
But I'd have to wear the shirt or the bra when I'm sleeping.
Right. So this is why it's designed to be, so it's like this natural fiber, so it's very comfortable to wear at night.
Okay.
We also have a belt that we are going to release, something you can wear easily and put on, just under your business shirt.
So obviously you can wash these.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay. So I wouldn't just have one, I'd have several if I'm
you can have one or
day.
two. Those are actually natural fibers, so it doesn't smell. It's not like synthetic shirts. So you can wear it 2-3 nights and then wash it, and you can have two, for example. Yeah, you don't have to do it every night, but you can do it regularly. A couple of times a week. That has already a big influence on your quality of sleep. And also snoring, and also relaxation in general. Yeah.
Okay, but it's not going to take the place of a CPAP machine. This is strictly monitoring for statistical analysis as to how much you're breathing or how many episodes of sleep apnea you're going to have in a given night.
Yeah, I mean, we are not giving a diagnostic of like a sleep apnea condition. We are telling light forms of sleep apnea. So 2 out of 3 types of obstructions we can basically monitor.
Okay.
But the sleep monitoring features will be basically released in June.
What's the price point of these?
So it's about 400 euros. US dollars is about the same, basically. It's 250 for the electronics, the sensor, and 150 for the garment, so that you can have a couple of garments as well. Yeah, that's basically it. And then
so it's 450?
It's 400 in total.
And for the $400, you get what now?
So 250 for the electronics, 150 for the garment. So you get basically a full bundle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And what about for a giant guy like me? You have like extra large?
We do.
You do. I'm
so
covered?
We already launched. Yeah. You're covered. We already launched in Europe. So we are CE marked in Europe, FCC in the US and Canada, and we have from extra small to extra large.
Is the sensor waterproof?
Sensor is basically waterproof, but it's not washable, which is different.
Of course. Yeah.
But you can wash it like a couple of times. You can forget it on the shirt, but it's not the point. Obviously.
What kind of warranty comes with this?
We don't have warranty on that.
No warranty.
No.
Why not?
Because.
What, you think this is going to be an easy interview? No.
I mean, we started as a tech supplier of this kind of electrodes, and we are the only one that is really providing highly washable electrodes and also products that resist to sweat, because sweat also corrodes, as you can imagine. The
How's
sensors
it take
inside.
the washing though? Is it going to survive after a month, 2 months?
It's perfect. No, like more than 100 times washing, basically. So with all we supply customers in the area of workwear. And very, very sturdy use cases. And in those cases, the fabric usually fails before the sensors.
So
we
it's
don't
been
have
well
issue. It has been developed for 6 years. We have been like selling this kind of technology for already 3 years now. And Oxa is just coming out. But before we were supplying sensors already to this industry. Yeah.
Great. And if people wanted more information on this product, where would they go?
So they can go to the website, oxalife.com. They can visit our Instagram, oxa.life. Yeah, and we are happy to take any questions or follow up with you. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so
Thank
much
you very
for
much.
coming on
Really
board.
pleasure.
I wish you the best of luck with it.
Thank you. Best of
Interesting
luck.
product.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
That's great. Our pleasure. Take care. And I returned your phone. All right. Interesting product. And, you know, I'm seeing a lot of health technology devices more and more and more. Okay, I have no idea what's coming up next. They look like skates. It looks like something I would kill myself with. We're getting the headset on, and come on, this is fast moving, folks. We don't mess around here. Hi, I'm Don Bain. I'm the Gadget Professor. Welcome to the Tech Podcast Network here at the CES. And your name is?
My name is Thomas.
Thomas?
Thomas.
Thomas. Thomas, look right there. We're taking a quick picture. We always do this. Okay, Thomas, what company are you working for? And I'm afraid to ask what we have here, but go ahead.
Don't be afraid.
Don't be afraid, okay.
So I work for Walkers. Walkers is a French company,
okay.
and we developed this walking assistant. So they are walking assistant.
Okay.
And they permit you to double your walking speed until 7 miles per hour.
Say that again. It's going to detect my working speed?
Exactly. They are auto-adaptive.
Or lack of speed?
They are detected your walking speed and they double it.
Okay.
So most of people walk at around 3 miles per hour, 3.5 miles per hour, and we are able to go to 7 miles per hour. So you double your walking speed.
So these obviously fit on your shoes?
Yeah, they are under shoe. You keep your shoes and you wear them under your shoe.
These are wicked heavy.
Yeah, quite heavy, but they are prototypes, in fact. So we can develop to reduce the weight.
So I don't need to walk. These things are going to walk for me.
You have to walk because inside there are algorithms and sensors. We have to detect your walking speed. If you no walk, we don't have nothing to double.
But aren't I having a hard time? I mean, this is heavy. This is about, what, 5-6 pounds, maybe more? Come on, how much this weigh?
2 kilograms. I'm
Don't
European.
give me kilograms. We're in America. I don't know what the hell it translates.
I don't know.
Someone do the translation. 2 kilograms. 2 kilograms.
2 kilograms, yeah.
That's at about 4 pounds. It's got to be at least 4 pounds. What do we got? Anybody do the calculation here?
I'm not able to do, sorry.
That's okay. I'm not good doing it the other way. All right, but these are heavy.
They are quite heavy. But your legs are more stronger than your arms.
Correct.
So, in fact, when you use them, it's not. It's cool. Yeah.
So these don't really aid in walking per se. They are measuring my speed or.
Exactly.
Okay. And what's going to happen after you get that measurement? What types of information are you going to extract from that? What's it going to tell me or my employer?
For the moment, not a lot. For the moment, the main issue was to detect you are walking because
so
it's
they
not
tell
so
me
easy.
to walk faster, to move more, to work. I'm losing it.
The main idea is to double your walking speed to reduce by 2 your trip between from a A point to a B point.
Okay.
That's the idea. And the feeling when you walk on them is more or less like on a travelator. You know, in the airports, the travelator,
yes.
It's more or less the same feeling. You're walking, but you go really faster.
Right.
So, yeah.
Okay. And who would be buying these? Who would be using these? Who's your customer?
We have a large idea of customers who can use. First is the personal mobility for the last mile. When you leave your home, you take metro or bus, you keep them into your feet, and you go to the office. First is this public. Second could be industrial public for logistics or security. You know, for people who are making the security into the CES, it could be useful too. Maybe health too, and gaming. Why not gaming? When people use VR masks, they move. But with walkers, they could move and stay at the same point. It's really useful for them.
Okay. And who's your customers now? Are these available right now, or are these prototypes?
No, they are prototypes. That's
prototypes.
Why they are quite heavy.
Okay. And do you have any? So the working model will be, we hope, lighter.
Lighter, with more range, with more power. So
okay.
next gen will be better.
Okay, and when do you expect to have a working model of this?
I'm not sure. We are searching for strategic
Sure, of
partners.
course. That's
so
why everybody's here.
yeah, so we have to find them before to go to the next gen. Yeah.
Okay, very interesting. If people wanted to find out more information about this, where would they go?
www.rollkers.com.
Okay, and
Oh.
it's Rollkers.
Yeah, exactly. But we are on the booth number 61094 here in Eureka Park.
Downstairs.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, if I have an opportunity, I'll try to come by and check more of this out. Very interesting. I wish you the best of luck with this interesting concept.
Thank you so much.
Are you the inventor of this?
No, the
Oh.
inventor is Paul Chavant. It's not mine. I'm just a business developer.
Okay. Wow, these things look like I'm going to see them on a movie or something. Wow. I can't imagine. What's the technology that's in this?
Really huge technology. Really, it was a really issue to integrate everything into a small device and not too heavy device as well. So, yeah, we are quite happy to succeed to do this project. It's a smart project.
Really interesting. Really, I mean, the weight is just, that might even be closer to, I understand it's a prototype, but wow.
You have to wear them.
Have you tried these on?
Yeah, of course.
And how?
It's okay. It's really okay. Your legs are really stronger than your arms, so when you walk, it's not a problem. And we can prove you using them into stairs. You can walk,
okay.
and you can walk stairs, and it works.
That's what I love about CES. I see things I have no idea what they are, where they came from, but this is how technology starts. You know, 5 years from now, this is not going to look anything like this.
Yeah, in 5 years, you will see a lot of walkers into the streets. Yeah.
And you were here first to tell us about it. That's very cool. Okay, thank you so much
With
for
pleasure.
stopping by. I appreciate it. Good luck with this. And you're going to wear these to...
Come to visit us. Okay?
Can I try these on there?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, we'll take a video and everything, yeah.
Hey, folks, maybe I'll do that. Okay.
Thank you.
I tell you what, I had a little guy with a little pipe here this morning. I'm going to bring that pipe and try these on and
Okay.
have a good time.
Thank you so much.
Okay, good luck. Thank you. Pretty interesting technology. Again, this is the stuff that we see here that, for the most part, you're like, what? But again, it's a prototype. Honest to God, that thing was not 2 kilograms. That had to weigh 8 to 10 pounds per shoe. I understand it's a prototype, but I just can't imagine putting that kind of weight, and I can't see the application for the everyday consumer. Maybe I didn't interview him correctly, but I don't know if I'm missing the point or what, but that's okay because there are a lot smarter people here than I am. So this is how you see the basic innovations, and if you heard him say, these aren't necessarily available right now. It's a prototype, but what they're here for is to look for other people, other sponsors, other types of partnerships that they can join up with to sell the device. And that's what CES, for the most part, is about. A lot of people think that CES is for seeing all the cool gadgets and toys and things that are going to be hitting the market. That's not entirely correct. As a matter of fact, there are more people here to find the connections and the resources to promote their product and to integrate their technology into something else, and then from there to something else. And that's basically how it works. There'll be companies out here that are searching for something like that. So you just don't know. You just never know what you're going to see here. But I got to tell you, those things were monsters. They were heavy. The other thing that I'm finding, and it's an interesting point, and I've never noticed it, this is probably my 20th, close to it, CES. I mean, I've been going to CES way before it was called CES. You know, this started back in Boston, Massachusetts, with Sheldon Edelman, who I used to know quite well as a client. I used to have my office of multimedia communications back in the Boston area in Natick, Massachusetts, and I did all kinds of consulting with Mr. Edelman and did a lot of work for him in communications. Amazing guy, and this is what it turned out to. When I was sitting in his office many years ago, God, who knew that this is what it was going to turn out to be? quite fascinating to me. In any event, what I'm finding this year, unlike any other year, companies from all over the world come here, and downstairs in the Venetian, which is where we are, they have all the foreign countries. So as you walk down there, you'll see India, Korea, Taiwan, France, Italy, Israel. You'll see just a ton of the international community is down there with very small booths. They actually don't charge them full fare, but it's where you want to go to see what's new. And also, you know, it's everything is not developed in the United States. A lot of this technology is there's smart people all over the world, but they get an opportunity to come to CES and show their innovations, their technology, their sciences. And I always like to go down there because you're going to see things that are really cool, and a lot of them are theoretical in nature, but that's why people come to CES. What I noticed this year, and it's a little annoying to me, and I'll just tell you my experience. As I was walking through the top floor here, in fact, let's see, there's not many people here, and it's almost 9:45 here in Vegas. I'm actually surprised at the attendance. They said there will be 100,000. I don't know, from the looks at it, it's hard to see that, but maybe it will get busier later. But what I'm trying to get to, the point I'm trying to get to, is there were several booths that I walked by, and there were items there that I was pretty interested in. There were several PCs, mini PCs, and there were several Android boxes, if you will, that they're called, and they always make those things each year. There's giant leaps, faster, better, cheaper, you know, more ports, blah, blah, blah. So a couple of them, at least 4 different sites here, exhibits here, I was interested in the technology, and I wanted to know more about it, including the price points. I got to tell you, these people may understand English, but well, maybe they don't. I don't know. I just couldn't communicate with them. I would ask them what the specs were on this particular device, and they just look at you and just kind of shake your head. And I'm feeling bad, like, I don't know, it's a simple question. What's inside the box? What's your processor? What's your RAM? Just basic questions. And they just couldn't answer it, and it was frustrating. And it just didn't happen in one particular booth. I would say it happened in at least 8 or 9 exhibits that I had gone to. They have spent all this money sending people from wherever it may be, Korea, Taiwan, whatever, to come to CES. There's transportation costs. There's obviously costs involved in keeping these people, you know, paid, meals, all that kind of stuff, hotels, the cost of the booth, which is not cheap, taxes, tips, gratuity. It's not cheap to have a booth at CES. And then they have 2 or 3 people that have to man the booth from literally 9 in the morning till 4 in the afternoon-ish. You'd think that they would be able to speak the language, but it's astonishing how many people they don't. And at first I thought it's a language barrier, and then I thought maybe it's a technology barrier, that they didn't understand what was in the box and they were just salespeople. But that's not the case. These people were account executives, CEOs. I mean, again, they're small companies, but they just didn't understand the basic questions. And I don't think there was, maybe out of 8 places that I stopped, there was only one company that said they think the price is about whatever it was, but they're not sure. And it's like, what are you doing here? Like, you got to capitalize on your investment here at CES to get that information out. So the most they could do, I don't have my badge here, but there's a little QR code, and everybody just scans the code. And that's what they did. They scanned the code. But in terms of me being interested in trying to follow up on the product, if it's something that one of my companies may want to sell, or information that I want to give to someone else, I can't do it. So it was funny, a couple places actually gave me a spec sheet, you know, a printed piece of material, which is like, why are you doing this in 2023? Most of the companies who are quasi-savvy will give you a little a stick called a media kit, and in that stick is all the videos from the company, all their marketing information, pricing, contact information, PR information, and it's just a stick which I just put in my pocket and walk away. I don't want to carry 1,000 spec sheets. So many of the companies didn't have the the media stick, if you will, which is annoying. So I got a printed handout, and when I got back to the room, I started reading it, and oh my God, it's not even written in English. It's in English, but the punctuation, it didn't read right, it didn't make sense, and I'm like, my God, I mean, it's just, it boggles the mind that you could put out something like this, that at least in English, and you're in America here at CES, at least have the spec sheets so that they read correctly and you're getting the right information. And instead, when I read something like that, it makes me very, curious about the company. You know, if I ever purchase the product, what am I going to do? It's like the gentleman who had the T-shirts. I mean, you know, there's a couple things that come to mind. First of all, there's no warranty. When I said, do you have a warranty? He went, no, there's no warranty. What are you, crazy, a warranty? I mean, that's the look that he had. And it's like, whoa, that's disconcerting. The other thing is, you know, it's just my opinion, but, you know, I don't want to wear that thing for 3-4 days without washing it. Like one day, you know, for me, that's it. So, but these things will all be worked out. What I perceive as a kink in the process is really nothing. Again, these people are a hell of a lot smarter than I am, and all these little objections or concerns that I have over the course of the next 60 days probably will be totally worked out and not an issue. So it's a lot of fun. It's an honor really to see these different emerging technologies, and I'm looking out front here, and I do see our next interview. It's Galilee Von High, I think it is, Chief Marketing Officer with a company called, I'm going to try Devensa. And I have no clue what they do, but we're going to find out shortly. Hiya. Welcome on board. How am I doing? It's too early to tell, but I think I'm doing okay. That's all right. It's only a drink. Water. They're going to put your headset on.
Great, so we can hear each
You
other.
can hear me? Good.
Yeah, good.
Okay.
Very good.
Good morning. I'm Don Bain.
Good morning, I'm Sophie Lau.
How are you, sir?
Not too bad.
And what company are you with?
I work for Devensi. I happen to be the CEO of Devensi.
We have a CEO with us today. This is good. I wear a new shirt, so I'm all set for you.
Yeah, let's say.
So tell
So
me
happy
about
to be here.
Pardon me? You're happy to be here? I'm happy to have you here. I'm delighted.
Thank you.
So
Thank
tell us
you.
about your company.
Well, the company is the so-called Web3 financial services company. So this is not to say that we're the bank of tomorrow and we're the future of banking, basically.
Okay.
So we have, we're on the verge of releasing our first product, actually. Well,
Okay.
actually, product.
So we're going to hear it first here, folks. This is okay.
Right. So it's the first product built on top of the Devensi platform. We're still running an exchange,
Okay.
a crypto exchange, basically. It's called Lord Token, and now we're moving to Web3.
Okay.
Okay, so maybe you want to see it a little bit. I mean, we're supposed to be a Web3 financial service company, so running a platform that deals with investment in sustainable projects.
Okay.
And there's a very special thing about Devensi is it's built on Web3, so it's actually decentralized infrastructure built on blockchain. We're not building the Web3 infrastructure. It's available to everyone.
Correct.
So what we do is we build services, financial services on top of it.
So you're dealing primarily with crypto or just all currencies?
With everything. I can show you a demo. Actually,
Yeah,
we're dealing with.
I don't know if we have the video of the demo up on cue, so we're not going to be able to see it. If not, no.
No. Okay. No problem.
Okay. Well, we'll talk
It's
to
all right.
it.
So we can talk about it. Yeah. So the platform itself has 3 components.
Okay.
One is a CeFi DeFi aggregator. It means we can get connected to your account on centralized exchanges.
Okay.
And also to certain bank accounts as well.
Okay.
And at the same time, you'll be able to have your own view of your Web3 wallets.
Okay. And this is all encrypted and secure, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So it's not just about crypto. Crypto is really just about cryptocurrencies, but we also handle NFTs and STOs as well. I mean, that's the equivalent of stocks.
Correct.
On the blockchain.
So tell me about the first product. Who is that going to be accessible to?
Well, we're planning on targeting the high net worth and the B2Bs.
What would you consider high net worth?
High net worth is above, I mean, people would be ready to put on our platform asset under management of about 100,000 US dollars.
Okay. And the advantages of using your service opposed to the typical banking?
Well,
If
Web3
there's such a word.
Web3 is a game changer, actually. So we have what we call non-custodial solution for your data. So we don't even own your data. We don't even own your token. I mean, your money is your money. It stays on the blockchain.
So it's transactional.
It's transactional. Well, it's not just about transaction. I mean, you can, of course, remittance is part of what our capabilities, but we also do things like loans as well. So loans that can be syndicated by multiple lenders. So we're taking advantage of the Web3 ecosystem, if you will.
Okay, there's not many companies that are doing that yet. I think that's going to be a big and up-and-coming event, if you will.
Well, yes, but the thing is, you have like two type of players, on the industry, and so the companies you were talking about. So many companies, we have many competitors per se.
Okay.
Oh, and also the traditional bank industry is also heading towards Web3 as well.
They don't have a choice.
A lot of investments. So, yeah, insurance.
They don't have a choice. Talk to me about NFTs. Where do you see that developing? You see that as a big market?
Well, for now, it's still in its infancy, let's say. So it's still, kind of I wouldn't say it's useless, but it's equivalent of an art piece you want to buy. But it would extend to other things like music and especially identity management as well, which is something that we want to see in our, operational, and even on our platform, we're managing identities through NFTs.
Okay, here's another question for you. Where do you see crypto going? That's really an interesting, how shall I say, phenomenon, at least in my experience with it.
Right.
I'd love to know what's going on in your brain. Tell me what your thoughts are on that. You could be honest because.
Yeah, sure, and especially further to the demise of FTX. Recently, you heard about it.
Yeah, exactly.
And also the Luna thing. I mean, those are not things that makes crypto a good reputation.
Yes.
But anyway, I mean, the technology itself is still very promising, and so far, blockchain hasn't been hacked so far. Wallets have been hacked because
yes, they have.
Yeah, you lost your password. Someone gets into your computer and you store your password on your computer. That's it. But technically, the blockchain is still the safest thing you can have in terms of data storage.
So, do you think crypto at some point in time is going to be a quote world currency and the only currency?
Oh, I don't think so.
No?
Well, the world will look very different from today. Today we have fiat currencies, which is actually governmental currencies, let's say. And the reason they have a value is just because of the trust we have, in the governments and in the nations, right?
No, you have a trust in the government. Go ahead.
Well, I do a bit, but it's kind of opaque in a way. Like you can't see really what they do, like monetary policies and everything. Nobody understands that, right? Why is that we have so inflation is so high today? We don't know all of that. We're not.
I was hoping you were going to tell me.
Oh, well, actually, I know the underlying mechanism behind the scenes, but what I'm saying is it's not really accessible in terms of understanding, the way it works, right? Bitcoin, for example, is actually governed by mathematics. So there's no human beings behind. Okay, so in terms of monetary policies, there won't be any arbitrary choices or arbitrary options or decisions that will actually make the whole economy collapse or So basically, what I'm saying is blockchain is more transparent, let's say, than any currency you could have. And the other thing is, I don't believe in just one currency, even cryptocurrency for the whole world. The
That's interesting. Okay, go ahead.
When I said it will look different, is if you have a look at it, you would have pretty much one currency per service you want to use. So the world of crypto is different. So it's cross countries. But then you would have like a certain cryptocurrency for lending, cryptocurrencies for insurance, cryptocurrencies for identity, for running programs, such as Ethereum. So if you take a look at it, you would have your favorite portfolio of cryptocurrency depending on your lifestyle, depending on the usage of the service or another.
That's pretty interesting.
Yeah. So that would be cross-country, of course, but there won't be just one main currency.
Never thought of it that way. That's pretty interesting.
So, because in the world of cryptocurrencies, the cryptocurrencies will look like mini nations or mini economy in a way. So it would be cross country, but it's the way I can see the future. Of
Okay,
the world.
so getting specifically back to your product, if I had you said $100,000 is what's going to open up an account. Can I open up an account with your group today?
Sure.
Okay, and how would I do that?
Okay, so what you do, you would go through the same pretty much the same process as you would go with a bank.
Right.
But your bank account will actually be not something we would have in custody.
Right.
Right. It would be your account that is managed on the blockchain, and we just create mechanism for you to retrieve your password in a safe way. So that's one. So the same process. So and the most important thing about it is when I say same process as banking, I mean you have to show your identity, of course, and everything, right? Okay. So we do the same because we're regulated. I mean, some people would say Web3 can't be regulated because it's all decentralized. You don't have one specific entity you can sue in case of problem. That's not totally true. I mean, we are a regulated entity. We're regulated in France, by the way. And we're running Web3, meaning that our services must be regulated. So in a way, all clients needs to be known to the governance. That's a no-brainer. But we keep their data safe in such a way that it's actually persistent on the blockchain, and it's safe on the blockchain, and nobody could access to your data apart from you.
Okay, what other services are you going to be offering?
So the first product I was talking about is called DV Invest. So it's an investment application. So
okay.
We actually promoting, not only there's a specific user experience we want to promote, so that's our signature user experience, like making sure that Web3 is usable. For now, it's not so much usable, but we have created something that is usable, so less fragmented, because you have to deal with multiple wallets, multi-blockchain and everything.
Right.
We make things easier. And the second thing about investment is we are actually promoting investment into sustainable projects.
Okay.
Okay. So we have actually developed an index called the Da Vinci Impact Index.
Okay, so I could not only bank with you, but I basically am going to be investing with you.
Yeah.
Okay, and what kind of returns typically can one expect?
Depends on the strategy and the profile you have. I mean, if you're risk averse or not, depending on your profile of risk.
Do I speak to a human being, or am I doing this all on the web? Is a human going to say to me, hey, what's your lifestyle? What do you do? Blah, 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 blah.
Right. So actually, there are basically three ways to do it. The first way is to go through a personalized questionnaire. So the idea is to profile you as a human being in terms of risk aversion. And once we define
now, is that done on the web, or is that done?
Oh, it's done on the web.
Okay.
Yeah, it's done all through the web app. The thing is basically, and if you're a high net worth, and we can see you have a lot of money to put, and you want to talk to someone, then somebody will come back to you.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is the whole process targets to aims at making sure that we're dealing with the person we think you are. In terms
that
of
would
profile.
be helpful, yeah.
Yeah, in terms of profile.
Okay.
And basically, I mean, if you're talking about KYC, I mean, this is what we do now. It's all automated, so we're not talking about KYC. It's really talking about, I mean, your profile and the way you want to do things.
Correct. It's individually
Correct.
tapered to.
Correct.
Which it should be.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Now, are you based at all in the United States, or it's all out of France?
Yeah, we are actually based in France for
Okay.
now. We're establishing 2 affiliates, one in Dubai,
Oh, okay.
in the Emirates, and one in Singapore.
Okay.
So
Truly international.
Yeah. Just like myself. I mean, I've been appointed as a CISO since July, so it's quite fresh. It's not even 6 months.
But you live in France.
I live in Dubai myself.
Okay. Where did you learn such perfect English?
Oh, sorry. Well, I learned English at school. I studied in the U.S. and
okay.
in
United
England.
States is losing the game when it comes to languages. They just don't. They don't teach it. They don't reinforce
Really?
it. Yeah,
I don't know.
not happy.
But I happen to inherit from 6 languages, like 3 from my parents, 3 Asian languages. So I speak
No kidding.
Chinese.
Can you write it too?
I can read it, most of it.
It's tough to write.
Well, no, it's just like a drawing. It's like a drawing. It's very simple. Like it's more. I mean, it's more logical than anything you can see.
Really?
Like,
Oh my God!
yeah,
it looks
Y
so
and L and
complex.
the A is L. Y. I mean, you just draw something that means something.
Fascinating. Great. Well, listen, thank you so much for coming on. If people wanted more information, and I'm sure there's a lot of people interested in this, where would they go?
They would go. We have 2 booths. One
Okay.
is next door. It's I think it's booth number 61 200
Okay.
something. So Da Vinci. So that's our first booth.
Right.
And we're running a whole village up there.
Oh, I
think
didn't
it's
realize
this
that.
Right here. I think it's the one that is close to the
Oh, I'll try to stop by
dome.
later. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And what about on the web? If people who are watching this all over the world, where would they go? What's your website?
Oh, you go davinci.com.
Okay. And if they're interested, they could sign up there and get more information.
We haven't released the product yet.
When's it coming out?
It's coming in starting Q2 of this year.
Okay.
And I mean, if people are interested, they can come by our village, and I'll show a demo today at 10:30.
Okay. Great. It's a pleasure speaking
Thank
with
you.
you. I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you very much for.
Okay. My
having me.
pleasure.
Bye-bye.
Interesting stuff. Good luck. Thank you. Well, there you have it. As I said, we meet all kinds of companies and businesses out here, and you'll be hearing more from that guy. Trust me, you will. Okay, we're setting up our next interview, and we are actually right on schedule, which is amazing. Let me turn back here. Kirk, can you pop the camera on behind me? I just want to take a quick peep what's happening up there, and Kirk's going to click the buttons. There we go. So to me, it looks empty up here, but it's early in the morning, and I am at one tail end of the facility. So, okay, I am Don Bain. How are you? I'm the Gadget Professor. Welcome to the Tech Podcast Network. And your name, sir?
My name is Christian Pinot, P-I-N-E-A-U.
Christian, wait, we're going to take a picture. Everybody likes a picture.
I love the pictures. All right.
Tell me, who are you with? And I see MACA.
Right, Maca.
Maca, okay. What does Maca do?
Well, Maca is doing actually the first flying racing car.
No way. The
Powered
first
with hydrogen. Yes,
Are
absolutely.
you kidding?
It's the Formula One in the air. Here you go. Star
Well,
Wars, here we are. Yeah,
I
that's
got
the
to
next
tell
generation.
you, that's a fascinating opening statement there. So tell me more. Everybody woke up now that was watching the broadcast. The
Well,
first flying Formula One.
Absolutely.
You have my interest.
Yeah, well, we actually started the Airbus helicopter in the south of France near Marseille.
Okay.
It was in actually 2018. We did the first third-scale demonstrator in 2019, which were great. And we decided to go on our own as a spin-off in 2020, November
My
2020.
God. Yeah.
And we're creating, as we speak, the first demonstrator scale 1. So this little toy is 18 feet long. It's actually a pretty big one in this case. It's 400 kilos, so it's about, 650 pounds?
You know,
around
I'll
that.
tell you, I get asked to translate kilos to pounds every interview. So I'm going to get my little calculator here and dial it in because I can't keep it straight. But okay.
Yeah,
Close
that's
enough.
about it. That's about it.
Okay.
And then, well, it runs around 250 kilometers an hour. And it will fly about 3 or 4 meters because we want spectators to see everything about it, right, when it comes through.
Is this available to see as a demo here?
Not this year, but hopefully next year you'll see the full-scale model.
Is there
presented.
one that exists somewhere now? That
There is a mock-up that exists in the south of France, absolutely. We're finishing, like I said, the demonstrator scale 1. It's going to be presented normally, if everything goes well, at Le Bourget, which is the air show happening in the north of Paris in the end of June of 2023.
Wow. So what brings you to CES?
Well, I've been coming to CES for years.
Okay.
Seen so many beautiful things, and
Okay.
I think Mecca is, CES is the right place for Mecca today
Oh, for
because,
sure.
in terms of innovation, there's nothing else that I'm thinking about when I think about the trade show.
Right.
And so we've been already to CES last year.
Right.
But as you know, it was a little
Last
bit
year was, I think,
complicated.
45,000 attendance. This year they're hoping for 100. But I got to tell you, looking around at this time, I thought it'd be a lot busier. But you can't tell because it's so big, it's spread out. You don't know where
exactly.
people are. Yeah.
Exactly. It's already pretty big right now at Eureka Park. So
Oh, yes.
where startups live, I can tell you there's always a lot
Yeah,
of
I
people
tried
out
to
there.
get downstairs yesterday. Oh, my God.
Yeah, it's totally crowded.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it's been a great adventure. We love CES. And last year, of course, was, mid. But this year is absolutely amazing.
Now
We've
tell
got
me-
groups of people coming day
Oh,
in
I'm
and
sure
day
with
out.
the technology that you have.
Yeah.
So where do you see this going?
Well, we are going to actually create the championship by 2025. The final
Really?
the final prototype will be ready by the end of 2024 with the hydrogen fuel cell on board. Hey, yeah, we're talking about the future. Jetsons, Star Wars, Blade Runner, whatever you want to call it. We're there.
Now, you think that the common consumer is going to be able to have one of these devices in 5, 10, 15 years?
Well, the common consumer is going to have one maybe in the 2030s. Okay,
I don't know if I'll be here, but go ahead.
In the 2030s, because it's going to take about 10, 15 years before we can grow it. Also, we need social acceptance. I don't know if you would be okay with having a lot of those machines flying over your head today, thinking that might actually fall on your head.
Well, it's like drones.
I understand, but drones are small. I mean, this one is big, and it's heavy. So, I mean, at this point, you need regulations, as you know, and you need certification with FAA.
How do you go about something that complex? How do you actually tackle something like that?
Well,
you have your technology. Let's say your car works flawlessly.
Right.
Okay, no technical issues or whatever. How do you ever even attempt to get regulators?
Championships?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, you have to partner with the right guys.
Okay.
And one of our main partners is Red Bull.
Okay.
Red Bull has been in the extreme sports for years,
yes,
and they're the #1 in Formula One, as you know, for the past 2 years. They have an incredible technology background. They have the engineers. They have everybody. We come from Airbus industry. We know exactly about what it takes to do the whole thing. And how do you get it to work perfectly, how to create the ecosystem, because we're going to have to create the entire ecosystem. There's nothing existing today.
Right.
Okay, we have to create the racetracks, we have to create the show, we have to create the regulations around it. So it's a huge work, a huge endeavor. But hey, you know what? Nothing has been done in this planet unless you actually, start somewhere. So this is where we're starting. This is the starting point.
Thank God for people like you. I mean, you ask yourself, how's this stuff get from point A to point B? It's people like this guy that actually, the Christian that actually knows how to tackle that and not intimidated by it and has a plan, a preconceived ideas, the steps to get there. It's pretty fascinating to me.
It is. I mean, we've got a lot of feedback, really positive. Actually, right now, for those listening to us, we're actually doing a new fundraising. So if you're interested, I can be contacted through the website if you want.
Okay, what's the website? Just so
macaflight.com, macaflight.com.
Okay, macaflight.com.
Right. My name again is Christian Pinault, Pineau.
And they can get in touch with you directly from the website?
And on the website, there's my link, there's my LinkedIn link, there's everything on it.
Okay.
If you're excited about a project, now's the time to invest. Come and join us.
Okay, you guys, you're listening. You saw this first here at the wonderful CES show that we're putting on. Amazing stuff, and I'm telling you, I could just see this guy's got his wheels are going as he's talking to me. It's pretty impressive. I can't wait to. I'm going to come down and check out the booth and see what we got there.
61232. You can ask Steve and all the other guys out there.
Okay, and
we'll
then
be happy to have you there.
In a year or two, I'm hoping I can get a test.
I'll bring it there on the table, and you'll see how it works.
I got a grandson that would love to get that in his hands.
Absolutely. Now, you have to be a seasoned helicopter pilot to
get
those. Oh, well,
he's only 5. No.
Here you go. Looks good.
Okay, well, Christian, it was an honor.
Thank you so much, sir.
Keep us informed, William. I'm very fascinated by the whole thing. It's great.
It
very
was a pleasure
exciting.
being here today. Thank you so
much.
much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Wow, that's so cool. I'm going to definitely check out the booth later on, and maybe I'll do a little video down there and show you, what I see, and let you make your own decisions and opinions about it. It's amazing, when you meet some of these. You can just see the spark. You can feel the spark, and you know they're going to be successful. And wow, that's really, really cool. Really cool. Okay, our next interview is here, I believe. I'm looking at the monitor, don't see anything, but I am going to take a quick drink because it is humid up here, believe it or not. Yeah. I'm ready. Hi, Steve. Steve, you look familiar. I've interviewed you before.
Yes, you have. I'm the PR guy for all these guys.
More than once I've interviewed you. How are you?
I'm doing
good.
We love
That's my honor.
the pleasure's ours.
That's great.
You guys are great. We work with Scott.
Yeah, of course.
You and
Yeah.
Todd over the years.
Yeah, wonderful. Yeah, I might forget a name, but never forget a face. Never. Everything good with you?
Yeah. I could do. I wish we had CES 3 times a year. As crazy and wild
Yeah,
as it is.
it's so cool though. The stuff you see, the people you meet. Yeah, it's.
I love the energy and
Oh yeah.
working with folks like you.
Well, I don't know about that, but
No, I know it's really, right?
thank you. Thank you.
So we got Al Ferris now.
Okay.
It's a different name.
Oh, okay. Al Fairs, okay.
It's pronounced Fairs.
Fairs?
Fairs.
Got it. Okay. Al, come on up. Don't be afraid. What's cool is you meet all the advertising agencies, all the PR people. You know, you really start a relationship with them. And, you know, I've probably 10, 15 years.
Same company, different name.
Al Fairs, how are you, sir? Good. I'm Don Bain. I'm the Gadget Professor. You are here at wonderful CES and the Tech Podcast Network. We're delighted to have you. So, well, I'll wait till you get your headset on. Let's bring that up there a little bit. There you go.
Awesome.
Al, you're not nervous, are you?
No, no,
No?
no, no.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about your company and what you guys do and why are you here?
Awesome. So we, first of all, excited to be here. And the problem we're working on is basically 70% of travelers turn off their data roaming because it's pricey.
Turn off what?
Their data roaming, mobile data roaming because it's pricey.
Okay, it's cell tech, right? Cellular
Yes,
tech? Okay.
cellular tech. So we help travel companies offer their travelers cellular connectivity while abroad using QR codes and at 80% discount compared to roaming.
Al, I'm so glad you're here. I need your service desperately. Go ahead, tell me more.
So it's as simple as when you bundle insurance with your flight or hotel or trip, in a similar way, you can bundle an eSIM which is programmable to your trip. So we program the eSIM to fit exactly your trip so that you can add it in one click at checkout while booking a flight or a hotel or a trip.
Where do they physically get the EEPROM from?
There is no physical product being delivered.
So it's
all
done
digital.
electronically.
It's all delivered through a QR code.
Okay.
So we give you a QR code that will that
so
you have
you're
to
going to
scan.
change the coding inside the phone to do the connectivity.
Yeah, so when you scan the QR code, your device will add the eSIM as a second line.
I'm
and have
liking this. I'm liking this a lot. Go ahead. Tell me more.
And I mean, instead of paying a couple $100 for a trip, you pay $20 to $30 for the whole trip.
And can I stream on that?
You can do, and you can use all your apps on your phone: FaceTime, iMessage, Google Maps, everything you have on your app.
Can I live stream to?
Yeah, you can live stream.
So the bandwidth is there.
We offer a premium service, best networks, LTE 5G, top security. We don't compromise on the attributes related to the service because we want you to have good time while traveling. You don't want to be stuck in the middle of nowhere.
I
without
can't tell you
Google
how
Maps.
many times that's happened to me.
Yeah, I mean, I used to pay $2,000 for roaming when abroad.
Okay, I got a bunch of questions for you. I'm very excited about this. You know, I have purchased probably 4 or 5 of those little boxes.
Yeah,
they're like,
my 5 boxes
they're
are
like
yeah.
$300-400 for the box, and then you're going to buy internet cheap. I mean, cheap, like $20 for 5 months. One, when I get where I'm going, wherever it is out of the country, they don't work. I can't, and if they do work, I can barely get my email on it because they're pathetically slow.
Yep.
And there's no customer service. There's no support.
Yep.
And basically, you're out $200-300 for this box that does nothing. I have, and if you've watched the Gadget Professor show, I have at least 3 or 4 of them sitting in a drawer. One of them is good because at least it's a power supply. The other's garbage. I can't get a refund. I'm stuck. Now Al's coming here and telling me that I can do this over the internet.
In a QR code on your phone. So you don't have even to worry about a second device that you have to charge. Forget about the bad quality of service. It's a second device, a second hardware that you need to charge, keep charged with the battery, blah, blah, blah.
And the name of the company is Celitech?
Yep, Celitech. And we're a B2B platform for travel companies.
Celitech.com.
Yes,
So you're telling me that people watching this now can actually go on the internet to Celitech.com, and if they're in the United States and they're going to wherever they're going to, Europe, Italy, whatever, they can procure your service just with the QR code for X amount of days that they want.
Yeah, just to be clear, we're a B2B platform, so they're going to procure our service from the travel provider like Kayak, like Expedia, like Priceline. But yeah, any company that have
So why are you going through Expedia and Travelocity and those types of
Because it's much more convenient for you, a traveler.
Do you think it's going to be an easy interview?
I definitely not.
Okay.
But it's going to be fun. That's what I'm sure about.
Well, I'm having fun.
And,
you having fun?
And you know what? Absolutely, while adding value to our listeners. So the point is, you travel on average once or twice a year. You don't want to get another app or go to another page to get the service which is one-off. It's a better approach to have you bundle it with your trip because you can add it with one click. You don't
so
need
it's going to appear as an option if I'm on Travelocity or Expedia?
Yep. Yep,
Silly
or kayak.
text, and
Then
I
at the
click
end, at the end of your booking, you're gonna see like, okay, do you want to add, cellular data to your trip? You can add it with one
I
click.
could understand from your standpoint of view why it's advantageous for you to hook up with these companies because they're travel conglomerates, they get the business, and you don't have to worry about Tom, Dick, and Harry signing up and everything. But would you ever consider going to the consumer direct?
Maybe it's a possibility, but like as I mentioned, because it makes more sense to the consumer, we made it the B2B because it makes more sense when you're, as I mentioned, you travel once or twice a year. You don't want to get this gadget for one trip a year.
No, I agree.
You know,
but what if I don't like Expedia? What if I can?
No, we handhold we handhold your onboarding. Let's say as a user, so we help these companies do the support.
Okay.
Because they're not the experts. We're the experts.
Right.
They just help us get you to add it in a simple way.
They facilitate the
Exactly.
transaction. So can I call someone if I'm having a problem? Do you have tech support?
We have online support. We have chat, text, no call because we're digital. We're trying to keep it digital.
I understand.
But our response time is within a couple hours. We're like we make sure we're premium on all levels.
So you have internet around the world.
Yes, we're live now in over 160 countries. So whether you're a travel company in the US or Europe or the UK or Australia or anywhere in Asia, whatever, like you can talk to us. We can help you offer eSIM to your travelers.
And this is the signals from satellite?
No, we have over 700 networks globally connected to our back end, so we always give you the best value network. So in the US, for example, we have AT&T, globally we have Vodafone, Telefonica, all the
All right, I'm going to ask you a tough question. They need an honest
Sure.
answer. And I'm going to know if you're not telling me the truth.
Sure.
I buy your service. I've used it everywhere. It's great. What happens if I'm on a cruise ship? Is it working there?
So we have satellite. So in our eSIM, we can give you satellite. But at the moment, it's expensive. I don't want to give you a service which is going to cost you $600 for 1 gigabyte.
Hey, what the hell you think it costs on a cruise ship? They
I know.
charge you like
I know.
$200 for, I think it's like literally $100. It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
and
I know.
it doesn't work.
I know. I mean, we have opportunities with companies like SpaceX where we can add satellite to our cellular.
Right.
At the moment, we're only cellular, but eventually in the future, we're going to have you connected to satellite.
Do you have any idea of the market for that? You don't think it's big? It's
I know, no. I mean,
huge.
we're talking to the cruise companies. I can tell you, like, everybody comes with this problem. Like, how can I improve my connectivity on board?
Yeah.
You know, we're like, now we connect you on like in land, but we're gonna connect you in cruise at some point in the future.
Oh, I'm looking forward to this whole thing. The next time I go abroad,
Awesome.
I'm going to definitely use you.
We cannot. We you know, one thing I forgot to mention is that we help you as a company as well brand the eSIM network. So instead of seeing Celitech as the network name, we can make your brand show as the network name so that you benefit from the mobile engagements that happen. Because today all our life is on our mobile. We check our phone,
Sure, of course.
you know, hundreds of times per day. So these mobile engagements can be beneficial to our partners. So if you're CES, we can create a network for you showing CES
Oh,
so
that
that
is
people.
so cool.
Yeah.
So I have a little branding option
Absolutely. So you can have mobile engagement. So in case you have an app, people are going to remember to come back
here.
to
Oh,
your
that's
app or
huge.
website.
That's huge.
Yeah. So next time you travel, I'm going to create a network with whatever name you want so that you try it out abroad.
I'm going to definitely take you up on that. But what I'd like to do is after CES is over, because it's insane here. We're doing an interview every 10 minutes, all day, every day. So when the smoke clears, if you leave me your card, if you leave your card there with the beautiful Enza or me, I'll contact you. You're going to take my call?
Sure,
My
totally.
email? She'll give you my card.
Sure.
But I'll have you back on the show, the Gadget Professor show, when things calm down here,
Sure.
and then we can spend as long as you want.
I'll be happy to tell you
And,
more, give you live demo also,
okay,
like
I was
on,
just saying,
on the
and then
show.
I'll have the audience at
Yeah,
international.
totally.
They'll call in.
Yeah, absolutely. Because so many people at the moment are not aware that this option even exists.
I had no idea.
Here you go.
I had no idea,
Here you go.
and I've experienced these problems more than once or twice.
Here you go.
I mean, all the time.
Here you go. I mean, I traveled 100 countries, and I can't tell you what kind of stuff I've
Oh, I can
experienced.
imagine. How long has this company been in business?
So we started in 2018. We've been
So
in
you've been
business for
around.
5 years. Yep, and we're now doubling every quarter because travel is coming back. So we're
and
growing.
your
so
position with the company?
fast. I'm CEO of the company. I'm the founder.
Hey, I hit the jackpot. I'm actually talking to someone who knows what they're talking about. That's amazing.
Thank
That's
you, man.
amazing.
Thank you. I appreciate
What was the best country you've been to?
Montenegro.
Really?
Like not the, I wouldn't say
But
the
one
best.
of the best. Yeah, you can never say
one
the
of
best.
the surprising, like you would go in with certain expectations, right?
Yes, yeah.
But then
I've been there. It's
you
beautiful.
get, like you've been to Kotor, like they have a nice bay. If you've been on a
Yeah, I've
cruise,
been there, yeah.
and they're closing to Dubrovnik, like they're close to Dubrovnik. So we drove to Dubrovnik, and then you see that Croatian kind of town.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
And where are you from? Where do you live?
I'm originally from Lebanon. I'm based
Okay.
in LA. You know, American Lebanese.
Okay.
Based in LA. I call LA since I call LA home since 2017.
Well, you're a fascinating guy, and we're going to have to definitely do this again and do more. I'm thrilled to hear about your product, and I'm sure my audience is. I've had many a show talking about my disgust with these little boxes and just general connectivity, even when you just anywhere, even if you're not on a cruise, anywhere you go in a foreign country. Man, it's a pain. I mean, especially when you got to deal with SIM cards and who you're buying it from.
Oh, with hardware, it's hell.
a nightmare.
It's
and then
hell.
when you get it, the service most of the time is mediocre at best. And talk about streaming or doing something. I mean, I myself tried to do a stream. I was going to produce my show from the ship. I thought it'd be really cool. I couldn't even get my email.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
then I'd wait till I got to
Yeah.
a port, because they have usually
Yeah.
free. That was not much better. At least
Yeah.
I got the email. But streaming, connectivity,
Yeah.
Wi-Fi, FaceTime,
Yep.
forget it.
Yeah, I mean, because they throttle the service. Many times this service is expensive, so they throttle it. We don't play the game of throttling a service. We only give you the network as is, whether it's LTE or 5G, so that you have the full speed.
Give me a feel for the bandwidth. I got another guy coming up, but
So yeah, you can do at I mean, it can be 100 megabits per
Really?
second. Yeah, depending on the location or the country, because some countries would have good networks, some other countries may have like LTE only. So it can go from 20 to 100.
awesome. Listen, thank you so much.
My
I wish we
pleasure.
had more time
My
to
pleasure.
talk to you.
We're gonna
appreciate-
be
I
I'll
appreciate
be
you
happy to
coming
have
by.
another one.
Give the contact stuff to Enza,
Perfect.
and then we'll
Perfect.
be in touch.
Thank you.
Good luck to
Thank
you.
you. Thank
She'll
you.
take your headset. Yeah, good luck. Well, that was a cool interview. What a great service, I'll tell you. It's masterful, and it's such a needed service. I don't know if you've done any traveling abroad, but man, getting connectivity and decent connectivity is like, it's unheard of. You just can't get it. And the internet's typically faster in Europe than it is in the United States. But I'll follow up with them, and we'll give it a test out and see how it works. Okay, we have our next guest here, Sami Arpa, I believe, from Largo AI, and he is the CEO. And we just have the headset put on him, and you can hear me. It's Sami.
It's Sami, yeah, that's
Sami.
correct.
Hello, Sami. I'm Don Bain.
Hello, Don.
How are you? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. How are you?
We're good. We're good. How about you? How you doing?
I'm good as well.
Good.
Enjoying CES.
Nice to hear that. Now, tell me. Oh, she's taking a picture. We have to always smile. Okay. Tell me about your company and what you do.
So we provide next generation storytelling tools for movie industry and advertisement industry.
Okay.
Basically, we can analyze the content by using artificial intelligence at earlier stages. And the advantage of that, you can see the potential of a content as early as script stage, as early as idea stage, because system provides insights about the content, casting, and potential financial result of the
Okay, so
content.
there's a little artificial intelligence going on in here?
It is, yeah. Everything is based on artificial intelligence over here. The system, basically the main technology is this content understanding system.
Can you pull your mic just a
Yeah.
little bit closer to you?
Is it okay now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kirk, can you bring him up on my headset a little bit if you can? Thanks.
So the
That's better.
system, artificial intelligence creates a cinematographic DNA of any content. Basically, we can represent a content with the patterns and narrow band patterns. Just to give an example of that, it's like we can see how drama is changing over the content.
Really?
Or how comedy is changing. With those, you can define the content with those parameters.
How do you measure that? How do you? What are you using for the parameters to change that? That has changed.
That's the cool thing about artificial intelligence. It's very hard to define drama, right? What's the drama for humans? First of all, yeah. But what we do, we show thousands of drama scripts, drama films from the past to the AI. It starts to learn what are the repeating patterns. in those films.
Is
So
it the
it's
repeating patterns, or is it the voice pattern, the staccato of the voice? Or is it the actual analysis of the
no,
of the
but
words?
that's the thing. So we can analyze both from text or video. If it's text, we don't have voice, right? So it's really the literal patterns.
Okay.
Actually, you see here, for example, we have the
I don't know if
patterns.
we can get a close-up of that or
Yeah.
not. We'll try. Let me tilt this down a little bit for the glare. Yeah, there you go. Close
Yeah.
enough.
That you see that we see the patterns for the movie Interstellar, and that's from the screenplay of
No kidding.
Interstellar. You see, we have a
Yeah,
bit of
sure.
a bit of drama here, which the blue color is drama, which mainly it's sci-fi and action elements. But so this is like a
So you're actually analyzing a feeling.
exactly, yeah.
That is
Yeah.
almost scary.
And this is
That is unbelievable. So you're going to be able to analyze whether there's humor or drama or sadness, emotions.
in 5 minutes. So you put into the system, it creates all these patterns. And that's only the start, because upon that, we can make even casting propositions. AI automatically tells which actor will fit better to which character.
Wait a minute. You're telling me that you can actually add edits to the script to make it more involved or less involved or more dramatic or less dramatic?
So we don't do the direct editing.
Okay.
We can do actually, but we don't do it because the reason we don't want to touch too much creative independence at this stage. But it can show actually the problems with these patterns.
The problems based on what? Tons of analysis of what the average is, or the higher the rating or the lower the rating?
Yeah, so these peak and valleys you saw on this pattern that we show on the screen, so that shows, for example, important points of the film. If you have a very flat pattern, that means your plot points are not very clear, then audience will get bored, especially if you are targeting a mainstream audience. So that is right away visible.
Mind-blowing.
Yeah, I mean, the advantage of that now, the producers, they can do the things much faster. And they could discover some of these problems themselves as well, but with many reviews by other human, all these things, and it's very biased normally, those.
What's the standard, or the base norm, whatever that is, that data is based on? You follow what I'm asking?
Yeah, the norm is the previous movies, okay? So how...
So can I extrapolate that a movie that got, I don't know, 5 stars opposed to 2 stars, that would show higher in the analysis of the sadness or the drama or whatever than a 2-star?
So that comes to the second part, because the system is correlating this type of patterns with the success. Because it learns from the past data what kind of pattern create what kind of results in which territory.
Success based on what numbers?
We have different success things, but one thing is, for example, how much streaming audience it will get, or how much box office for the movies it will make.
Okay,
so
I'm just curious as to what the baseline is.
Or how much travel internationally, because it automatically finds in which country the film can sell.
Right. Yeah. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, I have more questions than I can possibly think.
Yeah.
My head's going a mile
No,
a
I think
minute.
one thing to add is also the casting part, because we work with many producers at this moment, so the system tells which actor will fit better to character.
Right.
That's, I think, huge benefit as well, because I mean that's a huge problem for many films, because the actor is a big part. Actress is a big part of the success of the film. Now with the AI, it goes over 1 million actors. It finds the actors that will have highest match and that will bring the success to the film again automatically.
Well, that in a way cuts down or diminishes everybody's chance of getting that particular part, because some actors will be better than others.
Yeah, and that is actually a way to a bit democratize the industry, because there's too much focus on specific actors, A-list actors. Now with the AI, some invisible actors actually get a chance as well, because it sits in the corner. Some actor in the corner has
so
highest
it works
match.
both ways.
Yeah.
That's fascinating. And where's your booth at?
We are at Swiss Pavilion. We are a Swiss company at the Hall G downstairs.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if people wanted more information about your company, they would go to?
To Swiss Pavilion at Hall G. I don't remember exact number for the booth, but yeah.
No, the website.
A website. Website is largo.ai.
Okay, Largo, that's LARGO.ai. I'm blown away by it. I got to get my head around it more. Fascinating. How long has it been around?
So we are in the market almost 4 years. The technology is having 6-7 years background.
I want to see what this is like next year. You're going to keep in touch with us? Let Enza know. Give her your card. I'm blown away by it.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Thank you very much.
It's almost scary. It's really at the verge where you're competing with the brain.
Yeah, that's where the industry is moving. Actually, the artificial intelligence is becoming a part of our life in many domains, and creative industry is now a part of that as well.
Well, Sami, it was a pleasure.
Thank you very much.
I enjoyed it very much.
Yeah.
I hope
Thank
you
you.
enjoyed
Have a good day.
yourself and
Thank
had a
you.
good time.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Wow, that's unbelievable. Very, talk about leading edge. Here you can take artificial intelligence and actually measure and harness the drama, the sadness, the laughter, the humor, the boredness in a movie, whatever, and then alter it before it gets too late. Wow, it's scary. I mean, what next? Amazing. Like I said, when you do this show, you just don't know what you're going to see or who you're going to meet. It's quite fascinating, and I'm really impressed with that. Like I said, it's borderline scary. Wow.
Perfect.
You all set? Hi, I'm Don Bain.
Hi, how are you?
I am good. What is your name, sir?
My name is Jean-Mathieu Marinetti.
Okay, and you're with what company?
Cloverland. I am CEO of Cloverland.
Okay. Tell us about what you do and why you're here.
So we in CES because we built the first metaverse casino and gambling for industry company.
Okay.
So we propose to the casino and gambling industry to make an investment in our metaverse, and we make and we develop the casino for them in our metaverse.
Okay, so tell me what your meta universe is. What's in that?
We're beginning with 4 games like poker, roulette, blackjack, and slot machine, and we use blockchain technology with NFT and cryptocurrency.
With NFTs, did you say?
Yeah.
Okay, explain more.
NFT, what is it?
Now, this is all available on the internet?
Yeah, no, for the moment, it's only
not
a proof of concept.
Okay.
We're under development.
Okay.
So you can, I can show you a video.
Okay.
If you want. This is a teasing of our...
yeah, I don't know if we're going to pick that up on the camera.
Yeah,
I'll
sorry.
try.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
So in this video, you can see the four games at the beginning in 1 year.
Okay, so it's all 3D computer animation. I think you can see a little bit of that there, okay?
Yeah, and we use the blockchain for what? Because we can control the liquidity in each machine, like slot machine, blackjack, roulette, and we can control any addiction, like the hours of player.
So who would be your clients? Who would be your customer for this?
We have 2 customers, the casino client or gambling industry, and we build our casino for an example. So client like you, like me, so any people can play with our games. We use any device like VR, mobile.
So I can put the virtual reality set on my head and see that in 3D.
Yeah.
So it's an immersive gambling experience, if you will.
Exactly. It's an immersive gambling experience. But for the moment, the market is not too big. So we need to hear in mobile and PC browser.
That's a huge market.
Yeah, it's a huge market. Mobile, it's like 7 billion of people have a smartphone.
That's a lot of people.
7 billion.
Now, what types? I'll be able to play what, like roulette, poker? What?
We're beginning with 4 games: roulette, poker, slot machine, and blackjack.
Okay, and the currency that I would use. So ultimately, at some point in time, I'll be able to log on to the website.
Yeah, you can check in our website. We use our crypto native Clove token. You can buy it and play after our game.
So I'm going to, in theory, I would log on to the website and I would buy X amount of currency, which would be...
but not for this moment, in the future.
Right, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
So you buy our token, and after you can play with our token in our casino.
And your token, I can use whatever currency I want to buy that token.
Where? In the exchange in future.
Okay.
But I can't tell you for the moment the exchange.
Right, of course.
But and after we use NFT because with the NFT we can make a rank, for player, and we can level up different rank. And more you have a big rank, more you have possibility to earn more money. Like if you win 1,000 in a table of poker, okay, you can win 1,200. And after, you can sell your NFT and another player, and the player has the same percentage to win.
Wow. So how do you go about finding customers for this and getting, awareness of the product? I mean, that's why you're at CES.
We are in, sorry.
I'm asking is, who is your potential customer at CES? Who are you looking to connect up with?
The casino first, and gambling industry, because we propose to the casino we can develop for them in our metaverse them casino. Example, if Bellagio wants a casino in our metaverse, we can develop that, and with the code of them casino.
So you can actually create the universe that a particular casino wants or a particular brand wants. They all wouldn't use the same graphics and animation and
Exactly. We use the same graphic like reality. So if we are in the Venetian, we can use the code of Venetian like
right.
water and
right. So the branding is almost an easy part for you.
The brand, yeah.
Okay, but is the virtual reality world that I'm going to go into always going to look the same if I'm at the Venetian or if I'm at Caesars or wherever I am in the world?
Exactly.
Interesting. So wouldn't you have a better marketability or saleability if it was open to the individual in addition to the casinos, so that you're receiving customers no matter where they're coming from?
Really, in our metaverse, we want to make only of casino and gambling metaverse. Because, as you know, we have so many metaverse. Metaverse for gaming, metaverse for company, and we want to make a metaverse for casino and gambling. So, our public is mondial. We are in CES. In the next summer, we're in Macau and China. And we make a traduction for Asian people, for European people like French, Spanish, and like that.
And this
it's big.
It is very big.
Yeah. So we are under development. Normally we need 1 year, 2 years, depends.
And how long has the company been in business now?
What?
How long have you been in business?
1 year.
1 year. Boy,
Yeah.
you have pretty good traction for 1 year. You've done pretty good.
Yeah, we build the white paper in 1 year, and we build the proof of concept. You can try the demo in our booth and Eurocar Park.
Can I try it on the internet? If I went to your website, would I see any connectivity or any demos?
Yeah, you can see the demo on YouTube and in our website. So if you want to try the concept, you need to go in our, because we have all you know.
That's
amazing.
And
we built this in three months.
Wow.
So it's important for me to tell that, because for the company, it's just a proof of abilities.
Right. Well, I can't thank you enough for coming on the show. If people wanted to get more information, they'd go to your website. I don't see it there. What's the website?
The Cloverland EO.
Okay.
.eo. Sorry, how do you say in English?
You're doing very good.
Cloverland.eo.
Okay. There you have it, folks. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you too.
Good luck, and maybe I'll see you in the meta universe.
Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. I'll tell you, it looks like we're definitely headed, not headed, we're there already to artificial intelligence. Man, everything's going to be artificial intelligence controlled, diagnosed, tested, regurgitated, and man, everybody we're seeing today is artificial intelligence. I wonder what's going to happen to the human mind once the computers, take over. So we're setting up for our next interview, and it looks like Rene Clerc from 1/3. This guy's for me, Senior Citizen Success Manager. Are you a Senior Citizen Success Manager?
Senior Success. No, I'm a Senior Manager.
I'm glad to see you, because I'm a senior.
Yeah.
It's.
We're not ready.
Thank you. Renee?
Nice to meet you.
I'm Don Bain. Nice to meet you, sir.
I'm Renee from 1/3. Thank you.
Okay, tell me about the other 2/3. Renee from 1/3. What are we doing?
What we're doing. So
Let me just move this up a little
great.
bit. There you go.
Yeah, so 1/3 of all food is wasted.
Okay.
40% of that is fresh produce.
Pretty nasty.
It's really nasty, and it's killing the planet, the climate, because all the, let's say 10% of all the greenhouse gas emissions is caused by food waste. And we aim to prevent that by making internal quality of food visible and actionable.
Okay. And
So-
how are you going to do that?
Yeah, so we use a scanner. We scan through produce, through fruits, and we determine the internal quality of the fruits.
Really?
And we do that for a number of produce. We do it for avocados, strawberries, blueberries, tomatoes. Working on adding another 10 fresh produces, so mangoes and stuff.
And where are these scanners located? Where would they be?
They would be in supermarkets, in grocery stores.
Oh, really?
But also
So
for
point of purchase, basically.
point of purchase, but also further up the supply chain. So we have different scanners. The one we're launching here at CES is the avocado ripeness checker, where you can check the ripeness of your avocado without pinching them, because pinching avocados to determine ripeness actually ruins the avocado.
Right, it damages it,
It
yes.
damages it. It turns into a brown spot, and you can toss it out. So we use a non-destructive method with light. We force light through the avocado, analyze what's coming back, and then we say this one's still firm. Wait a couple of days, but this one's ready to eat for salad or for guacamole. So you know which ones to pick without damaging the fruit.
I would imagine there's a lot more waste generated with that than not, only because if I'm making this up, I just 500 avocados and I'm a supermarket, and now I'm going to have you analyze them. I might find that 300 right off the bat are
Yeah, what you can
not good.
What you can then do, if you find ones which are turning too critical,
Yes.
you can mark them down to sell them at a lower price, so they get sold instead of tossed.
I'm just being the devil's advocate
Of
here.
course you are.
Now, what happens if I do that? I'm losing profit because I paid X amount. I'm anticipating making whatever the margin is. Now I'm going to sell it at a not a loss, but a lower amount to get rid of it. Whereas if I didn't know it was damaged, I could sell it at the full price anyway, because no one's going to know.
No one's going to know, but they will know when they cut them open at their home. So
Well, that happens every day.
It damages your brand. So I think if you use our scanner,
Fair question.
it is a fair question,
Okay.
and we get the question all the time. So
Okay.
we're not in the game to actually cause more rejections of fruit. We want to make it insightable, so you don't have any surprises after the fact. So for the avocados, we determine ripeness, but for other produces such as strawberries, blueberries, we're higher up in the supply chain, where growers sample a sample of their picking, and then we predict remaining days of shelf life.
Does it work backwards? Does it help the growers say, geez, this is not, I'm having too many bad blueberries, I need to do this, need a more moisture,
Exactly.
whatever?
Exactly.
It does work in the reverse.
It can help them to better manage their growth, to
Does
make
it?
smarter decisions. Yes, it does.
Okay.
Because shelf life can vary from batch to batch. So one day you can have a picking which has 8 days of shelf life, and the next day you can have a batch which has 3 days of shelf life. And you want to act upon that, so you want to know that. Currently, batches are sent thousands of miles across the country randomly. So you want to make sure that the ones you send farther out have additional days of shelf life, and the ones with shorter days of shelf life you want to keep close and sell locally.
Well, not to be a pain, but to me it just seems that like civilized countries will be all for that. You're going to still have countries all over the world that could care less what it is.
I think everybody wants fresh produce to be fresh.
You know, I remember way back, probably before you were born, I used to live in Boston for a long time, and they used to have a place called Haymarket Square, which was downtown in Government Center. And every weekend, it was Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, but Saturday and Sunday were the big days. So wherever you live, you take the train, the MTA, down into the bowels of the city, and they had all the fresh produce, you know, like from the old days, the old fresh market. And they had the wheelbarrows full of apples and pears and everything. And man, I used to love going there. But after a while, after about 2 years, I figured out, you know, all the good stuff is on top, and they'll let you take a bite of the apple. But when you go to bag it, they bag it, and they dig down deep, and the stuff is nowhere near what it was on the top. You know, your scanner would have prevented that.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about making the stuff insightful. So shelf life is currently only known after the fact. We want to make it sure it's known before.
So is it just fruits and vegetables?
Yes, currently we do. We focus on fruits and veggies because that's causing 40% of all the fresh produce, of all the food waste.
Your next thing would be meat, perhaps? No, I don't know.
There's still a lot to win in the fresh produce department, so we're focusing on that for now.
And you're here at CES. Who would be your potential customer? Who do you want to see at CES?
Yeah, we target retailers, so retailers and their supply chain. So retailers, distributors, growers, suppliers of fresh produce.
I would imagine it would be an excellent thing for a supermarket to sign up with and advertise that our fruit is scanned, it's fresh.
That's actually happening already in Canada.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. So our avocado scanners
in
being
Canada?
used by store employees in the store to pre-sort avocados and actually put them on a separate display with
They've
signage.
had a lot of problems with avocados.
Avocado is the #1 problem. Everybody knows what the problem with avocados is, and everybody tries to circumvent that with by pinching, and that ruins the avocado.
That's interesting. That's very interesting. All right. So if people wanted more information about your company, where would they go?
Yeah, you can visit our site at 1/3.io, but you can also visit us at CES. We're at the Dutch Pavilion on the Eureka Park. I think it's 62100.
Okay.
And we're at the edge, at the corner of the booth.
All right, Rene, it was a pleasure speaking with you. Thank you for stopping by.
Thank you so much for your time.
Fascinating product. I learn so much. I do 2 hours every morning, and it's just amazing the things that I learned that I just never knew existed. It's fascinating. So your company does good things for people, and I'm going to get fresh fruit. I'm all for it.
Glad to be of help.
Okay, thank you for coming on.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
Well, there we go, folks. Another new type of electronic product that's going to scan, for the most part, your avocados, your apples, your oranges, whatever, vegetables, and make sure that they're fresh and that you can eat them. Again, when you're at CES, you just don't know who you're going to see or what's going to happen next. Kirk, what's happening over there in the tech part of the world?
My tech part of the world?
Yes, what's going on there?
Been busy. Let me just pull up my. There we go.
Yeah, we've had amazing. I think every interview has showed up on time too, and that's even more amazing.
Yeah. Well, yesterday there was a little bit of gaps, but it's been pretty well.
Okay. All right. Let's take a look at my back camera here. I want to see if it sounds noisier. Let's see what we got back here, and let's take a peek. Oh, definitely picking up, no question about it. It might even be busier today than it was yesterday. And I probably spoke too quick. It's 10:45 here, and I'm waiting for my next interview. But I'm going to have water, Venetian water, Venetian meeting room water. I'm going to take a quick drink here. All right. As I mentioned yesterday, if you didn't know it, every day at CES, they got their own printing press, and they print out this magazine every single day. And this is about 100 pages, and every day it tells you the schedule, and it goes through the new innovations that come out that are featured all throughout CES. And actually, CES is all over Vegas. It's just not in the convention hall. We're here at the Venetian. And all 3 floors, is it? I think is taken. Is it 2 floors? 2 floors. It's packed. I mean, there's no more room for booths. And this is repeated all over Vegas. Anywhere there's a ballroom or a meeting room, it's taken. There are also hundreds and hundreds of companies who don't actually pay to be in CES, to exhibit in CES, but they're at the off hotels. And I don't mean off by not good hotels, but they're at any place where there's meeting space. And because they know that all the people are actually here, then they will invite the people to go to their hotel meeting room and do demos there and meet people, so they kind of work around. But there's thousands of those types of companies and entities. I myself was invited to 4 different company meeting rooms to see their products and meet with their people and talk about it. And they try to, CES is expensive, so they try to save on that money. And pretty interesting, to tell you the truth, how these people, these companies operate kind of behind the scenes. And they're smart because they save a lot of money. On the other hand, there's no better place to show your product, your goods and your services than CES, in my opinion. It is the largest trade show in the United States. Actually, it's the largest trade show in the world. Now, I do. Here it is here. I had printed out some statistics here. Since 1978, CES has drawn 4.9 million people in attendance, okay? That's kind of neat. Let's see here. I had some other stats that I thought were astonishing. The average meeting is 29 minutes. A third of CES attendees are from outside the United States. The Impossible Whoppers Foods was discovered here at CES in 2019 by Burger King, and it's now sold nationwide. Investors have put an excess of $15 billion towards investing in technology with Europe. That's a lot of cabbage. Let's see. This thing kind of printed backwards and upside down, Kurt, so I got to go through all the things here. At CES 2020, 330 of the Fortune 500 companies were represented. That's better than half of the Fortune 500 companies were here at CES. 94% of the exhibitors said their annual sales were significantly influenced by attending CES. That's huge. Okay, I already said that. We have 85 intra-brands out of 100 in the world, whatever that means. 60% of registered attendees are at senior level, so that means they're executive level within the company. 40% of the top retailers are all registered at CES. 170 countries around the world are here at CES. 35% of all registered companies from outside the United States are here. That's huge, huge. So those are some stats that I printed out, and you kind of get the feel for how large CES actually is. It's really something. As I was mentioning before about this book, I like this because it highlights some of the things that you typically wouldn't see. So by looking at this book every day, I'm seeing products that I don't even know exist, didn't even know existed, and I can go to their booth and really find out where they are and what it is that they're doing. So it's 10 of 11. I don't know if the next interview, oh, they're here?
On the way.
They're on the way, I hear. Okay, so this will be my last interview of the day. I'll be back tomorrow at 9 o'clock from 9 to 11. Every 2 hours we switch off here because 2 hours is actually a long stint to be interviewing people. And who's up next for me?
Marlo is coming up next.
Okay, Mr. Marlo is going to be here, and he's a lot of fun and certainly extremely knowledgeable in all technology, so you'll definitely enjoy Marlo. When's everybody, who's after Marlo?
I believe...
We don't know.
Believe Todd is
okay,
after.
Todd Cochran?
I believe so.
Okay, we had breakfast this morning with Todd, and he was all gassed up, and he's working on some, as usual, crazy innovations in the podcasting space, and he's working on, what is it, 2.0 now in podcast?
Podcasting 2.0.
2.0, and Kurt, you're helping him with that.
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about that.
Well, it's basically, there's an initiative called, if people want to donate to a podcaster,
okay,
they can go through a podcast app. They go to newpodcastapps.com.
Okay.
And they can donate what's called Satoshis. So they can get, and we're listening live right now on audio. So if you're not watching the stream, you can listen on the audio as well.
As usual, Todd's always at the forefront of the newest, coolest, latest stuff. Hello. Okay, our next interview is here. And this looks like a company I've been waiting to interview. This is my bird buddy, and we're going to have a bird feeder here. I'm going to pull this up here. We can get a shot of that maybe. How are you? I'm good. How are you? I'm Don Bain, the Gadget Professor. Nice to meet you. They're going to get you set up with your headset.
Now it is.
Okay, why don't you tell people your name and the company that you're with?
So my name is Franzi. I'm one of the co-founders and the CEO of BirdBuddy.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm anxious to see this, and I'll tell you, whoever does your public relations does a super job.
All right.
You have awesome. More coverage than any company I've seen at CES.
I love it.
Really?
I think it's that kind of product too, right? Like it turned head, and people are just excited about reconnecting with nature, and people love birds.
I'm a photographer at heart.
Awesome.
I've been doing that for more years than you've been on the planet.
Yeah.
But when I saw, and I do like birds, but when I saw the photograph that this machine took of the birds, I didn't believe it.
Awesome.
Okay, I didn't believe it because I know that it's not an easy task to photograph a bird at the quality and the resolution that your product is showing me.
Totally.
Okay?
Yeah.
I mean, you need a special lens. You need to understand shutter speed,
yes,
light,
yes,
which angle the light's coming from,
yes,
to get the shimmer of the feathers on the bird.
100%.
It is not an easy thing to do. You have to be quite talented and quite experienced to do that. So henceforth, because I like birds and I love photography, how the hell do you get such a high quality, high resolution shot?
So like one, having good hardware, right? And then the other thing, which will sound kind of cliche probably like these days, is AI, right? There's an AI
We've heard that word, folks.
Yes, yes.
Been hearing it all day.
Yes, there's an AI element involved that actually detects whether this photo is good enough for you to see it, right? So,
okay,
you know, it'll take a ton of shots, and then a lot of those shots will just be useless.
So it's going to be like a burst mode. Boom,
yeah,
boom, boom,
yeah,
boom,
totally.
boom.
Yeah, yeah. And then it'll actually detect which one of those shots are good enough to share with you, right?
Okay,
yeah.
So I kind of jumped ahead because I'm so excited about the product.
Awesome.
Why don't you explain it, because I
Totally.
don't want to mess it up. What do we have here?
100%. So this is Bird Buddy. It's a smart bird
We're going to
feeder.
have to point it this way
Let's
so
do it
they
that
could
way.
see it.
Okay, thank you.
That's where the camera is. Okay.
Totally. Yeah. So it has a modular design. So this pops out, right?
Okay.
This charges via USB-C, connects to your local Wi-Fi. You just put that module back in.
Okay.
And then as a bird lands, it triggers a sensor and it starts taking
Okay, so when the
photos.
bird lands here, is the sensor here, or is the sensor done by AI through the...
The sensor is in the module,
Okay,
right? And then
okay.
it actually detects motion and it starts taking photos and videos.
Okay, so it's going to take a burst and video at the same time.
Totally.
Burst meaning photographic burst, single shot.
Yep, yep, yep. And then all that goes up to the cloud. And then we have 3 different models that do different things. One of them is actually detecting the quality of the photo and all that. And then the other one is detecting the species.
Okay.
So once it does that, it kind of adds it to your collection. So we think of it almost like a Pokemon for birds, right? So you have a collection of birds. You can see that here. I don't know how that shows on camera.
Well,
but
we're going to see. Is it okay to just tap on a bird?
Yeah, you can tap on a bird.
Okay,
yeah.
I'm going to tap on this one.
For every bird you unlock, you get a kind of a bird profile.
Okay,
so
well, there's no bird here, but...
yeah, it'll load a photo. Anyway, the Wi-Fi is not great here.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this gives you like kind of a cross section here of, you can see all the birds, not close up, but you can see the indexing of all the birds that
you have collected,
photographed. Okay.
Yeah, totally. And then for each bird, we've created kind of a custom profile which has very high level but interesting and insightful information about that specific species, right? So you're collecting birds and learning about birds, and you can share those photos with the community. So
now, is this going to send me the photo of the bird when it hits, or is that programmable, or it's just going to store them and I got to download it?
No, so it sends you a notification, and then you go through a collection process where, so AI tries to make the first pass on which photo is good. The second pass is up to you, right? So then you decide which photos you want to keep, which photos you want to throw away, and then the end of that, goes into your collection.
Does it do any processing of the photograph when it takes it?
No, the photo is as is when it comes out of the device. Yeah, so that part is, up to the device how good it ends up being.
And at that point, you get a notification that a bird was photographed.
Yes, yes.
Okay, and then how do I get the photo of that?
So you download so you have our app, Bird Buddy app, right? You get a notification that gets you through the process of collecting, so you decide which photos you want to keep. You can also impact the decision on which species
oh, no kidding.
AI says it is, right? Because AI is not 100% right. It's very often right? But if you disagree with it, you can override it, right? So there's there's an element of kind of a process you go through to collect that photo and decide which species it is, right?
Okay, so I can put bird. How long is that bird seed going to last-ish?
That really depends on how many birds you have,
of
right?
Course.
But it can be a day, 2 days, or it can be a week, right?
Okay.
That's really up to.
And I can put all kinds of bird seed in this.
Yes, any bird seed you want, you can put it in.
Okay.
Yeah.
And can we pop the camera out? I have a bunch of questions about that.
Sure.
So obviously the first thing is, how do we keep this charged? Obviously there's a C port here where you're going to charge it up at day 1.
Yeah.
And I put it back, and it depends on how many photos it takes, how many video it takes, how quick it's going to drain the battery, the temperature outside, all that's going to be calculated. Now, how long average would you say?
So on
roughly?
average, as of today, it kind of 5 to 7 days, something like that, on a single charge. But then we're also selling a solar roof add-on.
Okay, that's
so you can actually pipe it in, and then if you have enough sunlight, it'll just charge it indefinitely.
Okay,
right?
so if we're in a place like where I live, Arizona, there's no
issues.
There's no problem.
Yeah,
okay, what about when I go back and stay in Boston there, and I have rain, sleet, snow, hail, and all that stuff?
I mean, that really depends on how much. So we've had customers in Canada use it at like minus 40 degrees Celsius, right?
It's cold.
So, and even more than that, and it survives all of those conditions, right?
Really?
Yes, it does, but it's I would advise against it because it does impact the battery kind of life.
Oh, yeah.
Right, lifetime. So, but anyway, it's a very durable device, right? That can survive all sorts of weather conditions.
Okay, now is this technology yours, the camera itself?
So we've built everything custom, but we've bought, off-the-shelf components like So camera modules and sensors and all that are bought from third-party suppliers.
So there's no local storage on this. There's no, SD drive or any micro anything like that. This is a contained, closed unit.
Yes, yes.
Okay, and there's no adjustments for this.
So it's all kind of built in. You don't have to make many.
You don't have to be a
choices.
photographer.
You don't have to be a photographer or a professional, right? Yeah,
what resolution is the camera?
It's roughly 4K. It's a still, right? And it takes up to 1080p video.
Does it really?
Yeah, yeah.
And how long is a clip? Do I have? Can I say a 1 minute clip, a 5 second clip?
No.
Who knows how long the bird's going to be there?
Right now, what happens is actually the whole burst time is the video for you as well, right?
Oh,
so
no
it's
kidding.
like 1 minute, 30 seconds, something like that is the duration of the video you'll get with each notification, right?
I see.
Yeah.
And tell me, what's the price point of this?
So it's $199 for the main unit. The solar roof add-on is $59.99, and we sell a couple of mounting options like the wall mount, fence mount, things like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the whole unit would be.
So yeah, I would advise you buy the main unit with the solar, and that would be $259.99.
Yeah, I would. I mean, I haven't tested the unit out. I don't know. This is a prototype, as I'm understanding it.
This is an actual unit.
Oh, can you actually buy these now?
Yes, you can buy it. Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Yeah. We've shipped 100,000.
Well, you better tell your folks at the booth. I'm getting interference. Definitely getting interference. I can't even hear.
I think you have to put it the other way around.
I can't see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's like this. Here we go.
Okay. Yeah, I had some other interference in the phone.
No
I didn't know that because I was at your booth and they said no, it's just only a prototype. They're not for sale.
The hummingbird feeder is the prototype. This is the real deal. You can buy this now. We've shipped 100,000 units last year. Yeah.
And how you doing with the product?
Amazing. Yeah. People love it. I mean, even in terms of the content that's coming out of it is beautiful. The community is lively and they love to engage around birds.
How do these hold up?
Very well, very well. I mean, if you want, you can go to live.mybirdbuddy.com and actually see a live view of the network and see public photos that are coming out there, right? Okay. So it's a Gen 0 product. We're kind of learning with the customer and trying to make improvements, right? But yeah, we're very proud of it. Yeah.
Okay, and the hummingbird feeder?
Hummingbird feeder is coming out this year.
Okay.
And initially it'll come out as an accessory, so for customers that have already bought the main unit.
No way.
Yeah, they'll be able to swap the camera out into the other one and just use it. Yeah.
That's very, very good.
Yeah, it's really cool. Yeah.
It's great for the consumer. You already have the investment.
Yeah, 100%. And we'll be also shipping other types of products that will kind of fit the same thing, right?
I'm totally impressed. I commend you on a really cool,
I love it. Thank you.
Really cool, fun device. So
all right.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Will you keep in touch with us and let us know how
100%.
it's going? Can you give your contact information to Enza?
Oh, yeah, we'll do that.
And, if you like, I would love to have you back on the show after CES is over so we can spend more time and we'll look at some photos.
100%,
I mentioned this product on my show about a month ago.
Nice.
And I couldn't believe I must have had 60, 70 people say, where can I buy it? Where is this? And I didn't know. I didn't know that it was for sale.
It's on mybirdbuddy.com. That's where you can buy it.
For whatever reason, I didn't know.
Yeah. And also live.mybirdbuddy.com, you can see beautiful images of birds in real time. Yeah.
Okay. That's awesome. Thank you so much for showing up.
Me.
Appreciate it.
Awesome.
There you go. Thanks.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Okay, folks, I think that is going to wrap it up for me today. Yes, no, Kurt? Okay, and I am going to ease on down the road. I'm definitely taking my water. I'm going to take my phone. And I'm sorry?
Marlo is up next after the break.
Okay, Marlo is up next. And right now we're going to take a short break. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'll see everybody at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Oops.
Help support our coverage with a free account on Privacy, the service that keeps you protected when shopping online. Get $5 to try it now by using promo code QZZ2J. Help support our coverage with a free account on Privacy, the service that keeps you protected when shopping online. Get $5 to try it now by using promo code QZZ2J.
All right. It looks like we should be coming back to Marlow here soon. Let's see here. All right. Yep. Looks like this is a National Technology Day. All right. And we're live here at CES this year, 2023. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. We did virtual last year, and I tell you, it was pretty difficult. It was difficult to adjust, but you know, we made it work. We made it work with what we had, and I think we put on a pretty good show. But good to be back here, and we should have Marlo coming on very soon. It looks like we're coming up shortly, but until then, let's talk about some of the things we've seen this year. Oh, it looks like we are ready to go. Marlo?
Alante.
Hey, what's up,
How you
Marlo?
doing?
Man,
Hey,
I'm doing all right. How about you?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. So, are we coming in okay?
Yeah, it looks like we're coming in pretty good.
All right, very good. So, hello everybody. Welcome to CES 2023. We're coming to you live from the show floor for National Technology Day. Alante, I couldn't be more excited about this year. I hope you're ready for a great ride this afternoon.
100%. I've got my pin to let you know I'm ready to go. I'm always excited about National Technology Day, and to be here with you to do this for my first time, I'm super excited.
Well, wonderful. Well, we have a whole slate of exciting products to show off today here on the CES floor. So I think we're just going to get started. And Alante, if you're okay with this, I'd love to banter with you a little bit after each of the products that we talk about as we get set up for the next one. So are you ready to go for that?
Let's go.
All right, let's do it. Let's do it. All right, Jacqueline, how are you doing today?
Thank you so much. I'm doing good.
Well, I'm glad to have you here today. So thank you for joining us for National Technology Day.
Thank you.
And you're first up. So why don't you tell us who you are and what company you represent?
Okay. My name is Jacqueline Nakao, and I'm working for Caltech Corporation.
Okay.
We are actually Japanese venture technology company, and we bring our luxury humidifier product this year, which is we made our transition from air purification to water.
So this is a very, very unique humidifier. At least the design of it is, right? So
thank you.
Tell me about this. This is very cool.
Thank you. Actually, this is we call it Uragi Junsui Premium Air. This is our first water purification solution, which built in this new product. Actually, it comes with two kinds of attachments. One of them is you can see we convert the tap water to the soft water with the dual cartridge inside of the top of the water tank. And then after the tap water passing through the cartridge just adjusts the water to be soft and lightly acidic, which is really close to your skin. And then our core technology comes with the photocatalytic system that's built into the tank, which can sterilize the germ or bacteria without the water getting bad.
Yes.
So you can use this like a water, the most to spraying onto your face. You can feel very safe and clean with the purest,
And that, is that with this, or is that with the attachment you have here?
Okay. Why we building two kind of attachment here for the consumers, which it's because we think that one of these you can use this with your family, and another one you can keep it with your personal usage. Like if you want after your shower time or your bath time, you can just use the personal beauty attachments to give you more like luxury or healing time. That because we believe that if you use the soft water, spraying on your face. It's really a best way to keep your house how to say very softly, very comfortable.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then you would attach the stainless steel piece to this device, and then it sprays into your face. Then.
Yes,
Right? Okay.
spraying into your face, and it's not the usually typically you have to maybe purchase some toning water or some more some like a luxury cream to put on your face. But this one is you just need to use your tap water to make the soft water at your home, and then to achieve that moment with very comfortable time. Yeah.
So what's the advantage of putting humidity into your home?
Okay, we believe that with the best way to moderate the humidity in your room will be very our sorry.
You're doing great. Yes,
Thank you. Usually, especially in this kind of very dry air season, you can get maybe the breath issue or a cough or even your skin issue.
Yep.
But so we believe that if you just adjust or higher the moisture level of the room, also for your skin, that would be the best way to keep your health, being healthy.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Okay. And these will be available. What are they coming out this year?
Yeah. Yes, I'm so excited that you can find it in the U.S. market. It will be available in the March of this year.
Yes.
And there will be find more, detailed partners to come. Yes, and this is really we are happy to deliver our final product. Also introduce our core technology in the really in this kind of technology show.
And how do we find your product then?
Yes, it will be available online on the Amazon and other detail, partners.
Very good.
Yeah.
And do you have a website yourself?
Yeah. Yes, of course. We have the global website.
And that is?
That is Caltech.global.
Okay,
you can find that.
KALTECH.global.
.global.
Okay, .com.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Jacqueline, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you for
Excited to
having
have
me.
you here, and thank you for being kind of our test guinea pig today to start off National Technology Day. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
All right, and we'll switch it back to you, Alante.
All right, I'm back.
All right. So it's so important, right, to make sure that your home has humidity in it. I know. Do you live in a cold weather climate, Alante?
I grew up in a cold weather environment. I live in Florida right now, which is very different from where we are right now, right? And
yes.
Listening to her kind of explain the purposes of that humidity. I mean, do we call it a humidifier? Is that what it is?
It is it is actually. I know it doesn't look like one. It's reimagining how you put humidity into the air, right? So and you actually, as I was watching them set this up, they just pour water into this device. It has a UV filter, I guess, that the water goes through that sterilizes it before it comes out of the humidifier. And that's probably really key, right? Because if you have a humidifier in your house and you poured water into it and then you start it up 2 weeks later, well, that water that's been sitting there has all kind of biological craziness going on in it. And now you've just spewed it out into the air. This actually kills all of that before it puts it out into the air. So that's what's really interesting about it.
That's pretty smart. I think about some of the humidifiers that I've owned, and they've, they get a little grody over time as the water.
Just a little bit. That's right. That's right. Yes.
So
absolutely.
That's a pretty smart system. And and I'm somebody who has dry skin issues, a myriad of dry skin issues, and has owned a humidifier for that purpose. And so
Okay.
to hear that someone is now trying to make that system smarter, because I feel like they haven't gotten much smarter over the years, right? They all kind of function the same way they did. They just gotten prettier.
Okay.
But this one
Yep,
sounds like
yep.
it's actually
Hey, Alante,
trying to. I'm sorry?
I agree. Can we just throw this back to you just for a little bit? I think we have a switch out that we're going to do. So give us a couple of minutes and come back to us, and we'll be ready to talk about the next fund, okay?
All right, yeah, sounds good. Let's go ahead and go to the crowd shot.
Cybros? Oh, yeah. Cybros, all right. Are we live? All right. You got to love live television, right? All right. As you probably noticed, we have switched over where we're broadcasting from. We were having significant technological difficulties from where we're at. And I'm going to guess that it's due to, 100,000 people in this building trying to use the internet at the same time, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, Mayak? Albert.
Yes.
I knew that,
Yeah,
actually.
I look like a Mayak, right?
Well, and I know you said beforehand that you were taking the place of
Yes,
Mayak, right?
yes,
But
yes.
Anyway, all right. Well, thanks for being patient with us. Thanks
no
for making
problem.
the quick switch over here, too.
Thanks for having me and us, and
yes.
nice to meet you.
It's great meeting you, too.
I read your background, National Calendar Day. That's actually a very interesting piece of trivia.
Yes,
and
yes.
I do know what that day is.
Yes, it is, and it's today.
Is it today?
It is. National
Wow.
Technology Day is today, which is why we're doing this here.
Okay.
So all right.
All right.
Well, let's get into it, Albert. Tell me a little bit about your company.
So Cybros, we are a Silicon Valley-based software company.
Okay.
We are operating in the automotive space. So our software basically connects vehicles to the cloud, any type of vehicle, scooter, motorcycle, bus, truck, high-performance supercar, passenger, luxury sports car, to basically help the automotive manufacturers manage the software, to update the software in the vehicle, to get data out of that vehicle to understand how the health of that vehicle is, how the vehicle is performing, the usage of that vehicle, so that they can improve that, improve the quality, improve the safety, improve the performance over time. So basically, any connected feature set you would see on a new vehicle, like what we're seeing in the West Hall of CES here, that very well could be powered by Sibros.
So even scooters.
Scooters, yeah, absolutely.
So I'm trying to figure out the correlation between why you would want to collect data on a scooter to a vehicle that I'm driving around in, on day-to-day use. So.
That's a great question, because a scooter is a much more simple version of that, right?
Yeah.
And we think in terms of ECUs, the computer chips that run all the functions in the vehicle. A scooter might have 4. A high-end car might have 40 to 60.
Right.
Much more complex. What the scooter manufacturers are trying to do is give a better digital experience for their riders. So, for instance, they want to give them the ability to do group rides or digital group rides. The ability for them to, the theft is a big problem in those countries and with those types of vehicles. So, the connected technology could allow an owner to put a geofence from their app and say, if this scooter leaves this geofence, immobilize it, right? And so we're using some of the location-based services, some of the remote commands to actually talk to that vehicle through the Sibros platform.
Interesting. So one of my favorite things to do is rent bikes, like in the national parks, right? And I'm
like
not
an e-bike.
Yes.
Yep.
Because I'm not in the shape I used to be to pedal a bike through Zion, right? So need a little assist going up the side of the mountain here, right?
Same here.
So I could rent the bike. They have this on here, and they have that geofence feature. So then, if I wander out of their area, they can track the bike. They can just turn it off.
Absolutely. And,
yeah,
and
that's
we
pretty
actually
cool.
work with one of the, there's certain customers I can and cannot talk about, but we work with one of the largest e-bike makers and fleet kind of rental service. Fleet is a service, e-bike is a service, right?
Yep.
For just that, for theft detection and prevention, and also for the health of it. They might have to, update a piece of software in there to make the connectivity better or something to that effect, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So other than the geofence thing, give me maybe another case study or two that you think would be
interesting. Well, nothing as interesting as what I see behind us, which is Internet of Toilets. I saw that coming up here. But when I think of,
I love the fact that we are now in the smart toilet range, right? But it makes sense, right?
It makes sense, right? Everything is connected.
Yeah.
Some interesting use cases we're seeing. That maybe one, I'll give two. One that may not be thought about every day would be, who would think that our cars are going to be powered by solar panels?
Right, that's true.
So we have a couple of customers that are trying to disrupt the industry, and they're actually close to producing solar-powered cars. So the ability to understand how the sun and the solar, energy is flowing through the panel and moving energy to the battery, right? They have to understand how that works, and so we're giving them the data, and then they have to continuously improve the software on that battery that's pulling in that solar energy. That's kind of a complex, automotive manufacturer-facing use case.
Yep.
As far as like an end customer like you and I, we're seeing probably car sharing and ride sharing. So we're seeing vehicle ownership actually trending downward.
Okay. Yes.
So
I agree with that.
Yeah. So of course we have ride sharing, Uber and all that. But a trend that we're seeing is, okay, I might buy my car, or I want to pay per use of my car. I want to pay per ride.
Yep.
I don't want insurance. I don't want any of this. So the whole car sharing, and then also power sharing. So if I own an EV, how do I share my power or put my power back into the grid? Right? All that requires software and data to make run. So these are like two opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of use cases we're seeing.
Do you see something like with your platform that, let's say a car notices a deer, right? Can it tell the next 20 or 30 cars behind it that there's a deer on the road?
That's
scenario?
That's a great question. So Sibros itself is not in what we would call, that would be called like the V2V space, the vehicle to vehicle. And the technology you're talking about is maybe some of the ADAS or the advanced driver systems, image recognition pulls that in, there's a threat, pass that to the vehicle. So no, currently Sibros doesn't do that, but that is absolutely some of the cool stuff that we're seeing out here on the West Hall.
Right.
In terms of some of the safety type ADAS technology that's out there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Where do we find more information?
Sibros.tech.
Sibros.
SIBROS.TECH.
So, but not involved in the toilet thing, huh?
No toilets, no toilets. But come visit us.
You know, I don't know if anyone's here watching that's at CES, but we're in the West Hall, and there's some really cool stuff there. You know, a 100-ton Caterpillar dump truck that drives itself, and
isn't that amazing?
It's crazy.
Who would have thought that we live in an age where artificial intelligence can drive us around, can write our term papers now, and help me get out of my lease. You know, I mean, these are the things that are going on right now. It is crazy. Yeah.
I enjoy it, and enjoy being on your.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Albert. So thank you for joining us today for National Technology Day.
Absolutely.
Get out and celebrate.
I'll do that.
With some type
it's
of
Friday.
technology. That's true. That's true. Thanks, Albert.
Thank you.
All right. That was Albert with Cybros. Cybros. I think it was tech, wasn't it? Cybros.tech? Tech, yes. All right. Yeah, go check them out if you're interested in anything with, connected, I guess, mobility, right? I mean, whether it's a scooter or a bike or a car, they have some technology that will help you along if you're developing some of those things. So check it out. We live in an amazing world nowadays, and I think I also lost Alante, but it looks like I have Kurt over there, and he's hurriedly queuing up here in our makeshift, trying to get a National Technology Day broadcast out. Thanks for hopping in there as well.
Absolutely.
All right. I guess you and I are going to talk for a little bit here and there. So,
sure.
We didn't get a chance to talk a lot about the humidifier. I hear that the video wasn't the greatest coming from the floor.
It was really choppy.
Yeah, that's too bad, and I apologize everybody for that. And I don't know. Can I look at your way? And okay.
I can cut to me.
Okay, you got another camera going that way as well.
Yeah, I'm right.
Very good. There we go. All right. So the humidifier from Caltech too, and it's not the school, by the way. It's Kaltech. Yeah. I know you might think that that's kind of a weird thing to start a National Technology Day off, but I thought it was really interesting because they are sterilizing the water before it goes in. I just wanted to make sure that everybody got that point.
Yeah.
That even if you leave the water in there for a couple weeks or whatever, that they end up having this sterilized water that you're not putting biocontaminants into the air later on. So make sure you check them out too, caltech.com. And then Cybros, connecting everything that has wheels on it.
Interesting.
Yeah. Fleets of, so you live where?
In Jersey. Yeah.
Do you guys have the scooters that people rent and things like that in town?
No.
Okay. You've seen them though, haven't you?
I've seen them. I've seen them. Mostly they're in New York, but not in New Jersey. Where I live in Hamilton, which is a suburb of Trenton, and it's not like a San Francisco where they have you can go and bike around town. No, there's no. I don't think there is anytime soon. But, But no, major cities like New York or Philadelphia does have those where you can bike around, do a little sightseeing or tour.
Right.
They have tours. In Philadelphia, they have those things you can tour around the city. But my neck of the woods, no.
Okay. Well, let's make sure everybody, if you want to follow us later on, we actually have a new system, by the way. Opt in to subscribe, and you can text tech. TECH to 844-829-1524. You can probably see that across the bottom of the screen of the screen that you're watching right now. And all you have to do is reply yes, and you'll get our updates, all the great stuff we have coming out of CES this year and throughout the year. And by the way, if you do that during CES, if you do it right now, we are giving away some great prizes. We have some great prizes coming to us from some of these people that we're interviewing today. We're going to kind of leave you in limbo with what those prizes are going to be, but we have some great stuff that we're giving away from some of the vendors here at CES this year. So make sure that you text TECH, T-E-C-H, to 844-829-1524 to at least get in on the drawing, and then, of course, you can still, hopefully want to follow us after that. So coming up in a little bit, too, we have Stern Pinball. will be here. Actually, they're one of our favorites. They come back and talk to us every year, don't they? Yeah, you gotta love those guys.
Yeah, they have. I was there for Showstoppers last night.
Okay.
And they have a 007 pinball machine. And there was
Of course they do.
There was a crowd forming it.
Oh my goodness.
So I was going to partake, but
I'm actually now regretting that I wasn't there last night.
Yeah.
But it was a long couple days. I'm
Yes.
just telling you, and I needed a couple hours of downtime. So. But yeah, so we have that coming up. We also have showcase holograms, and that is going to be quite amazing as well. I am really looking forward to that, and that'll be at 12 Pacific, 3 Eastern. So you'll want to stay tuned for showcase holograms. It's going to be stunning what you're going to be finding out about that. So, and then later in the show today, Vision Tech will be here. We have some artificial intelligence that will be joining us. Wearables. I mean, we have quite the array of items coming at us. We thank you for joining us today. It is National Technology Day, and we're just getting set up right now for our next guest, and I'm really excited about this. And I'm really feeling bad that I wasn't there last night now. But Seth, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Well, so I think we've met before, haven't we?
I think maybe.
Yeah, I think it was either last year or the year before, but we're so excited that Stern Pinball is joining us for National Technology Day. You guys have been coming to CES for quite a few years.
We have. We have been here for a number of years.
Yeah.
We're here talking about the technology that goes into our games, and they're a great technology experience. They are classic gameplay, but with technology infused all throughout. We've got, basically video games in them, and we've got an online platform now with Insider Connected as well. So,
and your booth is always crazy busy.
It is.
Yeah. And
it's nice to have a fun product that everybody loves to play.
Yes.
And it turns out the engineers that come to CES really love to play our product.
So do you get over to the Pinball Museum here when you're in town?
We do. We actually have a partnership with the Pinball Museum.
Really?
Yeah, we have a Stern experience in the Pinball Hall of Fame.
I was wondering if that was okay. That makes sense to me now because I get over there all the time. I mean, there's in my opinion, no better deal in Vegas than taking a roll of quarters over to the Pinball.
Oh, it's
Museum.
great. It's great. Everybody should go over there. And actually, during CES, anybody who plays our games scanned in Insider Connected will get a badge through our Insider Connected service at CES. Or if you play any time at the Pinball Hall of Fame, you'll get your Pinball Hall of Fame badge to show that you've been there and you played a Stern game.
That might be what I'm doing tonight now. So that sounds great. So, well, I know you have some great new stuff. I've heard rumblings of some 007 games.
Yeah, James Bond, everybody's favorite, the classic James Bond. So we've launched a couple of new James Bond games. So our big game is the James Bond Cornerstone Edition, so James Bond 007. It focuses on the Sean Connery films, and it's a brand new Cornerstone game. We have Pro, Premium, and Limited editions of that. It has, the Bird One rocket in it from the movie. It has an Aston Martin DB5 where the top opens and the ball comes out like the ejector seat out of the DB5. And it has a jetpack Bond where James Bond is in the back and he has a magnet on him so he can pick up the ball and move it around with the jetpack and drop it all over the field. So we have We have that game, and then we have another game which is the 60th anniversary edition, which is a classic style. It's our super limited edition. We're only making 500 of those.
Okay.
And that's that one actually focuses on all 60 years of Bond, so it has all the James Bonds in it, and it's a retro-inspired style of game as well. So we're actually showing that off for the first time here at CES, only at our press event. So the press was able to see those. So you should have come and played it.
Stop making me feel bad. This was last night, wasn't it?
It was.
Oh, my goodness. I'm going to have to figure out a way to sweet talk you later, I guess. But so you're taking me in a different direction that I wanted to ask you, but I'll get back to my other questions.
Yeah.
Where do you get your inspiration from for games? I mean, I understand the movie thing. I mean, do you just look for iconic type of movies or characters? I mean, could I come to you? I don't know if you know this, but I'm also the founder of National Day Calendar. So like National Pizza Day, National Coffee Day, right? I mean, could I come to you with an idea for a game, or can I hire you guys to do that? I mean, how does that work?
Yeah, so We are lucky enough to be the biggest company manufacturing pinball machines out there.
Yep.
So one of the great opportunities that gives us is to work with the world's absolutely best IP. And
Okay.
we do that all the time. I mean, our games are James Bond,
Yep.
they're Marvel, Star Wars, Jurassic Park. You know, we do a lot of great bands as well. We just did a game with Rush earlier this year.
Yes, yeah.
So, you know, part of the way we come up with games is to think about, you know, what is great in pop culture, what works for our fan base, what expands the fan base to a broader audience. So we really spent a lot of time thinking about that, and it takes us a couple of years to make these games. So right now we're having conversations about what should we be making in 2026, right?
So
that's kind of the time frame we're
Sure,
on.
sure,
And
sure.
it's sort of like, you know, what films are going to be big and resonant, what's classic and new,
Yep,
and gets,
yep.
you know, our products are really for people of all ages. A kid can go down to an arcade and play the machine for a couple of bucks, right? Or down to the Pinball Hall of Fame for 25 cents.
Right.
And you know, or an adult can buy these and put them in their home. And 70% of our games now go in the home. A lot
I
of
was
people
going to ask
think,
you that next. Yeah.
A lot of people think of us as, oh, it's always just a commercial product. We are predominantly a consumer product these days.
Interesting.
Yeah, like I said, 70% go to people's homes.
Which is why the themes are so important too, because I
100%.
love James Bond, and I'm just itchy to get to your new James Bond.
It really
game,
has
and I
to
would
be a
put it in,
theme, that people want to bring into their home and
Right,
bring into their
right.
house and have there, because it's gaming, it's art, it's all those things. And we like to say it's the ultimate gaming experience. You know, your Xbox or your PlayStation is great. Those are
Right.
wonderful games, but it doesn't have the feel. You can't get your whole family around it
Yep.
quite the same way that you can with a pinball machine.
Yeah. So, you know, National Respect the Lima Bean Day, right? I think this should be a pinball game, because that National Day is perfect for pinball.
It is. It might be a little niche, but
Just
it's
a little
good.
niche. There's 18 people that like them, you know. So, just saying. So, how do we find out more information? Where do I buy the James Bond pinball machine?
So sternpinball.com would
Okay.
be your best place to find more information about the game, or find dealers in your area. We work through dealers predominantly. These games are pretty heavy, so people like to tend to like to have them
Sure.
delivered to their home
Sure.
by somebody.
Sure.
And our dealers will help you out in your local area.
Do you have a list of them on your website?
There's a list
then?
of them on the
Okay.
web. You go to the website. You can go to the James Bond game. It'll be right there at the top, and it'll say buy a game.
Okay.
And it'll give you a list of people you can go to buy them from.
Cool. Am I missing anything? Anything else you want to say?
No, I don't think so. I mean, we're
Okay.
just hoping everybody gets connected and joins the community.
That's right. Oh, so tell me about that.
Yeah.
I mean, is it about when I have the high score in my James Bond game, I can compete against other people now? What does that mean?
You got it. So your pinball machine now knows who you are. And actually every pinball machine knows who you are. So if you go to the Pinball Hall of Fame and you scan in, it'll be, oh, hey, how are you? You know, welcome. And you'll be able to track your scores. We now give achievements. It's funny. People have been playing pinball for a long time. We're like, I just go for score.
Right.
But, you know, younger folks that are getting into pinball, they're like, I get achievements on my Pleistation or my
Sure,
Xbox.
sure.
I expect it here. And it adds a layered depth to playing the game. And so we have that, and then we also have leaderboards and competition.
Okay.
So there are both local and global leaderboards. So you can compete against everybody in the world, see how good you are, or in your local location, you can compete on the leaderboard. So right here at CES, we have a leaderboard for CES, so we're going to see who's the best at CES
Interesting.
at the game.
Yeah.
So you can we have the ability to do both, and so your local arcade or bar could have it,
Yep.
or you could play against everybody in the world.
So when I have my own game, can I set the sensors so I can bump them a little hard, or how does that work?
Yeah, it's a little bit of honor system right
Is it?
now. You know, look, pinball is a very physical object, so not
Yes.
everything is totally locked down,
Yeah.
but we do our best to keep them. And you know what? I will say our community is great, and they do a pretty good job of self-policing around.
I swear that's
you
why I
know.
have arthritis, because I play pinball so much, and I would always, I won't get into that. But it's been great having you on the show today.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for joining us for National Technology Day. So, all right. Thanks, Seth. Take
Bye.
care. All right, everybody. Get over to Stern Pinball. You got to check these guys out. Of course, they're one of my favorite companies, and it's just because I'm a pinball addict. So I have a hard time walking by any pinball machine without dropping some money into it. So, Kurt, how about you, man? Are you a pinball man too?
Casual pinball fan.
Casual. What does that mean? I didn't know there was such a thing.
Meaning that I haven't played in a very, 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 very long time.
Did you have a game? Did you have one when you were a kid, maybe, that you played a lot, or?
To be honest, not really.
Okay.
I would go to, and for people who know anything about malls, called Spaceport. It's an arcade. in various malls. It's called Spaceport. And it's basically a space shuttle theme, and they have video games and a vast array of pinball machines. So I didn't really have one set, one set pinball machine. I played them all, and I love the ones where they loop and they bounce and like these little tricks they do. So, yeah.
Very cool. Very cool. So again, thanks everybody for joining us. It is National Technology Day. I am your guru of geek, Marlo Anderson, playing dual roles today because I'm also the founder of National Day Calendar and helped bring National Technology Day forward a couple years ago. Excited that it's during CES, so we get to have a little fun with all these people who bring this amazing gadgetry and technology to all of our lives. Make sure that if you want to continue to follow us during this or after the show, all you have to do is text us now. This is pretty cool too. So all you have to do is text TECH, that's TECH, to 844-829-1524. That's 844-829-1524, and just reply yes. We'll have some great prizes. I'm not going to tell you what they are yet, but we're going to have some great prizes coming to you from CES. And you never know. You know, maybe it's that James Bond pinball machine we were just talking about, or that humidifier we were just talking about a little earlier. So you just never know what we're going to be giving away. But make sure you get in for that drawing. I see Kurt's over there already signing up.
Yep.
Hey, can you scroll that across the bottom by chance?
We don't have a way to do it from here.
Okay, wasn't sure what are you know, and for those of you just joining us, we were on the floor and had significant technology difficulties, so we are back into the Tech Podcast booth space. They were kind enough to let us take over their space here so we could continue the show. So we're not at full capacity, I guess you could say. They were gracious enough to jump in here and help us out. So the Tech Podcast Network, make sure you follow them as well. Plug Hits, yes, PLUGHITZ. You got to check those guys out. Oh my goodness, they are dedicated to letting you know about the latest in technology. They're absolutely wonderful. So go check them out as well. Andrew.
Hi, Marlo.
So good to see you.
Good to see you.
Yes, yes. Thanks for joining us for National Technology Day.
It's exciting. You're working really hard and being flexible.
Well,
it's
you are too, actually. I mean, everybody had to, throw. You just deal with what you get thrown at you, right? So, AR Drive. So, it's AR Drive?
AR Drive, yeah.
AR Drive,
yeah.
All right. So I wasn't sure if that was correct or not, but I'm going to guess you're going to educate me on this.
I would love to.
All right. So tell me a little bit about your company.
So we do decentralized storage, right? So let's say I took a picture earlier of you doing your presentation.
Okay.
And you can store it on the permaweb. And it uses a blockchain technology called Arweave. And so it's decentralized, it's permanent, and you're able to access it forever. It's uncensorable. And so we have a mobile app for Android, and we also are working on our iPhone one.
Like you're going to get the internet in here. I'm sorry.
Well, no, we were like, oh, well, this is exciting to show off. Like these are my teammates walking around.
So if you put it right here,
oh, yeah.
I think you can you get that, Kurt?
Thanks, Kurt.
Maybe lay it down
like
on the, is that better? Or tilt it up? Like so. All right.
So these are my teammates, Jonathan and Anthony, walking around.
Okay.
And we just took a picture, and we uploaded it through our app to the permaweb, which means that you can't delete it because it's stored on it's decentralized and stored on a bunch of different nodes. So it's pretty exciting because it's the first permaweb app where you can store on Web3 through a mobile device, which is kind of cool, storing data.
It will never disappear.
Never disappear. So
you're scaring a lot of people right now. I'm just telling you. So why is that so important?
The important thing is that, I'm sure you are used to paying for monthly storage.
Yes.
So it adds up, right? Like I make music too, and so you have to store to save the files every month. But with this, you pay once and it's there forever, so you'll never lose it. Like my mom does genealogy, right? And she uploads the documents of our family, but that way they're always there permanently, so you can never delete them. But it's a good question because like it's permanent, so if you upload something, it's there forever. So you got to be careful with your phone. You got to be like, wait, do I want to upload this horrible picture of my friend? They might be mad.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Interesting. So. But I can see all kinds of space. I mean, there's family memories, of course, that come to mind. Business documents that I would imagine. I mean, I go in my back room, right, and I have these boxes, these file boxes, and they go back to like 1993 or whatever. Wouldn't need any of that stuff anymore, right? Because you put it in the permanent web, and it's still, if you wanted to have access to that, 20 years from now, it would still be there.
Still be there, and you can make it really private too. So
Okay.
you can encrypt it with a password and everything. So it's really helpful because, like old proprietary media, like remember like zip disks or easy drives?
Absolutely.
Sometimes it's hard to extract that stuff, but once you have it up there, you don't have to keep fixing these old drives from 20 years ago, 30 years ago.
Right.
What do you think is the oldest file you have, like digitally, that you care about?
Oh my goodness. So this will go back probably, because I've been in this space for a long time, probably 82, 83, somewhere in there.
Wow. I was born in 82. That's pretty cool.
Thank you for making me feel so young just now.
No, but you were probably like 2 years old doing files then.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. So, no, I'm remembering so I bought my first computer in 1982.
Oh, it's tight. What kind was it, though?
It was an Atom. Oh, I can't believe I can remember this. So it was an Atom that you hooked up to your television. I mean, it was like a cable, coax cable that you plug into your television,
wow.
right?
Yeah.
So there was no monitor. I mean, no monitors that we would call monitors. There was the like the green luminescent or the black and white or whatever, right? But you'd plug this thing in, and then it ran off a cassette tape because there was no hard storage. So I mean, there was I'm sure you've seen the reels back in the day, right?
Yeah.
And there were, of course, before that was punch cards. And so this company had come up with a way that you could use a cassette tape off of your portable cassette player that you'd plug into the microphone on this thing, and it would actually send the data this way. And you'd break the tabs off the cassettes so that they would run the same speed both directions.
Oh.
Crazy setup, but it was really, really cool. And the thing that was wonderful about it, again, can't believe this, but they had a printer that came along with that, and it was a daisy wheel printer. If you ever remember the old typewriters where you type like this and it would hit the A and it would strike the A?
Yeah.
This is the printer.
That's tight.
So it was like they took an old-fashioned electric print or typewriter and converted it to be a computer printer. And for the life of me, and at the time, dot matrix was the big deal.
Yeah.
And I could never get over the fact that the daisy or the daisy wheel printer didn't become a big deal because the dot matrix was so terrible. And but anyway, but it was a lot quieter, and I think that's why people went that direction.
Would it take a while to load it when you put in the cassette?
Oh my goodness!
They go.
But you have to remember that there
Yeah.
was nothing like GUIs or anything like that. Graphic user interfaces. It was just all text on the screen, and so it would take a while to load. But whatever. But I guarantee you that if I think I have some of these cassettes in a box someplace,
Yeah.
and I also have a memory of my daughter. She accidentally plugged in a headphone into the microphone jack on my stereo one time, and she actually recorded, "Is it working, huh?" And I have that voice, so I would want to keep that forever, right? So
we should help you with that if you want, because you can take the wave, right? If you can put the wave,
and I have all the equipment to do that. Yep.
and then it's forever there, and it's private, and it's like. Because life happens quick, right? Like I'm a dad, my son's 2, and the other day we were recording him after Christmas talking about like his presents, and I'm like, this might not save on my hard drive forever, but I want to be able to access it,
right?
And not pay to store it every month,
right? Right. Yeah, it's interesting. That's really, really cool.
It's fun.
So it's a one-time pay. I mean, how is that the only way you monetize this? Then is through the one-time payment of archiving that like memory or whatever, or how are you?
That's a good question.
Okay.
So it's like our drive uses layer 2 technology, right? Because Arweave is the blockchain, or they call it the block weave, which is about 5 years old. And we've developed this thing called the Arweave file system, RFS, which makes it so it's kind of more intuitive. So it's, for instance, you can upload the files and move them around to different folders. You can easily create different drives like this and then put them in different folders. You can rename them. Here's one we did from our trip to Portland, and you can organize the files in a way.
Oh yeah, sorry. Right there. That's okay.
Through the Arweave file system, and you can preview the files. So it's kind of like when I think a good example is like when Xerox first had the mouse. You know, when Xerox created the first operating system where you could use a mouse, and then Apple saw that, and it made it conducive. Oh, how's that? Nice. So, yeah, it's tight. So it's exciting because the Arweave file system.
Turn it this way a little bit so that there's no glare.
How's that?
There we go. Right there. That's it. Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, this is the team. This was in Portland. I like this picture. But we take a small percentage of the Arweave token for using the RFS system.
I see.
So for the intuitive nature of it, and then we make it so the users, it distributes the tips amongst the users. So it's kind of got a it's the DAO. Have you heard of it? It's the decentralized autonomous organization.
Yes. Yeah.
So that's part of it, but it's more about making it easy and accessible and bringing it to everyone.
Okay.
And it's really fun working on this project because
I bet it is.
Yeah, it's cool. The Arweave team was helping archive data in Ukraine during the conflict as the Russians were blowing up the different servers and stuff.
Wow.
Because once it's on the permaweb, it's there forever, and every day I wake up, I'm excited about it because it's like. Data is ephemeral, but if you can find a way to distribute it and make it work and have access for everyone, it's super cool. And that's why the mobile is so exciting. And that's why it's interesting to hear about your stories and how you've had different media exposure and different technology and how your story, you want that saved.
You do, and I'm not the only person that way. I mean, you and I won't get into my background a little bit, but obviously I have a little background here with saving memories and things. And did you know that the VHS tape at one time was more popular than the telephone?
I didn't know that.
98% of all homes had a VHS player in the 90s, and only 95% had a telephone. So having that ability to watch not only movies, but to record those memories that people had of their children or whatever was so important. And there's 10 billion tapes just in the United States alone that are sitting in closets or whatever of these memories. So this is, I know I'm getting you a little excited about what you're doing now. So my guess is you and I are going to have a conversation after this interview because there's a lot of stuff that you and I can collaborate on.
And we wanted to give you this too, Marlon. If you scan this, we'll send you some Arweave so you can upload some files.
Look at this.
So shout out to our community manager, Anthony, because he put these together.
That's pretty cool. Thanks, Anthony.
He's standing right there. He's tight.
Thanks, Anthony. I appreciate that. And how do we find out more information about ArDrive?
You can go to ardrive.io.
And that's AR, by the way.
ARDRIVE.io. And we also have a YouTube channel where we do a lot of videos that explain the tech.
Okay.
So it's a lot of fun. And we're on TikTok, too, so that's fun.
Interesting. So you can go on there. You can sign up. You can start saving things to it if you want. And do you have a lot of businesses doing things with you right now?
Yeah, we had a tax accounting company called Mina in the UK that does cryptocurrency tax accounting, and they were using it. There was a Grammy-nominated producer named BT who did a whole project called The Orb. So like our business-to-business arm is developing, and it's been pretty cool training people and onboarding, helping with archival projects. So we have a lot of people we're working with, and it's really exciting. And
I think that's the business records thing could be just huge. Because, again, I mean, and even when you store stuff digitally, I mean, this stuff takes up space after a while. Or you just have to, you keep buying bigger hard drives. Those things fail all the time. And, yeah, you just, it sounds really, really great. So
yeah, we don't have time for that. We need to save it and make it easy.
That's right. That's exactly right.
You're a good interviewer, Marlo. I appreciate you.
I've never heard that before.
I don't mean to embarrass you, but you ask really thoughtful questions.
Well, thank you. That's cool. I think what you have going here is really cool, and I look forward to talking to you again in the future. So appreciate it.
Pleased to meet you. Thank you for your time.
Enjoy National Technology Day, by the way. Get out there and do something techie today.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
That's
sounds good. All right.
Thank you.
Check that out, everybody. ARDrive, and very, very clever way to archive your most important memories, your most important documents, whatever you want to do, and it's permanent. It will always be there, which is kind of scary maybe a little bit, but there's things that we all have that we don't want to have perish on us, hand it down from generation to generation. Business records like we were talking about, I think is really important. So ardrive.com, go check them out. Wow, Kurt, I don't know. My mind is spinning after that one.
Ditto.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool.
So I like being in this seat, by the way. I get cool free stuff. I'm waiting for the car to show up, though.
Yeah, right.
Do you think somebody will bring a car later? I don't know.
And you get a car, and you get a car.
Yes,
and
exactly.
You get a car.
You know, I think Elon is showing up pretty shortly, right? With Teslas for all of us?
I hope so, supposedly.
Yeah.
Supposedly.
I'm just saying, I heard rumors. Elon, you know, you can show up anytime. It's all good.
Right. Yeah.
As I swallow some water in the microphone, that's just always lovely. Sorry about that, everybody. But you're joining us for National Technology Day. I'm your guru of geek, Marlo Anderson, and founder of National Day Calendar, all rolled up into one to bring you National Technology Day. I want to thank our teams, by the way, everybody that's putting this together here, Plug Hits, the Podcast Network, TPN Network, they're here as well. Back home, National Day Calendar. They have been working hard to make sure that this broadcast would go without a fault. Unfortunately, you know, it all fell back on me. And actually, I have to say, I mean, we had some technology difficulties earlier. I am sure, as with most years here, that our challenges were internet related. And we just couldn't get a decent feed from the floor, so we had to move up into the tower booth here, and that's where we're at right now, and we'll finish the day here. So thanks again for joining us for National Technology Day. If you want to follow us, and we also have great prizes, by the way, so we're going to be giving away some amazing prizes for National Technology Day. Make sure you text TECH, T-E-C-H, to 844-829-1524. That's 844-829-1524. Grab a pen and paper, everybody. I'm going to read it one more time so that you can write it down. It's 844-829-1524, and just text TECH, T-E-C-H, to us, and you will be in for those drawings as well as notifications from the Tech Ranch. And all of your other friends that are bringing this to you from CES 2020. I keep doing this, Kurt. It's 2023. 2020. Hey, welcome to 2020. I mean, it sounds like, what's the show? 2020, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, it's
we're in touch, so you're in touch.
We're just adding a few extra years onto that. Oh, my goodness. So we are actually, next up is our showcase holograms, and I am very, very excited. They're making their way up to the tower here right now. Have you seen some of the holographic things that are going on?
No. I've been here at the studio pretty much for the past since, today's Friday. So
okay. Yeah, it's Friday, right? Yeah.
I'm trying to tell back. I've been here since Monday night. So
it's hard to believe it's Friday already. Actually,
yeah. To be honest, I was at Showstoppers last night. I went down to Rico Park for like a half hour.
Yeah. I haven't even been there yet.
So
I know. For me, that's actually astonishing. I know, but so you were down there for a half hour?
Yeah, I was down there for about a half hour.
Explain to everybody what Eureka Park is.
So Eureka Park is basically it's startups, and I've kind of akin it to Shark Tank. So if you watch Shark Tank and you see these various companies, brand new that are starting out, and they will pitch a product or an app. Majority of it's products. And that's basically what I think Eureka Park is all about. They were looking for investors to invest in their company.
Yep.
And also, obviously, they were looking for us, to have to interview them. That's basically it in a nutshell. And and that's how we kind of our coverage is. Want to know more about that? How did it come about? Not necessarily the price and when availability is concerned, but you know the story behind the product, what became of it, and that's basically what the majority. And then there's also Rico Park. There's also pavilions. There's France, which is huge.
Love the French pavilion.
It has grown. I've been here since 2018, and those pavilions have grown a lot.
Yep. Well, Eureka Park, I think Eureka Park, is it 10 years that they started? Something like that. And it was just in a couple of small rooms. It used to be like 30 booths or some crazy thing. And then they outgrew that. They went into another room. And now they have the whole basement of the Sands Venetian Convention Center, which has to be 500,000 square feet. I mean, I don't know for sure, but it's huge.
It's huge. And you have not just France, who's basically overtaken it, but also there's Italy, Korean.
Yep, Switzerland, Norway, Canada. In fact, I think, did you see that Canada's up here?
No.
Yeah, there's a couple of countries up here. So my guess is that they're out of room downstairs and they're pushing people up on top now. It wouldn't surprise me, Kurt, in a couple years that all of this convention center will be just Eureka Park. And the reason I say that is because they added another 500,000 square feet or whatever over to the regular convention center, so they have room to move all of the standard stuff that's here every year over there. So, but that's what I think is going to happen. But it's still cool stuff in here, obviously.
Yeah, it is really cool. I mean, again, I was down there yesterday for like when I got down here from TDing and producing, I went down there for about a half hour, if that. So I only did like a quarter of Eureka Park. I did a quarter here at our outside of our studio here, of our tower, and but yeah, I would like to go down hopefully tomorrow afternoon when I'm done here, because I'm usually TDing in the morning, so probably in the afternoon I'm going to take a visit. And I love coming here. I mean, I know you and Todd and Sky's been here for many years.
Yep.
But for me, it's like it's new. I mean, I know there's some products out there. There's second gen products, but to me, I'm fascinated. Like,
do you not think like Todd and Scott and I are still not like kids in the candy store? Of course we are.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
it hasn't changed.
No, I know, but you guys.
The only
really
thing that's changed is that I don't have any hair left. I was looking at a picture the first year I covered CES 21 years ago, and I had curly hair everywhere. Well, now I have it on my back instead of my head. Not to gross everybody out, but that's kind of what it is. But I am just the same. I am just as giddy about coming here every year. I can't wait for the doors to open to see something that I've never seen before and go, are you kidding me?
It's not just seeing, and also keep in mind is that registration starts in late September.
Yes.
And then when they will announce the theme of that year.
Right.
And we get an influx of emails. And as far as TPN is concerned, as producer, I weed out a lot of the things. Some of them are really technical.
Yep.
Some aren't. But I look for interesting companies and people to talk to, be it CEOs, CMOs, or just like a person that, not necessarily a PR rep per se, because we get a lot of PR, I've got a lot of clients. But again, I read their story or their pitches, a couple paragraphs, but some of them are really long-winded.
Yep.
But and then we still get the email. I get we must get anywhere between 100 to 1,000 emails.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, I can't even open the inbox because it's just a stream of stuff. So, some of the products that I have seen out here on the floor. And just, again, everybody, we had some technological difficulties on the floor. We're back up into the tower, and there's some transition that's going on. Next up, we have Showcase Holograms. They'll be joining us shortly. The challenge is I'm sure they went to where they're supposed to be at, and they got to make their way to the tower now. So there's a little transition that's going on to make that happen. But they'll be here shortly. Have you seen And I know this isn't new technology, but I love what's going on with autonomous lawnmowers. There has to be at least 5 companies here with autonomous lawnmowers. And the ones we interviewed yesterday, Badger, their quarter-acre lawnmower is $600. I'm like, are you kidding me?
Holy moly!
I just bought a push mower for $600, and I'm like, what do you mean I don't have to mow my yard anymore? Because I mean, one of the challenges before was that they were $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 for an okay one. Now the price point. I mean, the one that they have that's an acre that's coming out here in a couple months is only $800. I mean, if you have an acre to mow, this thing will mow it for you. It'll keep it manicured all the time. I mean, it's just amazing. And then on top of it, I was just talking to the people over at Dandy. And if we're lucky, we're going to have them on the show here today. Okay. This is a last-minute thing if we can get them over here.
Cool.
But Dandy has an autonomous weeder. So this thing goes around your yard, and it identifies a dandelion or anything else that's a weed in your yard, and then it just sprays the weed killer on the weed.
Okay.
So you're not going and putting this with the spreader and fertilizing and weed eating and all that stuff at the same time. Yeah. You're not putting that all down on your yard. Right. You're just putting it down on the weed itself, and the thing is that you go out and kill a dandelion, and 2 days later there's another one over there. So this thing will just systematically go out there and take care of these things for you. And I'm like, you gotta be kidding me.
Does it have a camera on it? Or
yes, it does. Oh. So it identifies a whole myriad of weeds. Well, basically anything that's not the grass that should be grown in there, it'll take care of. Is what's going to work. What's going to happen here? So, yeah, yeah. It's pretty cool.
I got to see this.
Yeah. It's just believe it or not, it's just the next row over.
Okay.
So even if you get 5 minutes, you can wander over there and take a look at it. It's pretty cool. So yeah, yeah. So I'm excited to talk to them too. I love. I love the first mow of the year. After the snow melts down where I live, and you get out there and you mow and you come in and you're cleaning your ears for the next week because of all the dirt that's in them from mowing, But but after the first couple 3 mows, I'm starting to think, why do I have to? Sorry, Kurt. Didn't mean to make you laugh. I should have had another career, right, as a comedian. So, but it's the truth. And then after a couple of mows, you're like, oh my goodness, I got a whole another 6 or 7 months of this. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about machines that will do this stuff for you, and then I can go fishing, or I can go for a walk with my significant other or whatever. I mean, that's what this is about. It's about making your life better, and it's just
better, but also not taking over our lives.
Yeah, exactly.
That's key. I think that it's great to have these things that do it for us, but hopefully we're not into the to the point where it's going to take over the the world and everything be automated.
Right. Exactly. So hey, I think we're having some activity here now, so that's great. And again, everybody, this is your live coverage from CES 2023. I'm your guru of geek, Marlo Anderson, covering National Technology Day, and excited to have you joining us for this. Make sure that you text TECH, T-E-C-H, to 844-829-1524. If you didn't get this before, write it down now, 844-829-1524. We're giving away all kinds of great prizes right after CES is over with to the people who sign up there. You also will be able to continue to get notifications from us as well. So we look forward to sending those to you, of course, and we hope at least that you get in for the prizes that will be given away as well. And joining me in the hot seat, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing well. Marlo.
Alan Hirsch, how are you?
Nice to meet you, Alan. I'm doing well. How's your CES so far?
Fantastic.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, really,
good.
Really great. Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
And I see some cool things here. Who are you with, first of all?
Handle, New York.
Handle, New York. H-A-N-D-L. H-A-N-D-L.
New York spelled out.com is the website. But
so handlenewyork.com?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to write that down real quick here. So tell me about Handle.
Yeah, so this is an invention that I came up with as an artist. It's a new way of holding your phone, a very simple elastic embrace system where you can slide into your phone naturally with one hand, use no muscles. And,
Okay.
And it also converts to portrait and landscape stand.
Well, isn't that clever?
And yeah, so we have a lot of interesting designs. We had the rectangle on the market in major retailers, and now we launched our new round.
Okay.
Which also has a elastic brace, patented, and
the stand as well. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And we are.
I'm going to put this like. I don't know. Can you get that, Kurt, like that?
Oh, we're on video?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I didn't know. I wasn't sure. I was describing it. All right, I shouldn't have. Never mind. Picture's worth 1,000 words.
Oh,
anyway.
you're making me laugh now. That's hilarious.
Right.
You just got thrown into this, didn't you?
Yeah, it was the last minute, like 2 minutes ago. So I'm a little.
That's hilarious.
So yeah, so we have our MagSafe now, which goes on like that.
Okay.
And we actually put a mirror on as a base, so
okay.
you can check yourself out without looking at a screen all the time.
Okay.
And again, it's designed to slide on with one hand, so you can be doing something else, and it's supposed to sort of fit in the groove of your lifestyle, where you just need your phone, grab it, do this or that, and no stress on the hand.
So how does this? You see like the pop sockets or whatever, right? And you see those on a lot of different phones. Of course, this is significantly more classy, but give me the comparison between the two.
When I developed this, I was not looking at any other accessory. I was just looking for the best solution of the hand, connecting the hand to the phone.
Okay.
The most flexible solution. So Pop Socket was actually created as a headphone wrapper.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't even made as an ergonomic hand holder.
Interesting.
So you actually use muscles when you're using a pop socket. You have to sort of steady it.
Well, and I have to admit, I mean, when I hold the phone for 3 or 4 or 5 minutes, when I have one of these things, in fact, I took it off my phone because your fingers really get sore right through here.
Yes,
and after a while, I mean, you actually, if you do this for a long period of time, I could see significant challenges with your hands or something in the future. Because the lack of ergonomic design with it. Yeah.
Here, you want to?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Just hold your
so
hand
just
down.
like, okay.
I like to do the top.
Oh,
two.
I see what you're doing. Okay.
So you have maximum thumb movement.
Oh yeah. I got you. So you can text or whatever you need to. Then yeah. That's comfortable.
Yeah, it's comfortable.
I like how it just kind of holds on the back of your fingers.
It holds you basically. You don't have to. It's a hand holder rather than a phone holder.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty clever. That's pretty clever.
We're doing fancy ones like this.
Okay.
If you want to add some bling.
Yeah.
And we partner with Popple, which is a pioneering digital business card.
Okay.
And we have them built in, so you can tap other phones and share your info. Here,
gotcha.
I'll show you how to do this.
Yeah, I was just
like that.
Just like that.
Yeah.
So let's. Are you getting that, Kurt?
And you'd also, with the MagSafe round, you also have the portrait landscape stand.
That's pretty cool.
And you can wedge it on things. The loop has a wedge, so you can actually, if you're in a restaurant, you want to put it on a bottle, or you want to do one finger, so.
That's pretty clever,
flexible.
too. So
we have all kinds of different designs. I don't have them here, but.
I could even see, one of the challenges I always have, like on a plane. Have you run into this, too, where you just never know what kind of plane you're going to get on a lot of times, and some of them have the screen, some of them do not, some of them have the net, some of them do not. Sometimes you have that, all you got is that pocket in front of you, right?
Yeah,
and you're like, where am I going to put my phone to watch my movie or whatever? And I've thought about this for a long time, like how you would do this. This would do that.
I actually use them backwards. I'm on a bike or something, so I can sort of see here.
Interesting.
So, yeah, and it wedges right.
You could just wedge it in the pocket and it would just be right there, and you just watch your video or whatever. So, yeah, this is very, very clever. So, handlenewyork.com is where you get these. So, do you have them?
And we're on Amazon, and we're starting to get into shopping malls, and a lot of retailers are interested. So you'll see them soon.
How many designs do you have, Alan? A lot, obviously.
A lot. I don't know, maybe 50 or something.
Okay. Very cool.
Yeah, cool.
Very cool.
Appreciate it.
You bet. You bet. Thanks for coming on. And
Sure.
get out and celebrate National Technology Day today.
Oh, yeah.
That's what this is about. Is
Okay.
that and Paula, I think it's great that you dropped in on us and with a 2-minute warning here. So that's fantastic.
Appreciate
so
it.
yeah,
Thank
I appreciate
you.
it. You take
Thank
care
you
of
very
yourself.
much.
And go check that out, everybody. That's actually a very, very clever way to hang on to your phone. Go to handlenewyork.com, HANDL Newyork.com to check out all of Alan's wonderful products. That was pretty cool. You know, I have a little bit of arthritis forming in one of my fingers here, and I sometimes wonder if it's just not because of the fact that I hang on to a phone so weird all the time. So I'm probably going to pick up one of those there, Kurt. So, oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So again, like our job, Alan is handing us some stuff, which, you know, may turn into prizes for you. You just never know. Make sure you get over to and sign up for our opt-in. Take care, Alan. At 844-829-1524. Just text TECH, T-E-C-H, to 844-829-1524, and we'll get those potentially. You could potentially win some prizes that we're giving away today as well. So, do you have a holder on your phone?
No, I do not. I just have a. Let me just get my camera.
Yep.
Oh. Just a case.
Oh yeah, yep. I'm in the same space as well. So come on over. We have some other wonderful people coming to join us. So, but thanks again, everybody, for joining us for National Technology Day. This is Marlo Anderson, your guru of geek, and a big shout out to all the people over at National Day Calendar today as well. It is National Technology Day, and they've gone through a lot of work to make sure that we're showing this on our website, on all of our social media feeds, as well as all of the other feeds with TPN and Plug Hits and all of those fun places that you can find this as well. So thanks again for joining us. And we have all mic'd up, ready to go.
Is that good? That's good. Thank
All
you.
right.
Hello?
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine. Just
And
1 sec.
Yes, yeah, get
That's
yourself
good.
all situated there.
Huh.
And I think we have even more that we're going to show off right here.
That's a big pot.
Oh my goodness. This won't fit in my pocket. How am I supposed to steal this without you knowing?
Sorry?
How am I supposed to steal this without you knowing? Because usually I just slip it into my pocket, you know.
Yeah, but
so,
it's for your garage, so I think it's okay.
Okay. So first of all, who are you?
I am Beatrice.
Hello, Beatrice. My name is
Hello.
Marlo. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
And you are with?
So this is a robot charger. So
Okay.
this is basically a part just to charge automatically and effortless your car. Whenever you are in the garage, today you drive in and that's it.
So I
And
would, for example, I mean, does it work with Tesla, for example?
No, this is Stellantis. So we
Oh,
work in-
Stellantis, gotcha.
Yeah, close.
Okay.
The RAM, in fact.
Yes,
You
yes,
know RAM?
okay. Yes.
Okay.
So you would drive your Ram over the top of this, and they would just wirelessly charge your vehicle.
That's it. So you comes in with the kids and everything in. So you just go out of the car, enter your home, and you're sure your RAM will be charged. When you come
Gotcha.
in the next time, it's charged. You know it. You don't forget. You don't think. And during the night, you just stay up and say, "Hey, did I do it?" Because I'm sure you already had this situation. You come up in the morning, you have an electric car, and it's not charged.
Yes.
And then you cannot go. So
Yes.
this is really a problem. And this is what we want to solve, to get you an effortless and really frictionless solution. You enter in, you're sure it's done, and when you go, it's done.
So Stellantis, are you guys going to be developing this for your other EVs as well? I mean,
Yes, sure.
you know, the Jeep line and all this stuff too?
Yes.
Okay.
So we are here just to show this preview. It's a world preview. It's never ever been done before.
Okay.
So it's in fact it's autonomous. This is also what is very specific to this robot.
Okay.
There are a lot of solutions today, but just to have it autonomous and get sure that when you park in, the system automatically detects that you are in, and he wants to charge, and then it would charge. You can tell, okay, between 10 o'clock and 2 in the morning, that's better. So I will charge then, or just adapt the charging time and the charging period you want to have. So this is just done.
Yep.
And this kind of system, automatic, autonomous, is a world premiere and preview here.
So is this available now on the Dodge Ram, or is this something that you're thinking, or that will be coming out sometime in the near future?
That will come out in 2025.
Okay.
This is what we have, but we are working on an alternative solution just to get sure that it will be ready. So, earlier.
If you buy a vehicle now, will this be a? Will
not
that be
yet.
Okay. Okay.
So it's new. It's innovation so far.
Yes. Yes.
But we will speed up, let's say, the market entry to be ready as soon as possible. But
so how
target
about
is 25 today.
How about people who have an EV now? You know, like because the Dodge Ram, you have an EV now for that, right? Or not yet?
Not yet. It comes out now.
Okay.
So it has been revealed yesterday. There were a keynote from the Stellantis
Gotcha.
group. And Mike from RAM, the CEO of the RAM brand, just showed this. And now this is revealed to the press. So
I apologize. I thought for whatever reason that it had been revealed, you know, a few months ago already.
No.
Okay,
yesterday
so just
evening.
yesterday.
This is
so much news
preview.
all the time. Yeah. So all right. So this is really cool, and we talk about this a lot.
Yeah.
You know, because one of the pain points is charging, right? And you know, if you have an EV and you know, if you don't even have to think about it anymore, you just drive in, and this will charge it for you. Wow.
It's good.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. it's a lot of good. So do you see this? You know, not just in homes, but in other places too. I mean, if I go out to eat and my restaurant decides that they want to put a couple of these out there, they can do that.
Yeah. So this is clearly a target. The target is also the workstations. When you are at work,
sure.
Then you can have this. And with our robot, you can just charge several cars simultaneously. So
yes.
he comes in, you have the first one, the robot is ready, then he goes to the second one and so on. So during the time you are at work, you're sure this car is charged,
yep.
Your car is charged,
yep.
But you can have up to 3 cars at the same time. So this is
that's
also the clue of it.
That's interesting too, because then you don't have to have all this extra infrastructure for 3 or 4 cars, right?
Exactly.
You just have the one, and then the robot just takes care of that for you. So yeah, that's very, very clever.
So we'll see. I'm sure there are other applications. We had some very interesting discussion today and yesterday on this product, how we can use it for global parking station or malls or something. So let's see. I'm sure there is a lot of application that is needed, and that very good for this robot. But the world premiere and the world preview now, it's for the Stellantis RAM brand.
It's not even that heavy.
This is not full, but you don't need to have it.
I'm really strong, everybody.
Yeah, it's without the electronic inside, you know. So, and the battery is also not in.
Oh yeah,
just
I guess
to show a demo, but in the real life, it's a bit more heavy.
That's a very valid point. There's no battery inside this, but there will be one. Yeah, that's funny. That's funny.
There is a cable on the battery.
Yeah.
It goes through a cable,
okay.
So you can have some video. Perhaps you can post on your page also some video just to see it running, because I think this is the best way to understand what it is when it runs.
Yeah.
But basically, I think the point is clear.
You've described it well. The light bulb finally went off in my head here too. So
good. So this is good.
Yeah. If you got me to figure out what it is, everybody out there has got it now too. So
perfect.
Yeah, this is very, very clever, and I actually have to think that this puts you at a little bit of a competitive edge as well, because again, you know, I don't know. I mean, there just seems to be, it's not a big deal to charge cars, but
it is today, yeah.
But I mean, as far as actually doing it, I mean, but I think it's a pain point for a lot of people, because they just don't think that, you know, that you think about putting gasoline in a vehicle, and everybody knows how to do that, right? So they don't really know how am I going to charge my car, and you hear these things about, you know, that it's going to, if you charge it at home and you don't put all the infrastructure in, it's going to, you know, it's going to take a week to charge it and all this other stuff. Things like this will make the life of an electric vehicle owner a lot easier. There's no doubt about it. So,
yeah. This is the target.
Yeah. It's been great.
Good.
Thank you so much.
We have, in fact, a
yes.
French company.
Yes.
It's called EFI Automotive. It's just, so we work together with Stellantis.
Okay.
But it has been developed in France. We are also in the US. We are in Elkmont and also based in Detroit.
Okay.
So this product can be available in the US, in Europe for sure,
Okay.
and also in China because
Okay.
we have some production and development in China.
And is this your
So
website as well, EFI
this
Automotive?
is our website. So
Okay.
we are in fact an automotive supplier. So we provide some sensors, actuators, and embedded smart module with software inside. And this is one product for adjacent market for us, just to enlarge our portfolio. So we are proud to present it.
I am actually familiar with your company.
Oh,
so
nice.
I'm just reading this over here, and I'm thinking you're with Stellantis, and
No, it's
I need
not.
to be a little more observant, obviously. So, but yeah,
fine.
EFI Automotive, everybody, they are a fine maker of many automotive parts and
Yes.
very innovative all the time. So. Thank you again for being on the show.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for lugging this up here to us so the world could see it as the world debut of this charging platform for Dodge Ram. So I appreciate it.
Thank
So,
you very
all right,
much.
take care.
Thank you,
Happy
bye-bye.
National Technology Day to you. So, and how about that? I hope everybody understood or got through my. Are you gonna take that away? Oh, you got help right behind you there. Troy's there to help you out now. So, all right. Very good. So, EFI Automotive, they really are. They've been innovative in the automotive space for a lot of years, and they continue to innovate. So, if you hopefully understood that, it took a little while for the light bulb to go off with me. And, of course, calling them Tesla right away. I just thought it was a platform for all cars, Kurt. That's what I was thinking right away when I seen it.
That's what I thought. Too.
Yeah. But I wasn't aware that it was brand specific like it was, but it is, and I know this has been talked about for a long time that we would have wireless charging platforms for electric vehicles, and obviously they're starting to emerge right now. So that's fantastic. It certainly makes the ownership of an EV a lot easier when you don't have to worry about having it charged, that this robot or whatever will actually do it for you. So welcome to our continuing coverage of National Technology Day right here at CES 2023. I'm your guru of geek, Marlo Anderson, and make sure that you get over to subscribe. You can opt in via text by texting TECH, T-E-C-H, to 844-829-1524. That's 844-829-1524. We're giving away all kinds of great prizes coming to you from CES. So make sure that you get in for that because we'll be giving away some great prizes a little bit later on. So, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I see you have a furry friend with you.
Yeah, this is a model for.
So who am I talking to?
To me.
To me? So,
yeah.
All right. And what company are you with?
I'm AI for marketing leader.
Okay. Okay. And tell me a little bit about what you brought to the show here.
This is not a product. Our product is a mobile application.
Okay.
So if you download our service mobile application on your phone, you don't need any additional device to check your dog's or cat's eye and skin condition.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So tell me why. Okay, so it's an app.
Yeah.
And you can check your dog's eyes and what
skin.
else? And skin. Okay.
And cat's eye.
Okay.
And we plan to launch the checking service for dog's joints too.
So how is there a collar or is it object recognition or how does it know that maybe your dog's skin isn't the way it should be?
So this is the AI technology based app service. So
Okay.
if you just take a picture of it and the image will go to the AI in the server, and then the AI already learned over 2 million images, and the AI analyzes the image and informs you if there is any abnormal signs or not.
So this is an emerging technology, and I think we should probably explain to people, as I'm trying to get comfortable here, that, I'm just going to digress a little bit so everybody understands what we're talking about here. So artificial intelligence now has the ability to tell just by taking photographs sometimes, especially if they're in a series of photographs, is something that's going on with you, with your pets, or what have you, right? So it could detect minor skin colorations that have changed, which could tell a person that they have cancer, for example, right? And I would imagine the same is true with pets.
Yeah, like we don't have like the detecting cancer.
So I understand that, but this is kind of where the technology is going,
right,
and my guess is that you will eventually get there too, because as you gather more and more data, that you'll start to your artificial intelligence will start to see these things as well. But right now, it will do eyes on your pet. It will do skin, and what else again?
Cat's eye.
Okay.
And then eventually, we plan to launch the dog's joints and teeth. Yeah. Anything else that we can do, like external things like with images and videos.
So when you take a picture, I mean, are you? First of all, I mean, so the process works. What, you take a picture of your dog or your cat or whatever to start with, right? And then you send it in, and then do you like take a picture every week or whenever you want to, just to update, or can you determine on the first photo that there's something going on?
So you have to take a picture every time, but we hope like users take a picture every week probably.
Okay.
So with the preventive care perspective, so if you find the abnormal signs, or like if you find the disease in early stage, you don't have to spend a lot of cost or time to solve that problem. So that's what we want.
Right,
Yeah.
right. So, and the app is called?
TT Care.
TT Care.
Yeah, TTCARE.
Okay,
yeah.
and you can go to ttcare. Do you have a website as well?
Yeah, website is ttcareforpet.com.
Okay, ttcareforpet.com. I'm going to just write that down real quick. And in the App Store, it's just TT Care.
Yeah, right.
Okay. Get that down real quick there, so I don't forget that in the future. So yeah, and available both Android and Apple.
Yeah, right.
Okay, and I'm assuming there's a charge for this. Do you have a free version and a pay for?
Basically, the subscription.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, for $4.99.
Okay.
We offer like 3 times free, and then if you subscribe our service, the first month is free as well.
Okay. So $4.99 a month is not terrible.
Nah.
At all, to make sure that your pet is actually healthy. And, and then just to digress a little bit again, so you get the app, you take a photo like every week of your pet, and you just continue to do this, and it's just real easy to do. You take a photo of your pet, and then the artificial intelligence in your app will come back and say, hey, there's something wrong with the eyes, and then we'll make a suggestion as to it's time to take it to the vet, or will it actually help you, like, as far as care goes? I mean, do you get some notification as far as that too?
No, not yet, but
okay.
we hope we can do that too.
As you learn more, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah. And then you will see that the probability of the abnormal sign. Then if it comes like over and over, you should go to vet.
Okay. Well, it sounds great.
Yeah,
Thanks,
thank you.
Timmy, for being on the show today, and get out and enjoy National Technology Day. I hope that you have a great CES, and thanks again for being on the show.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me.
You bet. And go check that out, everybody. ttcareforpets.com, or just get the app, the TT Care app, and that way you can actually start taking better care of your dog or your cat or whatever. And Alante there, Timmy, will help you with the mic and all that good stuff. So. There we go. So anyway, get on over there and check that out. Thanks for joining us with the National Technology Day, and all the people joining us from National Day Calendar today, as well as from TPN and Plug Hits. We have all kinds of people that are involved in the broadcast today, coming to you from CES 2023. And Kurt's not there anymore. I got some bearded gentlemen sitting next to me now.
You certainly do.
Yes, I do. How you doing?
I'm good. How about yourself?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Are you taking over for Kurt?
He's going to take a little lunch break.
Lunch? Who gets lunch at this show? Now, Lante's clapping his hands over here. I mean, that's like a thing that I don't even know. What does that mean anymore?
Sometimes you get lucky and get to have lunch.
I'm glad I got one app, because if I had a six-pack, I would have nothing to fuel myself right now. Who has time for lunch at CES? I'm just saying. So, are you a pet owner?
I do not have any pets currently.
Okay. You've had pets in the past?
I have.
So have you ever thought about how artificial intelligence could help you take care of a pet before?
No, I really haven't.
Well, now you have, haven't you?
Sure have.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
So I've seen artificial intelligence, and you have to think about AI in a way that, how is it going to help humanity? And I truly believe that 2023 will be a year of disruption for all of us, because there are so many things coming out with AI right now that are going to be used in the general public. Artificial intelligence has been around for a while, but not in the kind of public eye like we're starting to see it. And it's just, there's so many things. It's just crazy. I read this thing a year ago about how, like for you and I, that if you take a series of pictures and then you update the photo occasionally, that the AI can actually detect minor things going on, like in your coloration of your skin or what have you. And because of that, they think that someday they'll be able to detect diseases like cancer and macular degeneration and things that they can get in front of simply because you're taking photos of yourself. I think that's just amazing to me when you think about it. So this company has decided to do that with pets, which is pretty interesting too.
Definitely.
Our furry friends are important to a lot of people,
Oh, yeah.
and for $4.99 for some peace of mind, I guess, by taking a photo once a week.
That's a bargain.
It's quite the bargain when you think about it. So yeah, go check them out again, everybody. TT Care, obviously an emerging artificial intelligence, but the sooner you get in with that, the more it will actually know about your pet. So there's no time like the present to get involved with that. And again, thanks to everybody for joining us for National Technology Day. Send the word TECH, T-E-C-H, to 844-829-1524. We're giving away all kinds of great prizes for National Technology Day, so make sure you get in there for that. The prizes will be coming from some of these great people that we're talking to here at CES 2023. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
So, Marlo.
Hi, Justin.
Justin, nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you.
And you are with?
With Will.
Will.
Yeah.
Well, there we go.
Yeah.
Will's a great name for a company.
Thank you.
But it's W-H-I-L-L.
Yes,
yes,
it is.
Yeah. So tell me about Will.
Sure. Well, we're a personal mobility device company providing all kinds of personal mobility solutions. And here at the show this week, we're really highlighting our autonomous tech. So we have an autonomous wheelchair that is currently operating in some airports and some hospitals. And the way that it works, essentially, a passenger will sit down. There's a little screen on the side of the chair. They select what gate they're going to go to. It just automatically takes them to that gate. They can just sit back and relax, enjoy the ride. When they get to their gate, they get off, and the chair returns empty to go pick up another passenger.
What?
It's pretty cool stuff. Yeah, it's pretty neat. Yeah.
You think you've heard of all the use cases possible, and we talk about autonomous vehicles and the delivery of pizzas and things like this.
Mm-hmm.
I've never dreamed of something like this. That's amazing.
Yeah, it's pretty great. And we're looking at all kinds of applications for it. So the airports were, one of the first industries to really raise their hand and say, we have a problem here. We're constantly pushing people through airports, and it's hard to keep up with the demand. It's a growing demand. It's a tightening labor force out there, so they're really struggling to keep up with the requirement to get people out to their gates.
Well, and even for the person who needs a little assistance, right? I mean, I fly all the time. They're always the last person off the plane, and then there's only there might be 4 people that need a little help, and there's only 2 wheelchairs there, for example, right?
Exactly,
so, and you just have to feel sorry that they're not able to get around a little bit easier. So this is amazing. So obviously it has auto sensing in it. So somebody, if I step out in front of it or whatever, it'll slow down or stop or whatever.
Yep.
How is that, as far as the person riding in this, if I were to jump in front of it or whatever, I mean, is it a pretty decent ride yet, or?
Yeah, we played around. We've done tons of trials and tons of demos of the product, and played around with the speed, and we can adjust the speed in different areas of the airport as well. So we can, if we know an area of the airport is generally going to be fairly congested, we'll slow it down. So as people jump in front or get in the way, it's not as abrupt of a stop if it's a quick stop.
Right.
And then in more open areas, we can speed it up a little bit so you still get to your destination at a reasonable time and a pretty quick time. So we played around with those kinds of things. There's an audible tone that the wheelchair is as it's moving, it's always providing this audible tone, so it does alert people that it's coming.
Get out of my way, right?
Pretty much, yeah. And then and then if it does sit for a while, so if there is a group of people and they're not paying attention, it will actually politely ask them to get out of the way.
Really?
Yeah.
With a voice?
With a voice, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, in several languages.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So, wow. I'm trying to think of the other applications, but go ahead. Give me some other places case studies that people would use this for.
Yeah, hospitals has been good.
Oh,
so we're in one hospital in Japan right now, and we've had other hospitals reach out. We're probably going to be doing trials in very early 2023.
So in a hospital situation, I mean, is a patient, for example, if they want a wheelchair, can they just request it to push a button and the chair will just show up, or?
Right now, that's not the way it's working, but that's definitely possible. We can dispatch to wherever we set end goals. So if we create an end goal at every door to every room in the hospital, then we could do that. The way that it's being used right now is a little bit simpler. It's just really when a passenger needs to move from one end of the hospital to the other to go get a test or to go get an appointment or something like that. Somebody will bring them the chair, sit them in it, and say, go to, the MRI waiting area, and then off it goes, and it takes them there.
So are you moving also to, no pun intended there, I guess, but are you going towards the potential for people, even in an in-house scenario, if they wanted to go down and have coffee at the coffee shop 3 blocks away, that this is a possibility?
I mean, ideally, long term, that is our vision. So we kind of see it as almost like an Uber for the sidewalks.
Yeah.
Type of an idea, or how Bird and Lime and Lyft, they have all those scooters, the 2-wheel scooters that you can jump on and take wherever you need to go. Doesn't necessarily work for folks with a little bit of a mobility challenge, even just and older folks that aren't comfortable on those 2-wheel scooters. So it would be an option for them. So that's definitely where we see it going. I think we're a ways out from that. Dealing with outdoor conditions and crossing streets and all. We'll have to figure all that kind of stuff out.
Yeah.
But right now, controlled indoor environments. We've had museums, aquariums, malls, those types of places reach out and say, I think this would be a great application for our venue.
Do you go in and it's just my own terminology, I guess, I call it super mapping.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I see other use cases with other autonomous vehicles that will go in and, capture almost every blade of grass in the area or whatever, just so that they have a pretty good idea of what's going on. Do you do the same thing like in a hospital or whatever?
Yeah, so very similar process. We'll map everything out ahead of time. And then work on that map to make sure that it's optimized for the routes that we'll be setting for our equipment. So then we actually will create routes, almost like an invisible rail line that the chairs will follow.
Yep.
And we want to, at this point, we want to keep it very contained. We don't want to, we've talked and lots of folks have asked us if we use AI so that it could try to find more efficient routes if it's busy in one area. And we just feel at this point in time a little bit too much risk there. We're not really interested in going there just yet.
Sure.
So we keep a pretty defined route for it.
Yeah. Do you have like a camera or some sensors on there that so if somebody were to move a piece of equipment that was in a spot permanently after that this then and make that adjustment? Okay.
Yeah, so we would make the adjustment on the map itself and just update that route.
Right.
And there's LiDAR cameras all over the chair. It's recording anytime that it's in use. It's going to be recording that journey. So we know if it hits a certain spot every time and it's causing some type of an issue, then we can just adjust the route as we need to.
This has to be like for assisted living and retirement facilities and things, just an amazing opportunity. I mean, even like a golf course or something, right? I mean, I suppose there's golf. I mean, you have the carts, of course, but the ability to have. I'm just. You could just go up to the ball, get out of the chair, hit the ball, sit back down in the chair, and it takes you to. I mean, there's just all kinds of amazing things that. And like when I'm dropping my phone on the floor, I'm like, "What the heck was that?" I was just making sure that we weren't falling the 50 feet down to the floor here.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, you're welcome. But that's very, very intriguing. So other products that you guys have.
Yeah, so we started with consumer products. So we have a few models available today. We have our Model C2 and our Model F that you can buy retail at many retailers across the country and online. And we launched our first Model CI here at CES back in 2018. And that was sort of our biggest entrance product into the U.S. market, I would say. We had a couple products before that, but that was really the first product that captured a lot of attention in the U.S. market. And so the C2 is just the second generation of that CI that we launched here. And it's a great product. So we're, like I said, selling it retailly. The price point is generally, depending on the retailer, generally between $4,500 and $5,000.
Oh, it's not even that bad.
And it has our patented Omni wheels, so it's great indoors. It can do really tight corners. You can drive into an elevator and do a full 180 and drive out. You don't need to worry about doing 26-point turn to get out of the elevator.
I bet you have a problem with kids.
Jumping on them, you mean? It's interesting. We do have quite a few dealers that work with pediatric patients.
Yeah.
And they'll actually, because of the design of our chair, it's very design forward, really tech looking. That younger generations tend to gravitate towards them.
Yep.
And so they'll adapt them to fit a younger child.
I gotcha.
But then we can also tone down the speed for them so they can't go too crazy.
I was just thinking like in an airport, and these kids see this vehicle that's just going through the airport on its own. They're like, how do I ride on that thing? Right?
Definitely. And
I would be one of those, by the way.
And we do see it. So fortunately, it has a seat sensor. So because we've seen it where a kid will walk past it, see it like as it's returning empty, and they'll just jump on it.
Yeah.
And it'll stop, and on the screen it will ask them to get off. It won't move
until they get out of there. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Where do we find out more information?
Our website's probably the best spot to go. So it's will.inc. That's WHILL.inc.
Okay.
And all the info for all of our products are there.
Very nice. Very nice. Well, it's a pleasure having you on the show, Justin.
Yeah.
Really appreciate it. And, check out will.inc, WHILL.inc. And you can find out about this amazing mobile device and I should say mobile, not mobile, but for anybody who needs a little assistance with getting around an airport or a hospital or whatever. So, Justin, it was a pleasure.
Great, thank you.
You take care of yourself.
Appreciate it.
All right. So check them out again, everybody. Will.inc, WHILL.inc. Thought I had heard of every case study for autonomous vehicles, but obviously that's not the case. That's really clever. And again, it's about, technology really stepping up to help those that need a little assistance here or there. And it's a great way for people who need to, get around a hospital, get around an airport. The airports have a significant labor situation right now, especially with trying to get people in and around the airports, helping people in and out of the, getting them around the, I'm sorry, it was just a little distracting because I'm excited about the next interview here. So, but before we get into that, first of all, I want to thank everybody for joining us today for National Technology Day. My name is Marlo Anderson, your guru of geek and founder of National Day Calendar. We're merging the two together today so we can bring you this continuing coverage from from CES 2023 for National Technology Day. Make sure that you sign up for our prizes. We're giving away great prizes from CES 2023. Some of the vendors that we're interviewing today are giving us some great prizes to give away. So text TECH, T-E-C-H, to 844-829-1524. That's 844-829-1524 to be in that drawing, and just text TECH, T-E-C-H, to that number. So, all right, it's dandy time.
How's it going?
I'm doing well. Marlo.
Doug, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Doug. And I've been bombarded in my inbox from you guys.
Sorry about that.
No. You know, sometimes it's not good. Sometimes it is good.
Yep.
And this is an area that I personally have extreme interest in. So I'm excited to talk to you about this. So there's an initiative back in my neighborhood called the Grand Farm.
Okay.
And something I've been involved with since its inception. And the Grand Farm is about autonomous farming.
Yep.
You know, what we can do to, from the time you get the ground ready to harvesting it, right?
Right.
And one of the things that we talk about all the time is weed control.
Yeah.
Okay? And I know that we're not going to be talking about farming with you, but maybe we are. I don't know.
Yep.
But we're certainly talking about the dandelion problem I got in my yard, right?
Of course.
All right. So tell me, Doug, what is dandy?
Okay, so we're Dandy Technology.
Nice yellow, by the way. Is that dandelion yellow?
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
And our robot is mostly yellow as well. Sticks out in the yard. It looks
yes,
really nice.
Yes, it does.
So we're Dandy Technology. We make a robot that goes and weeds your lawn. It's the first ever lawn weeding robot. And so it autonomously travels around in a nice pathing pattern, optimizes its coverage, looks at the ground with a camera, and if it sees a weed, it sprays it. It recognizes it's on grass, and it recognizes if it's over weeds, even mushrooms, and other surfaces such as mulch or concrete. If it sees those, it'll treat it as a boundary and turn around.
So you don't have to put down like a geo or like the fence. No wires at all.
Exactly.
So this is all geofence then.
Exactly. Our CEO hated how robot lawnmowers have wires, and that was one of our driving instructions was no wires, just a geofence. You open up your app when you set it up, you draw the perimeter, and it knows to stay within those bounds.
That's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
So does it look at the grass, and then if it's not grass, it sprays it? Is that how it works? Or, I mean, does it know that it might be a flower that you want to keep?
So we've trained it specifically to look for weeds. We've trained it over 10,000 images of the most common weeds. And so, yes, weeds are its bread and butter. It hunts them out. It sprays them. Of course, if it's an anomaly in the grass, if it is a flower that looks like a weed, you don't necessarily want that because it might spray it. But it will spray weeds primarily.
Okay. And how long has this been on the market now?
We just started taking orders for it.
Okay.
It will be ready for ship in the next 2 months.
Okay. Just in time for me to have one this spring, right?
Exactly. That's the point. So if you look at our website, our Kickstarter, it's available for order now.
Okay. And what is your Kickstarter running?
What is it running?
Yeah. What's the cost of the
Right.
Dandy?
So we have a quarter-acre version, our entry-level version, and that's $6.99, and that. We say a quarter acre. It really depends on the amount of weeds you have, but with the battery life, it lasts 3 hours, and so it should be able to handle a yard about that size.
Okay.
And then we have a larger version, the XL, and that is up to 1 acre, and up to 6 hours of battery life.
And how much is that one going
and
for
that's
right now?
$7.99.
So just $100
$100 more.
Wow. Okay.
And that's a larger tank for the herbicide as well.
So when it uses up the herbicide, do you sell the refill for it, or is it something you can just go buy?
Yeah, so it allows you to have the freedom to use whatever herbicide you want. Selective herbicide, the one that you can spray on your grass to be safe. Through our website, you can order common herbicides. We don't sell our own, but you can order through it, or you could just pick up whatever herbicide works best for you.
So it just goes into the tank.
Correct.
Do you actually set the amount that it goes down onto the weed, or is that all predetermined for you?
You don't set that in the app. That's predetermined. We put down basically the least amount of herbicide possible. One of our main advantages or talking points is that we save up to 90% of herbicide used. So putting less down in the environment and also saving you the dirty job of having to weed your own yard.
Well, and you know, at one time when I was like, no weeds in my yard, you know, I got to have everything trimmed up nice and whatever. When I was doing it, I mean, it was like every night I'm doing something in my yard, right? And nothing's more irritating than putting on a little weed and feed, and 3 days later there's another dandelion that's popping up over here, right? It just is the most frustrating thing. And you know, when you put in weed and feed down, you're weeding the entire yard.
Yep.
And I've always thought about this. I'm like, I'm putting this stuff down. This cannot be good for me.
Exactly. It's not good to expose yourself. I mean, even if it's not necessarily Roundup, it's not good to expose yourself to those chemicals in that way.
Yeah, exactly.
So let a robot do it. Don't spray from such a big height. You know, spray right point blank at the weeds.
Yep.
It's more effective that way, and it saves you herbicide used.
So what is the, you know, do you dispatch Dandy once a day, once a week? I mean, do you have a recommended rotation for this?
Yeah, we do. We're recommending that for the first 4 weeks, you'd use it once a week, and then after that, you can use it once a month, or however, you know, works best for your yard.
So if you see a dandelion popping up, you can just go to the app and go zap that dandelion. It'll go and do your whole yard at that time.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it doesn't necessarily, this version doesn't have a dock, so it's more so you put it into its home spot and then you press the button and tell it to go. But eventually, next generation will have a self-charging and more app capabilities to send it out on its own.
So are you expanding into larger markets? I mean, is this I mean, like agriculture itself, are you thinking about going in that direction?
Yeah, so for us, agriculture doesn't make as much sense as it does for necessarily other companies. There are already big agricultural robots that go down the row and take care of weeds or fertilize or pick the plants. So we're not necessarily focusing on that, but we have started work, and actually there's a demo sample of our commercial version capabilities at our booth. But that's more so for golf courses, municipalities, something that the robot should cover an area rather than just going row by row.
Gotcha. So you could put a Dandy down on every hole on the golf course, and that one would be specific to making sure that one never has weeds or whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There's, to my knowledge, there's no products like that commercially either.
Yeah, that's actually clever. So you brought up another one, fertilizer.
Yeah.
Are you going in that direction?
Yeah, we're thinking about going in the fertilizer direction. We have the capabilities to look at your grass and determine grass health, and you know, because we can use our powerful image processing and our software to look at that stuff. So yeah, we can tell when your grass is not healthy. Eventually, we'll have the capability to add fertilizer or have a separate tank for fertilizer. Not in this generation.
So that could be interesting as well, because just like weeds and that type of thing, you know, my grass health is different on the south side of the house than the north side of the house, because one side gets a lot more sun than the other side, right?
Oh, yeah.
And so will this determine then, I'm assuming, how much fertilizer it'll put down in these areas too, because, you know, if it's healthy here, not healthy here, I need more over here on this one, right?
Exactly. It won't just be like
not like me out there with the spreader going around, right?
Exactly. Yeah. And even in this version, in future software updates, we can tell you stats about your grass health. It needs to be watered more. It might need fertilizer. We can do that now, but can't yet handle a fertilizer yet.
Gotcha. So more information is at?
More information is at dandytechnology.com.
dandytechnology.com.
Yep.
Am I missing anything?
Are you missing anything? No, we're the first lawn weeding robot on the market, and we're excited to see how this can grow in the future and take our technology into different areas of home, lawn care, and beyond.
It's been fun watching your booth, by the way. I've been watching from afar.
Yep.
And you have a little bit of a crowd around you occasionally, which is exciting to see.
Yeah, we're in a little corner back here, but our robots running around seem to attract the people, and it's cool to see them go.
So the name Dandy is short for dandelion. I mean, is that
you got it?
Okay.
You got it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a cute little name. Came from dandelion, and oddly enough, that's what we're trying to kill. But long live the Dandy brand.
Hey, it's been a pleasure having you on the show. Thanks for coming up today.
Thank you very
much. And I wish your company all the success. I am sure that I will be in the Kickstarter buying one of these, because I think it's such a clever product. So
cool.
I appreciate it.
Check us out, dandytechnology.com.
All right, sounds good.
All
Thanks
right.
again.
Thanks
Take care. Yeah, go check them out, everybody. How about that? I mean, who would have ever thought that we would live in a day and age that you will have a product that you can buy that will just take care of the dandelion problem in your yard. So it's so cool. I really like this company. As you can tell, they're very friendly, and I've been watching them a little bit, and I think they're going to do very, very well. This is one of these companies, by the way. Another one that I seen a couple of years ago called Twinkly, Twinky, Twinkly, and it was about Christmas lights. They had a Christmas tree that they had put up, and they had 2 people that were at this booth working it. And Twinkly, if you're not familiar with them, they basically have a lighting system where every light in the Christmas string or the string of lights has its own IP address. So then you could control that through an app or whatever. So every light could be a different color. It can twinkle. It can dance. You could even do images and that type of thing on your tree, right? So started off small here and was introduced at CES, and they just blew up to this company that they are today. I believe Dandy is going to be that story as well. They're introducing here this year, and it wouldn't surprise me in 2 years when they're here that they have a significantly larger booth with a significant staff and all that good stuff. So I look forward to seeing that company grow. So check them out, dandytechnology.com. And thanks again, everybody, for joining us. It's National Technology Day. I am your guru of geek, Marlo Anderson, also founder of National Day Calendar. And we've combined all of that together to bring you National Technology Day from CES 2023 here in Las Vegas. A huge show this year. I'm not sure if it's back to pre-pandemic size as far as the crowd, but there's a lot of people here. There is a significant number of people here. Last year, it was very, very quiet. This year, it's hard to get into the place. There are so many people here. So it feels very pre-pandemic right now, which is fun to see. And it's always hustling and bustling around here. And lots of products, lots of people going through. And I'm just looking down the hallway right here. I'm sure just looking down this one row, there's 800 people standing through here, just mulling through. So they're expecting upwards of 200,000 people at the event this year. And just getting some notes here. So we appreciate that everybody is joining us. And, it's funny that we just had Dandy on, because another one of my favorite companies is just sitting next to me right now. So, Justin, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
It's good to see you, man.
Great to see you again.
So, we just had Dandy on. Are you familiar with Dandy?
Yes.
Yeah. Isn't that clever?
It is. It is.
Yeah, it's great. And, of course, you guys compliment them.
We do.
Yeah, yeah. So tell me a little bit about Badger.
Right. So Badger, Sunseeker, we have autonomous robots that mow your lawn.
Yeah.
Right. So we have a large that works off of ultrasonic that contains a wire to a wired perimeter, kind of like the invisible fence for a dog.
Yep.
It runs random. You want this to run every day or mow every day in your yard, and over the course of the week, it will hit all of the spots. And we're really excited that in 2024 we're going to launch a wire-free version of the autonomous robot mower.
So probably, as you probably discovered yesterday when we were talking, I was stunned at the price point.
Right.
Stunned.
So the wired version that's out now will be under $1,000, and so that's
for your big version.
And then
right?
the big version will cover 2 acres, and it will be under $1,099.
I didn't know you had a 2-acre version.
Yeah, 2-acre version.
So you have
that will be the wireless version.
Oh,
yes.
I see. Okay. So you have the 1/4-acre version, the 1-acre version, and then your new one will cover 2 acres.
Correct.
And that's a pretty big unit too, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's about a foot cutting swath. It actually has two cutting blades underneath. Right.
Wow. Wow.
All-wheel drive.
Okay. And that will be how much did you say that one was going to be?
$1,999.
I need to. Wow. I really have this dilemma in my head now. Do I wait, or because that's coming out in 2024, or
right? It is. It is.
Okay.
Right.
I'm not going to wait.
Yeah, why not both? Why not both, right? And
somebody will buy my used one, right?
Exactly. So the great part about it is it can run easily off the app, or you don't need the app to use it if you're not super techy.
Yeah. So let's just back up a little bit. Autonomous lawnmowers. I mean, the first time I looked at one, I think it was a Husqvarna.
Husqvarna.
Husqvarna, right? I think they were like $3,000 or $4,000, and I think they're still in that price range.
Correct.
You know, that's an expensive model to get into to do your yard. And I don't mean to bring up other brands, but Badger's been out for a few years too.
Correct.
Yeah.
So it's going to be under our premium brand Sunseeker. And so what we're trying to do is lower the barrier of entry for the everyday consumer to potentially get into this new technology.
You know, and so your quarter-acre one, how much is that one?
It's going to be around the $699
Okay,
range.
so $699. I paid $600 for my push mower.
Right.
So why would I not buy this?
Right. So, you know, if you think back a year or two ago, the opening price point for a gas walk-behind mower was $169.
Okay.
And it's went up another $150 or so this past year. Right, exactly.
So now you're at $300.
Right. And then some of the lithium-ion or cordless battery walk-behind mowers are kind of sitting on top of price point right where this is. And the most valuable thing that anybody has, right, is time.
Right.
So this eliminates, it takes me about an hour to mow my lawn. This eliminates that hour that I'm out on the weekend mowing my lawn, and I could be doing something else.
Well, and it's not just that, too. I mean, you wait a week, or I mean, most people, I think most
we
people
do
are
weekly.
in that week. Yeah. I'm the same way, too, unless we've had a little extra rain or whatever. Then you're like, you're coming home from work and you're like, oh my goodness, I have to mow the yard tonight. I mean, you get to this point where you just hate the job.
Right.
Because of the stress it brings, because the next door neighbor just mowed their darn lawn.
He's mowing it 3 times a week or something like that.
And it just, you got to keep up with them somehow or another, right?
And then in the spring or the fall when the days are shorter, you lose that opportunity to mow after work, right? Because you're driving home from work at 5 or 6 o'clock, and it's either already dark, like, you know, during this time, or it's getting dark.
Yep.
So the lawnmower is whisper quiet, so it could actually mow in the evening or overnight, as long as there's not too much dew or you know, wetness on the lawn too. So
and I equate it to, so, you know, fortunate or unfortunate, I have a 4-story home, right? And I have a robotic vacuum on every level.
Right.
I can't remember the last. No, I take that back. I actually vacuumed the stairs like right before Christmas, but that's it.
Right.
I think that's, you know, I probably vacuum the stairs twice a year.
Sure.
You know, because whether they need them or not, right? But the rest of the house, outside of changing the thing that it fills up,
right,
and
the canister,
dumping that,
right, and you have to do that whether
or not.
It's the cord or not.
That's right. That's right. I don't even think about it anymore. I mean, the floor is always clean. Always, you know, if somebody shows up unexpectedly, I don't have to worry about a big mess on the floor or whatever. The same is true with robotic mowers.
Absolutely. So what you want to do is the ideal situation is to have the lawn mowed first, right? You install the perimeter wire for what would be this year's model. And then you set it using the app to mow every day, and you kind of just set it and forget it.
Yep.
And it, again, over the course of mowing every day or every other day during the week, it will keep the lawn, you know, cut to the desired height.
Right. So it's always manicured.
Always manicured.
Always looking
all
wonderful.
types of grass. So in Charlotte, we have kind of a mix of fescue and Bermuda. No problem.
And your neighbor will be looking at you and going, I got to mow my yard again.
You're right. He's right. And he's like, well, where can I buy that? Right. You'll be the envy of your neighbor's eye for sure.
So do you ever have any issues like with pets and things like that? Like you see cats riding around on the robotic vacuums occasionally. It's hilarious YouTube videos, right? Do you have this happening with your robotic mowers as well? Or?
Not at all. So the deck of the mower is just you know, like maybe an inch or so off the ground.
Yep.
So it's going to be very difficult for something to get under there. If somebody would happen to pick it up while it's running, it stops automatically.
Okay.
If it would somehow get outside of the perimeter wire, it shuts off automatically. It's pin code protected as well, and has as an accessory an anti-theft module. So very similar to the app on the Apple phone, Find My.
Yep.
If for some reason, somebody wants to be cute and take this thing out of your yard, you can open up your app and be able to pinpoint exactly where it is.
I think a blue dye pack would be more hilarious.
It
right?
would. And it's in terms of wildlife or animals. Again, it has ultrasonic vision, so it can detect an animal or flower bed or person, and it will stop before it hits them, kind of as it's approaching, and then redirect itself.
Okay. So the new versions are going to be available.
They're going to be available. Let's just say by spring.
Okay. And I can just hop on to your website and order them, or are they going to be available?
WildBadgerPower.com, and then some other e-com websites.
Say your
to be
website
decided.
again.
Wild Badger Power.
Wild Badger Power. I love that.
.com.
Because there's nothing more powerful than a wild badger, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So this is great. I really appreciate you coming up today.
My pleasure.
And anything else that I'm missing?
No, that's it. We appreciate
Okay.
your time. Again, Wild Badger Power, and then the brand is going to be Sunseeker.
Okay, very good.
Appreciate it. Thanks
Justin.
again. Have a great
Yeah,
show.
You too. Take care now. Well, there you go. All of your lawn mowing needs and lawn care needs taken care of in 2 interviews, everybody. So check out Love Badger. This is a great company as well. Their product is fantastic, and the fact that you can actually buy an autonomous lawnmower, you set it and forget it type of scenario, like Ron Popeil used to say, I guess, you set it and forget it, right? And never have to worry about mowing your yard again. That's just absolutely incredible. It really is when you think about it. So you could combine the two. You could get the Badger, you could get the Dandy, and you wouldn't have to weed your yard. You wouldn't have to mow your yard. All of this is going on. So, hey, Scott, come here. Grab a headset. He's going no. Oh, come on. You sure? Okay. He said he can't talk. Well, anyway, Scott, he's one of the reasons that we have our show every year. Scott's always behind the camera, so he prefers to be there. But I appreciate everybody joining us today. This is the continuing coverage of National Technology Day right here at CES 2023. My name is Marlo Anderson, your guru of geek. Make sure you text TECH, T-E-C-H, that's T-E-C-H, to 844-829-1524, 844-829-1524. We have great prizes coming to some of the people who are joining our opt-in today to get future episodes of the Tech Ranch. Some of the interviews that we're doing here that are not on the live feature here today, we'll probably have about 100 interviews or so that'll be coming out of the show over the next couple days. Well, actually, the interviews will be released periodically over the next 4, 5, 6 months, but we're filming a lot of stuff right now. So make sure you text us 844-829-1524 and text TECH to get in on some of that prize action for sure. And again, loving all the lawn care stuff. I love having a nice lawn, so I'm excited to. I'll be getting both of those products. I'm telling you right now. I'm excited to have that opportunity to do that. So we have another guest joining us, and she's in the hot spot now.
Yes.
How are you doing?
Very well, thank you. Thanks for having me.
Marlo.
Rachel Gawley, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Rachel. I think we actually have met.
Yes, I think we have.
Yes.
Yeah, I think you got to watch us frantically build our stand the other
Yes, I did, and I think didn't I have what was that wonderful candy that you were handing out yesterday?
I think it was the Cadbury's.
The coffee, yeah.
And the coffee beans.
Yeah, that's what I had. Yeah,
chocolate covered coffee beans to wake you up.
Yeah, obviously I needed that
That's
at that time, so that's good that you hand those things out here.
Yeah, so we're all about sleep and wake up, so it was quite nice. So they're kind of themed with our swag for our stand. Yeah.
Sure. So
good.
tell me a little about your company.
Yeah, so we're Bloom Living. We're a new company, and our whole thing is generating a personal sunrise from your window. So imagine that you could control the sun, and you could have the sun be there to wake up with this nice, gentle, light in the morning, and that's what we do. So it's a double shade, like window system, blackout,
Okay.
and then privacy. And in between, we put this really nice light that mimics sunrise.
Interesting.
Mhm.
Interesting. So unlike the, I open the shade and I get that. Don't have that in the morning
Well,
now.
that's it. Or the simple fact is, if you're like me in Ireland, in the winter, that I open the shade and it's just dark
Yes.
as well. So the fact is that I want to get up at 7 all year round. I can do that. Or a bit later in the weekend, I just program it, saying, and then the light will come maybe at about 6:30. Then about 7 o'clock, it'll be full brightness, and I will be gently nudged awake.
So that's
it. Yeah.
crazy interesting. So in the summertime, the sun comes up pretty early where I live, and I get used to that.
Yes.
And I get so used to it that I start waking up with the sun, right? Right? Well, then as fall approaches,
100%.
and I'm still doing this, right? And then I wake up and I get ready and I look at the clock and I'm like, it's 10 after 8?
That's exactly that.
And then I'm like shocked and I'm like, I got 15 minutes to get to work, because I just got accustomed to that early light.
Yeah.
So you now can just set it so it's at 6:15 the light comes on.
That's
and my body gets used to that, and I feel the same every day, all the time.
Yeah, and it's that consistency around sleep. What we were finding is that people were buying like blackout shades, blinds, curtains, but actually for the summer, and that they were finding it difficult to wake up, and that's called like sleep inertia, that you weren't getting enough light to wake up. And they were actually almost breaking their shades to let a bit of light through. So that we were like, well, you don't have to break your shades, and even in the summer, pull down the blackout, we take away all the light and then put it back when you want. So we were finding that even people were waking up too early, like 5 o'clock in the morning in the summer. So this is the idea is that you can be a bit more consistent. It gives you that nice glow.
Yeah.
So our kind of thing is that it's an alarm, but it's not really alarm. We don't want to wake up from sleep being alarmed, alarming.
Yeah.
We want to, it's not a great term when you think about it. You
No,
want to be
it's
like
not
startled
actually.
out of it.
Yeah, that's right.
So we're kind of more about this kind of gentle nudge, and that's the lifestyle kind of that we're trying to achieve.
Have you had any chance to do any type of studies or anything as to, the person who does wake up to that stark alarm that goes off in the morning to a natural way of wake?
Yeah, so we did a lot of consumer research, and it was quite astounding that it's something along the line of 80% of people that we researched were using sound-based alarms, as we call them. I think it was as low as 10% wanted to use them. So the idea is that people wanted to wake up naturally, and they assumed that would be with light if they could, but they weren't doing that, and that's the kind of where the concept really came from.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So
and
80% use sound, but only 10% want to.
Yes, exactly. And
I would be in that. I would not be that 10%.
And the demographic that got this ideal world were the retired people. So it was like, and basically the feedback was they could do that because they had luxury of maybe, unless they had an appointment, they just woke up when they wanted. So we're trying to give you that kind of flexibility and freedom, which is nice.
Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing worse, is there, than you're just in this deep sleep and all of a sudden, and it is an alarm.
That's exactly it.
Yeah.
I flew over from Ireland and an alarm went off in the middle of the night and I was didn't know where I was or what was happening, but with this kind of light, it gently nudges you up.
So how many, in this research, did you find out how many people hit the snooze?
Yes, so I'm gonna be honest here. I'm a snoozer.
Okay.
So there's quite a few. So you have these demographics of people that just instantly get up. I would love to be one of those, but I am not. And then people who repeatedly hit snooze. And we've actually created a light pattern for that. So a lot of sunrise, alarm clocks sort of just does this gentle arc, but we're finding it slightly more pulsating, that, we do the snooze function within light, that we know we wake you up. That's probably not enough, so we dim down again and then we pulsate again.
Interesting.
And so we ask you a few questions. We have a companion app to sort of figure out what kind of sleeper and what kind of wake up you like.
Yep.
And say, well, we think this would be good for you. Give it a go, you know, and then you can tweak it and change it if you want to.
That's pretty cool.
So yeah, it was like, how do you snooze it? Well, you don't really. We still just want that light pattern going on. But yes, I'm a self-confessed snoozer.
I probably am a little of both. It just depends on what I got going on in the day. Sometimes I have something exciting, which is most of the time I'm excited to get up. But there are days that having that snooze is kind of nice.
That's it. So so it's good. So we're basically saved our lunch for CES. We wanted to come to CES, which is
Okay.
good. So it's going well.
Good.
And probably the additional benefit is that we found out that people come around for the sleep, the wake up, the light. But because it's a double shade and we're using cellular materials, it's very good at that sort of heat. So if you live in Vegas in the summer, it can keep the heat out and reduce your AC bills. Or if you live like me in Ireland in the winter, it can keep the heat in. So this kind of double insulation barrier is quite nice. So it's kind of this dual function. And we're finding that people are quite interested in that as well because it's all related.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'm coming to your neck of the woods later this year, you know.
That's good. It's nice.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to. Well, I'm playing a little golf in a country next to yours, but yeah.
That's one of the top reasons people come.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
You got the good links golf courses on the beaches.
Yeah,
and everything. That's what we need to hit.
It'll be a lot of fun, that's for sure.
it.
But
It's good.
anyway, really appreciate you being here
Thank you
today.
very much for having me. That's
and how do we find out more information?
Yeah, so Balloon Living is what we're called, balloonliving.com. We've got our pre-launch available. You can pre-order and just follow us online.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And when do you think the product will be?
So we are aiming for early June, the first deliveries. We actually have a motorized version coming out later in the year as well. So so
cool.
get now. And the motorized version we'll be aiming for that kind of dark season in the traditional kind of my neck of the woods in Europe and things like that.
All right.
Okay.
Thanks
you so much.
Thanks again.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
so nice
Take
to meet
care.
You. Thank you.
Good
Bye.
luck to you. All right. And check that out, everybody. Balloon Living, BEL. I'm just going to read your shirt real quick. BELUME living.com. Go check that out. Wake up to a little sunshine. Oh, there's your tagline right there.
Thank you very much.
That's pretty good, isn't it? Yeah, I'm going to write that down, actually. Wake up to a little sunshine. Yeah. Right. So, again, this is Marlo Anderson, your guru of geek and founder of National Day Calendar. And welcome to continuing coverage of CES 2023. And coming to you live from Las Vegas, Nevada. 200,000 people is the approximate crowd this year for CES 2023. 2,200 exhibits, I think it is. 2 million square feet. It's an astonishing event. That's actually an understatement of what goes on here. I think there are estimates some year that 200,000 new products are introduced at this event. 10,000 media here to cover that. So it takes a lot just to get all the news out with the new different products. And you're probably seeing that. Almost all the products that we're talking about that we're showing you today are not actually available yet. They're pre-orders, that type of thing. Most of them will be available shortly or a little bit later, quarter 2, quarter 3 of 2023. Most have pre-orders, as you have heard. So you have all kinds of opportunity to get in and get some of these things ordered if you're interested in doing that. I will be doing some of that myself with some of the products that we've talked about today. Make sure you text TECH, T-E-C-H, that's T-E-C-H to 844-829-1524. That's 844-829-1524. We're giving away all kinds of products from CES this year as well. So get in on that prize opportunity, and you'll also get some notifications to some of the interviews that we have coming out of CES a little bit later on. And joining me right now is...
I'm Nick Brill. I'm from Vision Tech.
Hey, Nick, how are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm having a hard time keeping up with where I'm at anymore here. So
I'm also slotting in a little early. So.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, that's a little bit early, I guess. Not too bad though. So how you doing?
Good.
Yeah.
Great show so far.
Yeah.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good as well. Exhausted. I mean, you have some bags under your eyes too.
It's been some late nights and a lot of walking around and lots of meetings. So.
It's funny. You come to this show. I think a lot of people get excited to come to CES. And you're going to think you're going to go out and have these great, party nights and everything else. That is not the case at this event. I mean, you might have a beer or two at meetings.
Right.
But it's not what, I mean, it's sometimes 18, 20-hour days of just meeting after meeting, and then you still have the show.
And the scale of it, right? When you talk about getting from main convention center over to where we are now in the Venetian,
right?
It can take an hour.
Did you come from Maine?
No, I came from my hotel here, and then I have to go back to Maine and then back over here.
You're right. It can take an hour. And if you, I suppose if you walked it might, well, it all depends. You could probably walk from this building to the main convention center in a half hour, but the buildings themselves are so massive, it takes a half hour just to walk through these things. And
Exactly.
that's if you're in the hallway. If you're actually in this congestion, yeah, it can take forever.
Yep.
So yeah. If you've never been here before, it's really hard to describe. And I think people are like, it's just a trade show. How can you be so tired? Well, yesterday I had 28,000 steps. This is how you're tired.
I did 17,000 steps yesterday.
Unbelievable. It's just unbelievable. Yeah. And, I don't know what your normal is. I mean, mine's probably 7 or 8, so you're way above what you normally do, of course.
And you're in dress shoes doing it.
Yeah,
exactly.
exactly.
It's not like you're doing this in sneakers. So,
Can I please have my Reeboks back, please, or whatever, yeah. So anyway, Vision Tech has some cool stuff. So let's, we'll put that guy right there.
Yeah, so we're a consumer electronics company. Right now, we're launching our new GaN 2 chargers. So what we're seeing is, the one thing you haven't seen at the show floor this year is proprietary chargers. Everything's going to USB-C or wireless charging. Those are kind of the two standards.
I think Europe, didn't they pass a thing here just a few months ago saying that even Apple can't use their proprietary anymore, that they have to go to USB-C?
Correct. Yeah. And so, we're seeing a vast adoption very quickly. But what we haven't seen is the functionality to be able to charge a bunch of USB-C devices.
Right.
And that's what we're bringing to market right now.
So what is this one here?
So to give you some idea, that's a 65-watt charger.
Okay.
So
I don't mean to keep picking it up. I'm going to go like this pretty soon, So, yeah.
So, this will cover most laptops as well as a phone simultaneously.
Really?
Yeah. So just way smaller than those bricks you have to carry around for your laptops. Easy cables.
You got to be kidding me.
No. So GaN 2 technology, really lightweight, really tiny, and provides both of those ports for you, right? So, when I'm running around and have to charge my phone and someone else is like, hey, do you have a phone charger I can use? I can plug in another phone.
Yeah.
And, those will do 0 to 80% charge in 25 minutes on an iPhone.
That's what I love about USB-C, by the way, is just how fast it is to charge devices. It's so great. It really is. So, well, there we go. So that's a 2-charger one.
And so what we are going to have, though, is people still need USB-As.
Of course.
For Fitbits, for,
anything
headphones,
that's older.
Anything that's older. Yeah. So that's a 100-watt charger.
Okay.
So, of course, these are going to scale down once you start plugging in multiple devices, but you'll get 2 USB-As, 2 USB-Cs. When I travel, that's all I need now.
So I don't know if you can see this here, but I'll just explain it to you. So the top port here is USB-C.
Up to 100 watts.
65 to 100 watts. The next one is 18 watts.
Yep.
So if I accidentally plug my phone into the top one, does it matter?
No. So the good part is that we designed all of these to where it's up to that maximum.
Gotcha.
And it'll work in any of the standards all the way down. So these are PD 3.0 compatible, which means that there's I think 18 different wattages. For up to 100 watts. Right.
So
of varying amperage and voltage.
So this device auto senses and does what it needs to.
It'll auto sense, auto handshake, everything.
Okay.
It's also fully UL listed, fully tested. You don't have to worry about it overheating, getting too hot. Not questionable at all.
Yeah, this is pretty cool. This is pretty cool. Are these available already?
Yeah, so we launched them this week.
Okay.
You get them on Amazon, and then they'll be we do mostly B2B, but we know that there's a lot of demand on the consumer side too. So Dell, Lenovo.com, CDW, Amazon, our own website, things like that.
Actually, Vision Tech is no stranger to this. You guys have been doing this for a long time.
Yeah, we've been around for 30 years in consumer electronics, and this is really just our next foray into it. We've been doing the cables and adapters for USB-C since the USB-C standard was announced.
Right.
So this is really just the next products for us.
So this is very cool. Of course, I have a laptop that I still have to use the brick on, and I'm so envious of. I need to just upgrade, because I am always envious of people who are just plugging USB-C into these things now and charging them up, because they can do stuff like this. So it's a great standard.
Yeah, it's a great standard, and there's a lot of people don't think that when they see their Thunderbolt port on their laptop that you can plug this into your Thunderbolt port and charge your laptop that way too. So a lot of people still are
that might be me actually.
Some of the technology.
Like, okay, that's interesting. I didn't know that. So yeah. Okay. So what about? So I'm going to get a little, not real political with you, but I'm just curious how you feel about this. So the new standard that the European standard is now forcing on Apple to have USB-C. Do you think that's going to thwart development of new cables as we move forward, because they're all going to be afraid that they're going to be mandated to do?
No, I'm actually so happy it's happening.
Okay.
Right, because it wasn't a thwart against Apple. It was a thwart against all of these excess cables and proprietary chargers as a whole, right? So
you should see, well, I guess I don't have my bag behind me here, but I'm sure your bag's the same way.
Yeah.
It's insane. I must have, if you're in the space like you and I are, where we travel a little bit and you're doing stuff like this or whatever, your gadget bag has to have all of these different cables all the time. It just drives a person crazy.
Yeah, so when you start talking about, okay, it's not just Apple, it's all tablets, it's all cell phones, it's all, Ring cameras are going to be USB-C, right? All those types of batteries.
Yep.
I shoot a Nikon camera. Okay, my Nikon camera battery charging is going to be USB-C.
Right.
Right, so yes, it's going to be complex, but it's all going to be one standard.
So do you think that just because, the United States, for example, has not done this, but do you think that because Europe has done this, that they're just all going to just be all in and not going to have to worry about it anymore? Because why would you have a U.S. version and a European version, right?
Because of the complexities of designing multiple power inputs and all of that, it's just going to be one standard.
Yeah,
and it's going to be the right move on the standards too. As far as where the technology is going, right? We're seeing USB 4 come out, so you're going to see much faster speeds. But with that comes a new power standard up to 240 watts.
Wow!
Right, so that's going to cover almost all consumer electronics you can think of is going to be able to be powered over USB-C, which is going to be awesome.
That's incredible when you think about that.
Yeah. So these are the consumer side that meets the needs now. The 240 watt block we're in development, it's not much bigger than this, but it's just a single port.
Do you think that, now you really have me thinking here, do you think that eventually USB-C would be like the new electrical plug-in in homes and that type of thing too? Instead of having the, like the 2 or 3 prong that we have now, that it would eventually get to this if we're going to power all of them that way?
I don't want to necessarily comment on that because I don't know how the electrical standards all work in homes.
Right.
And there is some advantages to having dedicated ground and things like that. I do know that there are home switches that you can replace the plugs and have USB-C now.
Right.
But as we're seeing the technology advance, you might have one of those plugs that's was the 65 watt standard, and now, oh wait, I just got a laptop that's a 180 watt USB-C charger, and now I have to replace that entire bracket in my home. So that's where these are going to stick around for a long, long time.
Interesting.
And just the portability and
being able to
travel with these. So
yeah, I 100% agree with that. So I'm excited. Yeah. So squirrel. Didn't mean to blow everybody away as I'm laughing there. These are available now, and what's the price point on them?
So this is the 65 watt, so that's going to be at a $59 price point. This is, $49, $69.
Oh,
we do have 35 watt and 45 watt that are more for tablets and Chromebooks, and those are going to be $29 and $39.
Even $69 for that is actually a pretty decent price.
Yeah.
So yeah, for the portability and the ability to power pretty much everything that you're traveling with, that's pretty decent. So hey, it's been fun.
Pleasure.
Thanks for
Thank you
coming
so
over.
much.
Appreciate it. Website.
VisionTech.com.
Just like that.
Yep.
VISIONTEC.com, everybody. So, all right. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Enjoy your CES. So get on over there. VisionTech, not a stranger to this space. They're a very trusted product, and obviously they're moving to the European standard of everybody having USB-C on their devices. And as he was just saying, as I think most people believe, that everybody, even though that the standard isn't in the United States, that everybody's going to manufacture to the USB-C standard simply because of the cost of having multiple devices, multiple chargers, that type of thing. So why wouldn't everybody just move to that standard? So that's where everybody thinks it's going. Get yourself maybe an adapter or two from VisionTech if you like what you just saw. This is Marlo Anderson with the Tech Ranch and also the founder of National Day Calendar. We're coming to you live from CES 2023, and as part of the National Technology Day coverage that we have going on right now, We do have a couple more interviews left, and they're making their way up. If you were with us earlier, probably noticed that we had some technology challenges right away. Of course, we would have that on National Technology Day, right? So we had to make a switch, and we're up in the Tech Podcast Tower here at CES. Actually the CES Live Tower here at CES. So we're sitting above the floor. We had anticipated that we were going to be on the floor doing interviews. I think the challenge was, it was internet related, and just because there are so many people here, there just isn't enough bandwidth for everybody, so we had to make a quick move, and I'm really appreciative of this team up here with TPN and with Plug Hits to let us take over their space for these few hours. So thanks to them, thanks to the National Day Calendar crew back home in Mandan, North Dakota, and Doug in Ohio. Thank you, Doug, as well, for making sure that we had this coverage going on for everybody today. Bo, thank you as well. He stepped up the last second as well to add some extra coding so that we could make sure that this all was going off as smoothly as possible. And if you're interested in potentially winning some prizes, make sure you sign up for or opt in to subscribe to the Tech Ranch. You can do that by texting TECH. You can text TECH, T-E-C-H, to 844-829-1524. That's 844-829-1524. And again, text TECH there. We're giving away some amazing prizes coming to you from CES 2023. So you want to get in on those, and you'll get some notifications for future Tech Ranch programs and that type of thing. And joining me is
Gleb Nikiforov from United Chargers.
All right. Tell me a little bit about your company.
So our company, we are located in Toronto, Canada.
Okay.
We are one of the leaders in the EV charging market in North America. We currently operate in 3 countries, Canada, USA, and Mexico. We make Grizzly brand EV chargers, which are one of the best sellers on Amazon. And we here we promote the new commercial bundle. So we are experiencing the EV revolution right now. So we're experiencing the change which mankind experienced just once in their lifetime, is changing from burning wood to burning fossil fuels.
Yes.
Now we're trying to stop burning fossil fuels, and we're starting to use solar energy or any derivative of solar energy as electrical power to propel our fleet, right? So this is a pretty significant change, and the backbone of this new ecosystem is the electric vehicle charging infrastructure. So without this backbone, the whole organism will not live. It's going to fall apart. The way the electric vehicle charging infrastructure is funded right now is mostly government funds, and actually our taxpayer money going into buying those charging stations out there. And do you drive electric?
Not yet.
Okay.
I've driven a few electric cars, but I don't have one personally. And so I live in an area, North Dakota. Okay. 2 challenges: we don't have a lot of charging stations. Okay. Secondly, it's cold, and it gets very cold sometimes. So the few friends that I have that have Teslas or other EVs have real challenges when it's 20 below zero, because the capacity to drive 200 miles is greatly diminished because of the cold. So although it's getting better.
Yeah, it's getting better. The technology is improving for sure.
Yes.
And we are just in the beginning of the road, right? So
of course.
And things going to get better and better. But people will not buy electric if they're not sure they can charge on the road.
That's correct.
And that's why.
And I'm in that space.
Yeah.
I mean, I would have to sit down with a map or some version of that and plan my route around how I'm going to charge my vehicle right now with where I live.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, so the goal of my company is to create a profitable level 2 charging station. That means that small and medium business can buy this charging station, install it outside, and provide the service to other drivers and make profit out of it.
So, so how would you charge? By the kilowatt hour, by the per minute, or by the mile?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how you charge. Actually, people asking a lot of questions like about level 2 charging station, what it has. Does it have RFID? Does it have a screen? Does it have something else? The pure question, one question should be asked, is this charging station profitable or not? And if the answer is no, it doesn't matter what this charging station has, because you can see there is a lot of level 2 charging station installed by government money out there not working because the owner doesn't make money using those charging stations. They actually spend money maintaining them.
That's
and
correct.
For owner, it's better for them not to operate. That's why out of 100% charging stations, only about 40% charging stations are operational. It's a very fundamental.
I did not know that.
Yeah, it's a fundamental issue. Everybody is going blind and looking at like what this charging station can do. It doesn't matter what it can do if it's not profitable.
Right.
If it's not making you money.
Right.
If you spend some money and install a charging station outside, you expect it to at least have some feasible ROI, right?
Yep.
If it doesn't have any ROI and you keep spending $50 every month just to keep it working there but not making you money, you're not going to be very happy. You're not going to install another one, right? You're probably going to let this die and and keep it quiet so you don't have to spend money.
I'm only smiling because you're probably the first person that I've ever talked to about this, because I have been in my neck of the woods been saying this forever, that you just can't continue at this level. Somewhere along the line, I mean, if you're a gas station owner, for example,
exactly,
right?
you need to make it makes a lot of money, right?
Why would you install something that they can put in their vehicle for free? Now I'm putting quotation marks around it because it's being subsidized somehow or another, right? Yep. And then how do I make, why would I do this and then take away from my business, right? So you have to figure out a way to make money with this stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's the goal of my company.
Yeah.
And
it's a good goal.
And I think we're on a good path. So when 120 years ago the gasoline story started, or whatever, 100 years ago, the government was subsidizing the gas stations as well.
That's correct. Yes.
To some point, and then it took off and it was a profitable business.
Yes.
Right? So we have to do the same, otherwise it's not going to fly. And the way how to make this sustainable and profitable is to reduce the costs. So the charging station should not be fancy. Like our charging stations really look like a brick. It's a Grizzly charger. It's a metal enclosure, like a brick unit. But it does what it's supposed to do. It charges the vehicle. Who cares how it looks like if it does the job, right?
Right.
So that's number one. So minimize the costs. Remove all unnecessary parts from there. No fancy screens, no cable management systems, no nothing. The cable will survive 3 years. If it gets ripped off, it costs $200 to replace. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal, right? So, but the thing is, it's supposed to be a quality charger with a quality software. Now, everybody in North America right now are using Apple approach. So everybody want to be Apple. They want to build the vertical from building the hardware, building the software, and then protecting their grounds from everybody else, trying to, like a hen, trying to get as more chickens under their wings as possible and keep them. So, and then we have few piles like this, well, literally. The way we
I like this guy.
The way we approach this is quite different. So we think from a Dell perspective. Like, we try to build a very good, robust, cheap working hardware with open protocols, so any software company can connect to our charging systems and operate them. So we are not building the whole vertical. We are just focusing on how we can sustainably and profitably build still cheapest but good hardware, right? Because, well, there's some people who need fancy stuff, but most people just need things to work, right? So, and we focus on building things that will work. Now, the second step of this stage, so let's say we have the hardware. Now we need to find companies who will be interested in getting us connected to our hardware. And in Europe, it's an abundant, no problem. There is 400 EVSE companies in Europe which do all operate on OCPP 1.6 or 2.0 protocols, and they can connect to any hardware. In Europe, there is no problem. if you buy a charging station, commercial charging station most likely can connect to a dozen of different software, and you as a customer have a choice. So you can select, what do you need? I need PowerShare, and I don't need to collect payments. I only need PowerShare. Okay, so then you buy software which does PowerShare for you, and it's going to be cheaper, most likely, than you buy the full suite of software. In North America, you buy any product, any EV commercial charger, it comes with the software. Whatever is there is whatever is there. God forbid this company goes out of business tomorrow, you can destroy and put it in garbage, because they have roaming agreements between themselves for the payments, but they are not interoperable in terms of software. There is no hard point entrance into the charger, so where you can connect it to a different software. All their connections happen through their cloud. So it's not really interoperable, and it's not really sustainable. You spend a lot of money into hardware, you expect it to be operational for at least 3, but 5, maybe 10 years, right?
Sure.
So if the company goes bankrupt in the middle of that, you just lost your money, right? Right. So now what we're looking for, we work with a company called ChargeLab, and we as well work with companies like AmpUp, EVgo, EV Connect, and others who are, we think, are going to use our hardware. And once they start using it, then a customer will have a choice in North America what kind of software you want. And the software prices should go down, because right now they're ridiculously high. You pay $25, $30 per port per month.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
So it's a subscription model on top of it.
Yes, it is. And basically the hardware is a very little piece in this equation. It's maybe 25-30% of the whole cost. Right. In order to be profitable, in order to make a better EV charging infrastructure, in order to make cheaper, accessible points everywhere in the country, we need to lower the cost of the hardware. We're doing that already, so we squeeze in as much as possible, and our hardware is really inexpensive. The smart charger is $475 on Amazon, and that's cheaper than many of the Chinese competitors. So
your charger is $475.
Yes, smart charger is $475, and it's OCPP capable and can connect to any OCPP software.
So what about the cost of setup, like bringing an electrician out or whatever? Do you have any numbers on that? As well?
Level 2 chargers usually range between $500 to $1,000 on installation costs.
So you're under $2,000 to install this.
Yes.
That's amazing.
Yep. And that's why you can make it affordable and you can make it profitable. Again, the goal is you buy a charger, in 3-year term you need to double your investment. Right? This way, everybody will do it.
Yeah.
And when everybody will do it, we'll have what? Triple our infrastructure without any spending from the government, from our taxpayer money into this. So
that's pretty impressive.
That's what we do.
I'm just saying, I think the last person I talked to that had a charger was $40,000.
Yeah, well, DC level 3 chargers is a different beast.
I understand that.
And they have their own problems.
Yep.
And their main problem is they should be located where there is no power, because they need to be located between the cities.
Yes.
Right? And between the cities is exactly the place there is no power. And they take a lot of power.
Yep.
That's a big problem.
Yep.
So once we figure out level 2, we're going to start figuring out level 3.
Yep. Yep. Well, very interesting. How do I find out more information?
So you go to grizzly.com, grizzle-e.com, or unitedchargers.com. Grizzle-e.com.
Okay. So, gotcha. GRIZZL-E.com.
Yeah.
And what was your other website?
Yeah, and the other website is unitedchargers.com. So right now we have promotional price on grizzly.com where you can buy a home a classic unit, which is the best seller on Amazon, for just $349. Which is $1 cheaper than Tesla sells their wall box units.
Okay, good enough.
Okay,
it's good to know that.
And with our charger, you can charge Tesla and all other vehicles.
Okay.
With the Tesla charger, you can only charge Tesla.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true. All right.
All right.
It's been a pleasure.
Thank you
Thanks
very
for
much.
stopping by.
Thank you.
Well, there you go. Pretty amazing. So, and made a lot of great points about building an infrastructure that's based on at least making a couple dollars profit and the value of doing that. So, but yeah, check them out. Grizzly.com, GRIZZL-E.com, or UnitedChargers.com. Either one of them will get you to what we were just talking about as far as if you're driving an EV and are looking for a level 2 charger to install in your place, then you can pick them up relatively easy. He said he had a special going on for $349, and I am getting something to drink right here, as you can tell. And again, my name is Marlo Anderson. I am the founder of National Day Calendar and your guru of geek for the Tech Ranch, merging those two loves of mine together into one day called National Technology Day, which happens to coincide on purpose over CES. So we're coming to you live from CES 2023 this year. Behind me, you can see the upper level of the Sands Venetian Conference Hall. We expect 200,000 people approximately to the show this year, and 2 million square feet of display space. So over the 4 days, impossible to see the entire show. Absolutely impossible to see everything that's at CES. 200,000 new products will be coming out of the show this year. I think it's about 10,000 media that generally show up, although I think the numbers are still down for media over pre-pandemic times. I heard some numbers the other day that brings it down a little bit, but still one of the world's most attended press events as well. So it's an amazing space to be in, and you're seeing some of this wonderful technology. Make sure you sign up for our wonderful texting platform as well. You can text TECH, T-E-C-H, to 844-829-1524, 844-829-1524, and you'll be in the running for a lot of prizes that were given away from CES, as well as future updates from the Tech Ranch and some of the interviews that we're doing here that we'll put out over the next couple of months. So make sure you get over there. Big thank you to Plug Hits and CES Live for allowing us to be in their studio space due to technical difficulties earlier. We hurried up and they were gracious enough to let us use their space. So big thank you to Scott Ertz and Todd Cochran over at Blueberry and TPN, and CES as well for allowing us to be up here in the tower. We had planned to be on the floor for all of this, but internet usage is a little high around here today because of the higher than expected crowd. That would be my theory. So we just didn't have the power to do what we wanted to do on the floor this year. So this is working out well, but unfortunately there's a little transition from where we were going to be to here that some people don't know about. So there's a little time in between some of our guests that were scheduled to be with us. Let's see. Kurt is back. Alante's back. Hey, Alante, you want to chat for a minute or two? I know you like to do that kind of thing. There's nothing like Diet Coke to wake you up. Oh my goodness.
Man, you're a trooper. You are a trooper.
Oh, it's not my first rodeo.
Yeah, yep. I was.
How many hours are we into this now? Oh, we're pushing 3 already here.
It's not
oh my
too bad.
Goodness.
You're trucking.
Yeah.
I felt a little bad. I was like, is there a way we can get him just a little bit of food?
Oh, you know what? I have one ab.
Okay.
On purpose. It's for these reasons.
Storage,
that's right. Storage for when I absolutely need it, and today is one of those days,
Good.
obviously.
Good,
Yeah. So what are you thinking? What are your thoughts of the show so far?
You know, it's been really interesting. I feel like there's been a combination of like some of the bigger companies, that put on their shows in the beginning. Their like main focus in the beginning was that we're eco-friendly. We want to make sure that the audience knows that we're trying to tackle climate change and you know, we want to make sure that our devices are made of recycled parts, and even their own recycled devices or other devices, you know, just everything is made out of recycled materials. I think that's kind of cool. And then, what was the other? Yeah, I feel like I've been seeing a lot of tech that is not necessarily brand new, but it's like something that's just not been touched for a long time. Like
recycled tech.
Yeah.
I mean, you're in this recycled talk anyway.
Yeah,
so yeah.
Just,
you know, I'm trying to remember where I seen this at the other day too, and I was thinking the same thing, that you know, this is technology that we talked about 30 and 40 years ago, that somehow or another, maybe it didn't quite make it back then for whatever reason, and now you're starting to see those ideas reemerge again. Not to go crazy on you here, but go ahead. I'll get back to my crazy thought here in a second.
I just thought of one, kind of a big one. I haven't remembered this for the entire week. What was it? GE had a stand mixer, a brand new stand mixer that they've got on the market. That is a smart device, and I mean, maybe I'm a little disconnected, but I have not seen a smart stand mixer anywhere in the market.
Everything is smart now.
Everything is smart. I've seen a smart toaster somewhere, and I'm not even joking.
I was just going to bring this up. It's like everything is getting connected or whatever, you know, and I'm sure there are people out there that think, oh my goodness, are you kidding me? We're going to have smart toasters, right?
Yeah.
But maybe there's advantage to that. Maybe you can have a smart toaster and my toast can say Alante on it in the morning or whatever, right? Yeah, that'd be okay, right?
That'd be kind of cool if it said my name across, you know, instead of bejeweling it.
But, you know, for kids, if you're having a hard time getting them to eat toast and whatever, if they had Mickey Mouse on there.
Oh, sure.
You know, why not, right?
Or, you know, have the kids' names like revolving around them.
There's,
you know,
all this stuff is now possible because of these things.
And let's say they get into setting profiles for toast. Like if if one likes a little,
can't believe
little
we're
extra
having a
char.
conversation on toast. Profiles for toast.
Maybe the toaster knows how to remove the crust. You know, that's smart, right there.
Profiles for like Alexa or Google Home devices and things, or your car. You know, you sit in it and the seat adjusts next to your significant other or whatever. Those things make sense. I would never believe in a million years I'd be sitting here with you right now talking about a toaster with profiles. But you know what? Somebody's listening to us and going, that's a good idea.
That's $1 billion idea. Call me up.
Yeah, that's right. Give Alante a call, and here we go. So
excellent.
Well, you're losing your seat.
That's all right.
Don't go too far because I want to continue that conversation.
100%.
All right. Thank you, Alante. There you go. Profiles for toasters. You heard it here first. I'm going to have a toaster profile that says Guru of Geek across my toast every morning just to remind me who I am. So make sure you text TECH, T-E-C-H, to 844-829-1524. That's 824-829-1524. This is your continuing coverage of CES 2023 on National Tech Day. And sitting next to me is...
Hi, I'm Jan Becker.
Jan Becker. So spell your name for me, Jan.
Jan is the first name.
Okay.
Your European first name.
Okay.
Last name is Becker, B-E-C-K-E-R.
All right. So that's what I thought. But all right. So, and who are you with, Jan?
I'm the CEO and founder of Apex AI.
Apex AI. All right. And I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you there. What does Apex do?
Yeah, we develop base software for software-defined vehicles.
Oh, we're going to have fun now.
All right.
So what is your core mission?
So we make it simple for companies. You know, car companies are fundamentally hardware-centric companies. They know how to build an engine, they know how to build a powertrain, a chassis, and they know how to build the whole vehicle around it. But they're really not culturally not software companies. So they struggle with the software development. And we make it easy for them to develop software.
So give me a case study of somebody coming to you and using your software.
Yeah, let me actually start with an analogy.
Okay, that'd be great.
We actually saw the same in the smartphone world about 10, 15 years ago. 15 years ago you had Windows phones and you had Nokia phones and you had Blackberries, but they all died. They all went away.
Yes.
Now we have two phone systems on the market. One is iPhone with iOS, and the other one is Android phones. And there are many, many manufacturers making Android phones.
Yep.
But there's always Android running on the phone. And then you have an ecosystem on the phone where millions of app developers can develop apps for both iPhone and Android. An iPhone or an Android phone is fundamentally not so different from a computer in a car. It's a multi-core computer, it has sensors like the camera, some phones have a LiDAR, it has gyroscopes and a microphone and speakers and so on and so on. So it's really a complex computer to program. But Android and iPhone have made it actually trivial to develop apps for those devices. My kids can do it, a high school student can do it, because there's a tool that is called SDK, Software Development Kit. You can download it from Apple, you can download it from Android, and that makes it trivial to develop software for smartphones. We have developed such an SDK for vehicles and for mobility systems.
It's a great analogy. That's really, really, I've never thought of it that way before, but you're right. You're absolutely right. The car has a lot of the same features of our devices right now.
Exactly.
That's crazy.
Well, let's actually say the car of the future. So a car that you and I can buy today, there are typically dozens, if not hundreds, of tiny little computers. They're called ECUs, electronic control units, spread out across the vehicle. They have software embedded, but the software is put on the device once when it's manufactured, then it's put in the vehicle and never touched again. So there's really no way to update the software in those devices.
Okay.
Now, a so-called software-defined vehicle, so a vehicle that we'll be able to buy in a couple of years, will have one or a few larger, more central computers in a vehicle, which will then run a majority of the software. Those computers will be connected to the internet, and those computers will then have the ability to update software if need be every day. Like your phone, actually.
So you are starting to see some of that now. I mean, my car occasionally does its own update, but it's not like all the time. But I've noticed that I go home and all of a sudden I'm about ready to turn my car off and it says, oh, you might want to not do that yet, or do you want to do the update right now? And I'm like, oh, okay, I'll do the update now.
Yeah, today there's really only one manufacturer that can do that for most components in the vehicle, that's Tesla.
Yep.
For all the others, it's at best the update of the map and the navigation system.
Yeah, I'm sure I own Jeeps, so I'm sure that's exactly what it is. Yeah. So, so you expect that this will be universal to all vehicles in the next couple of years?
Yeah. So we now see a number of manufacturers developing it's called a software-defined vehicle. So a vehicle with a more central computer and then a software framework on that computer, which we provide as one of the companies. And then we will see introduction of those systems. We see it in the commercial vehicle space, so trucks, for instance, around 2024, 2025. And then more and more manufacturers also for passenger cars will introduce it between 25 and 2030.
So are you involved, I have to imagine that you are in autonomous development as well.
So I've actually been developing autonomous vehicles for 25 years now. I started with my
It's amazing since you're 26, right?
Yeah, exactly. No, I started actually in 97 during my PhD work, building a completely driverless vehicle at the time for vehicle endurance testing. So we worked with Volkswagen, one of the largest manufacturers at the time, and completely automated one of their test tracks.
Interesting. I'm trying to remember the gentleman from Volkswagen that's been there forever. Wears a cowboy hat, as a matter of fact.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'll think of his name here in a little bit.
Okay.
I've been privileged to have quite a few conversations with him over the years. In fact, I rode in one of his vehicles that he worked on the Dallas motorway.
Okay.
Yeah, they had an event down there, and I was in a Peterbilt truck a couple of years ago, rolling around that thing, and then in his Volkswagen that he had developed. So anyway, pretty smart guy. Very interesting. So Apex, where are you guys at right now? Where are you moving to in the future?
So we actually started to develop software about 5 years ago. If we would have started from scratch, it would have taken us probably 10 years. And that's how long it takes some of the car makers that try to do it themselves.
Okay.
But we took an open source system, which I also helped develop, so open source software, which I helped develop starting about 10 years ago. We forked it, meaning we made a copy, and then we rewrote part of the copy so that it's actually safe and reliable, such that it fits to automotive standards.
Okay.
And that we certified 2 years ago. And we are now working with a number of car makers and suppliers to now put it in a product, meaning putting it into their vehicles.
Okay. Okay. Very cool. And where do we find more information about you guys?
Yeah, so we have a booth in the West Hall.
Okay.
So all the auto tech is now in the new West Hall, which is great. It's a much more central location, so distances are short. We can have a lot of focused, efficient meetings.
Yep.
So we have a booth there. When you get into the West Hall, there's the IndyCar, which is a great exhibit. You're just right off the IndyCar exhibit.
Did you have an issue to get over here today?
No, fortunately, actually, this is in the middle of the day, so I got a cab. Unfortunately, not an autonomous cab.
Okay.
But I got a cab in about 2 minutes, and I was over here in 15.
Have you done the autonomous vehicle here in town yet at all?
So here in town, not yet,
Okay.
no. But I mean, I've been in probably 20, 30 autonomous vehicles over the past 20 years.
Yep. I might have you beat, actually. So
okay.
I think I've been in 41 now.
Oh.
I actually keep track of them.
That's
so
awesome.
Of different vehicles. I'm guessing you have many more miles than I do. Though,
I have a lot of miles.
Yeah, I'm one of those that if I get a chance to ride in one, even if it's 2 blocks, I get to count it on my thing, you know. So, well, very, very interesting, and I'm actually going to keep an eye on your company because I think what you're doing is very interesting work. And I'll try to get over to talk to you a little bit more in West Hall. Online, though, how do we find you online? Just apex.ai?
It's www.apex.ai.
Okay.
So very simple, easy to remember.
Yep, it is. So, Dr. Becker,
awesome.
Thank you so much for
Marlo.
making the trip over. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
So, take care,
Take
everybody.
care. Bye-bye.
All right, Apex AI, they are changing the way we get around right now, everybody. And I have a feeling that we could have talked for a long, long time about their development. Working with the automotive industry. So, again, get over to, if you want to follow us, maybe win some prizes from CES, head on over, or actually text tech, TECH, to 844-829-1524, 844-829-1524. We have some great prizes that we're giving away. We also we'll notify you in the future if we have additional or when we have additional stories that come out and that type of thing. So we'd love to have you follow us and at least get in on the prizes we're going to be giving away from some of these great vendors here at CES 2023. And joining me next, how you doing?
I'm great. I'm Steve with Shelley.
Steve Marlowe.
Nice to meet you,
Nice to
Marlo.
meet you. So tell me a little bit about Shelley.
Shelley is really an innovative product that will take any electrical circuit and make it smart. One of the things that we do, it's home automation, but our main forte is actually power metering with the ability to actually respond based on power signatures. So rather than just being smart and giving you the capability of turning circuits on and off or putting circuits on a schedule, we now also have the ability to look at the power consumption of individual devices or the entire home, and then use that information to make intelligent decisions.
So give me a case study.
A great case study, I would say, is if you start with being able to power the entire or monitor the entire power consumption of your home, you now have instantaneous abilities to know how much power your home is using. We had a gentleman that had recently installed our system in his home, and he said that within 20 minutes, he was actually able to reduce his away-from-home power consumption by 40%. And the way he did it was he turned off all of his lights like he was leaving for work, and because of Shelley, he was able to take out his app and actually see that he was still pulling 618 watts of power, and he's getting ready to go to work. And it's like he would have never known without our product. More importantly, it forced him to go back into his house, and sure enough, he had left on a couple of fans, and he was really surprised at how much power his workstation was consuming.
Interesting.
Yeah, so by turning those off, he was all of a sudden able to now see a real ROI on just knowing that power. And then if you want to kind of expand upon that, what we were able to do for him and said, well, you obviously like fans, which is why they were on. We can take the Shelly, put a relay behind the switch that controls the fan, and then we can bring in a motion sensor. And so that way, every time you walk into your house or into this particular room, the fan kicks on, and as soon as you leave, the fan kicks off. So now you get the full benefit of what you want to enjoy and know that you're not going to be using power unnecessarily once you leave.
So I want to back up just a little bit because I'm not sure everybody caught what you said originally, including myself, actually. So is this a module that you plug into the wall that you would then plug the fan into?
No. Well, it's a combination of both.
Okay. That's what I was getting at here. All right. So, and then you have additional sensors that you can add to this.
Yes.
All right. So let's just walk through the fan scenario again. So I have a fan that I have plugged into the wall, and I'm running this thing all the time. Now you're saying that, okay, so now I want to make this Shelly smart. What am I doing?
Perfect. So you take one of our Shelly plugs, and you plug that into the receptacle, and then you plug the fan into it.
Okay.
Okay. From there, you bring in basically it's an in-room motion sensor that can very accurately, understand whether or not there's somebody in the room, and you just program it so that if there's motion in the room, turn the fan on, leave the fan on, and then once that person leaves, it automatically turns the fan off.
And you could do that with anything.
You could do that with anything.
I mean, if I want to have a light that comes on, if I want my TV to come on, whatever it is that you need to have come on with a motion sensor or whatever, you could do that. Or go ahead.
Can I give you another example?
Yeah, absolutely.
So we have a Shelly heat and humidity sensor. So you bring it in, it's a Wi-Fi device, it's constantly measuring the heat and the humidity in a particular room. I could take the same Shelly plug it into the wall, connect a dehumidifier to it, and instead of having that dehumidifier, which draws a lot of power, on 24/7, we can now make it smart because we can use the Shelly sensor and simply state that if humidity goes above 50%, turn the dehumidifier on. Once that humidity level goes down below 50%, it turns it off. So you've got a smart, regulated, environment.
So you can go in with the Shelly, like you said, in a non-smart environment and make it smart.
And make it smart. That's
so
right.
Within the plug, I'm assuming that we're connecting to the Wi-Fi of the space, right? And do you have other things like can I just turn the Shelly on and off without having any other sensors added to it?
That's the beauty of our system. Okay. Is Shelly is a Wi-Fi device, and the actual hub is built into the device. So just a single Shelly plug by itself can be turned on remotely or locally, can be set on a schedule. A lot of consumers actually use it around the holidays. If you want to, plug your tree in, and you've just you've just taken your outlet and you buried it behind the tree, you take one of the Shelly plugs, plug the tree lights into it, and now you can actually have them come on and off on a schedule.
Interesting. All run by an app.
All run by an app, or set up and forgotten because it's a schedule.
And the app also shows you the power consumption that's going on.
That's the beauty of it.
Yeah.
A lot of folks not only want to know if a device is on, in terms of, does it have power, but they also want to know if it's doing something. And we can then basically react to that.
Very interesting. Where do we find more information?
Shelly.cloud, or shellycloud.com, excuse me.
Shellycloud.com, okay.
Yes.
And what do the modules run?
The average modules, like for example the Shelly plug, is right around $30.
Oh, so
it's very affordable.
Yeah.
We have more professionally installed devices that can be put behind the actual electrical outlet. So let's just say you wanted a permanent installation, and anything you plug into that outlet will be controlled by a Shelly relay behind the wall. Those are right around $35.
Okay.
And then we also have professional series devices that are more centralized, that go into a DIM rail.
So, but that would be like like if you're building a new house or something like that, or can you go into existing construction or an existing house and do this as well?
You can absolutely go into existing. Some of our products, we highly recommend you have them professionally installed. A perfect example is we have a Shelly 3EM, which is really a device that will actually, again, monitor the power consumption of the entire house, which is kind of where we started from.
Right.
Those actually get installed inside the electrical box. So those you want to have professionally installed.
Okay.
But once it's done, the amount of information you have to make intelligent decisions and then kind of expand, what you do with that is very powerful.
I have to tell you that there's a lot of times that when I'm using something, I've always wanted to know how much power this thing is being used. I just, you can sometimes make an educated guess, but my guess is probably way off from what the actual, is. For example, I mean, at work, we have a series of monitors, and they're supposed to be low power consumption monitors that we just leave on all the time, right? Mm-hmm. I think I would be shocked as to how much power those things actually use, and the ability to not have to go and turn them off and turn them back on or whatever, to actually be able to use a Shelly to do that and automate the process seems pretty smart to me.
Well, and what's beautiful is that you could actually start creating, really a return on investments.
Yep.
Just because, to your point, if the monitor doesn't need to have power during the evening, you're just leaving it on for convenience sakes.
Right.
You can create that schedule and just have them off at night. And in some cases, you can even, go back to our motion sensor, like with lights, have them on when you want them, and then during off hours, you might still need them because somebody came in and needs to do something, and there's ways to turn them on.
Sure. Makes a lot of sense. All right. Well, I appreciate the time today.
Thank you very much.
Love your products. That's really, really cool. So go check it out, everybody, at shellycloud.com. Shellycloud.com. Steve was just in and really gave us some great case studies as to what he has with his product. So check it out. I'm going to be checking that out myself. It's very, very intriguing how you can turn your not-so-smart home or office into a smart space. So if you want to, get on over to our opt-in service since Todd's going to be joining me right now because I'm going to try to talk him into doing this for his show. So, but text us at 844-829-1524. Text TECH, T-E-C-H, 844-829-1524. We've recruited some great prizes from some of our vendors that we're interviewing here at CES, and we're going to be giving those away to the people who have maybe text us with that. So anyway, hey, Todd.
Your next guest might be here.
Oh.
I don't know who he is.
I don't know either.
I've got my 15,000 steps in.
Already?
Yeah.
Well, I don't because, I'm only at 4,300 right now, but I've been doing this all day, so.
Well, I went over to LVCC.
Yeah.
And walked central, walked north, walked west, marathon across west. You need like snowshoes to go over there.
It's a big place, isn't it?
Yeah. And Central is, man, there's some Sony. Have you heard about this thing Sony did?
No.
Okay, you are going to be blown away. When I stood in the Sony room with my mouth like agape, they launched a satellite on SpaceX 3 days ago. And what they're going to do once they get it set up, they're going to allow consumers to buy time to get non-air breathing pictures from space.
Okay.
You can direct drive the spacecraft. You can point it.
Whoa.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yep, you just heard correctly.
I can actually take control of a satellite.
Now, you're not going to be able to change its orbit. But
you just take all the fun out of it.
Yeah, you're going to be able to change its orientation.
Okay.
And they're not saying how much it's going to cost.
I'm sure it'll be expensive.
I'm sure. But part of the deal is you get 51 images. So who knows? It may be reasonable, but they're...
Well,
they call it Star Sphere.
Star Sphere, okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to write that down.
And first of all, when I walked in the Sony booth, they had a whole bunch of cameras and pro stuff set up. And I said, this looks more like NAB than CES. And she goes, well, we want consumers to know that you can grow with our product line. You can start here, and then
This is Sony, S-O-N-Y.
S-O-N-Y, Sony.
When of course, when I think of Sony, I don't even think of video.
Well, they had a whole thing set up there, like a little. I kind of walked up, and I was kind of surprised. I was just kind of, and I said to the gal standing there, I said, "This looks like NAB versus CES." And he goes, "Well, we're trying to get consumers to understand."
Wow.
So that was a big wower that I saw over there.
And they have a satellite.
And they now have a satellite that they launched on SpaceX
3 days ago.
Yep. I saw this product called MuxWave. Now,
M-U-X.
W-A-V-E, muxwave.com. If you go to Central, it's all the way back on the right.
Okay.
When you see this screen, you're going to want to spend $80,000.
Do you have 80 grand I can borrow?
It's a screen that is a holograph.
Can you show that? Can you get that, Kurt?
And I've got other pictures. I don't know if you can see it very well, but it plays video.
So this is in the screen right here.
This is in the screen.
Unbelievable.
It is unbelievable. This wall, 120 grand. And if I was a big business, and I wanted to showcase something for people walking into my headquarters, this is what I would buy.
So everybody go to muxwave.com. You have to see this.
It's unbelievable.
So did you see this is probably 8 or 10 years ago. I forget the name of the company, but they had a table, like a coffee table.
Yeah.
And they had like Ray Romano, and they had his projection coming out. You could actually go through and put your hand through
now,
it.
This is
glass.
Well, no. It is. You can touch it.
Okay.
And air can go through it. And I asked the one guy, I said, on the unit that rolled, I said, is this portable? Can I take this to a trade show? And he says, yeah. He says, there's 1 foot by 1 foot. These all come apart. They interconnect. And it scared me to even think about re-interconnecting them. But
you can't even see the lines, though.
No, you can't. But they are 1 by 1 squares all the way up through.
So it's like an LED panel type of scenario.
Yeah. And he said that if you have pixels go out or something, then they send replacements. They fix them. But not a cheap endeavor. But when I saw this thing, it blew me away from a visual standpoint.
Well, we both know that 5 years from now, these will be $800.
Right.
Because there's going to be, but stunning. I was just looking at the dinosaur one that you had there. That was stunning.
Now, we've all saw about Ray's desk.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Now, I don't know if they quoted me the price wrong. It's called 3D desk.
Yep.
How much do you think that desk is? With the monitors.
With the monitors.
Yeah. So the monitors will go up and down. The table goes up and down.
So with the monitors, I would say $2,200 without the monitors.
85 with the monitors.
8,500.
And I don't think it's worth 8,500. He said it. She said 85. I said 8,500 US dollars. To me, that is maybe without the monitors, maybe in my opinion, $2,000.
Yeah, I was about in the same space. Yeah,
about $2,000 on that. So again,
so they're $6,000 for the monitors. Yeah, I mean, if they would sell me the desk for $2,000, I would put the monitors on myself.
Me too. That's what. And I asked him. I said, "What does this cost without the monitors?" Well, we have to do a deal. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
So that desk was unlike any standing desk I've ever seen.
It's cool though. I like the wraparound monitors
because the monitors come up and you can stay in your position, so you can change your head. Then you can stand up with the desk, and it changes position. It's very very unique.
Do you have a stand-up desk?
I do.
Do you like it?
I do.
See, I've been thinking about switching.
So I've had one for 3 years in my office, and then we bought all our employees in Columbus. We bought them desks. So I probably spend 1 or 2 hours a day standing.
Okay.
I have a little sciatica issue, so for me, standing up sometimes is good. But
sure.
I think you've got a guest here.
Okay.
And let me let him get on, then I'll come back.
Okay,
and
that sounds good.
We'll chat
Everybody,
more.
that was Todd Cochran, the founder of Blueberry, actually, that just popped in to say hi. So good to have you here, Todd, and I look forward to our next conversation in a little bit. So continuing coverage, CES 2023 on National Technology Day. I'm your host, the guru of geek, Marlo Anderson, also the founder of National Day Calendar, which is why this all collides today. Coming to you live from CES 2023 here in Las Vegas. And, yeah, let's get that back to Todd there, because I bet he's probably thirsty as well. And if you want, we are also doing a opt-in by text today. So you can text TECH, T-E-C-H, to 844-829-1524. That's 844-829-1524. We have great prizes we're giving away at the end of CES from some of the CES vendors. So you want to get in on that action, and also other programming that we have coming out. So make sure that you stay in touch with that. And next to me is... Oh, we don't have your audio yet. Let's try it again. Try her again.
I am, hello. I'm Duncan Orr-Jones from Camino.
Nice to meet you, Duncan.
Very nice to meet you.
Camino.
Yes.
I love that name, by the way.
Yeah.
So tell me a little bit about it.
So we have completely reimagined the old school kind of dumb walker, which has been untouched by any design or any technology at all.
Okay.
I think the best technology you can see on a walker is some tennis balls.
Yeah.
In fact, we found a painting done in the 1400s where if you look closely, you can see someone in the painting using a walker that pretty much looks like a walker today. And so we watched my father struggle with Parkinson's he had Parkinson's for nearly 25 years, and was just sort of appalled by the types of devices that are available for folks like him and for anyone who struggles with walking or fears falling, and kept observing all these ways in which it could be less difficult to live with and ideally make it actually easier to walk with. And then the idea kept rolling from there.
So
what is it?
Yeah, well, of course. I mean, I'm envisioning a walker of some kind, right? And it looks like we have a sample of one right here.
We have a sample right here, yeah.
So is this going to fit up here, you think? We're going to try. All right.
Let's try.
I like the try.
So this is it folded up.
Okay.
So in being folded up, it is almost carry-on luggage size, or basically carry-on luggage size. So among the things we wanted to do was make sure that the person who's using a walker has the ability to live independently and live an active lifestyle.
Right.
So currently, if you have a walker, they don't really fold, and so you can't really easily go around anywhere. If you go to a restaurant, they take it away, so now you want to use the bathroom, you've got to wait for them to come back. There's all these things, the way life gets complicated, simply because it doesn't fold very well.
Right.
So in this case, you can fold it up in a couple of seconds to this size. It also goes to a narrow mode, so if you're walking through tight spaces or getting on a plane, it narrows in and locks in place, so you can get through tight spaces. We who aren't using a walker don't recognize all these places where we're going through narrow spaces.
Right.
And if you're using a walker, you've got two choices. Have everyone get up and move out of the way, or you've got to wander around. So there's some basic mechanical things we've done just to make it easier to live with. But then the magic's in all the technology that's hidden away inside.
So that's why I was about ready to ask. I see a battery pack underneath here, so you have to explain that now.
I shouldn't have let it expose. Yes.
Well, I don't think everybody else is seeing it, but I can see it here, yeah.
So yes, so we wanted to design something that was stylish on the outside, less stigmatizing, smart on the inside, and simple to use, right? So you get a sense about the simple to use as you can fold it up really easily. The smart on the inside really started with me looking at, folks who are using an assistive device like this, they're now being asked to push something around, which is bizarre. And then if you go to a hill, now they're pushing something that's 17 pounds up the hill. Well, walking up a hill is not easy for any of us, but now pushing something a hill. So we asked ourselves, well, nowadays everything's powered, everything's smart. Why aren't these devices powered? So we've developed a technology where you've got motors in the wheels, we've got a computer in the center of the seat, we've got a battery as you've just seen, and we are able to, without the user having to do anything, you just turn it on, there's no controls, it just provides just the right amount of boost. The device feels light and easy to use, and if you hit a hill, it's just as light and easy to use. Now when you start going down the hill, it's braking for you automatically. Current devices, they're difficult to brake, they don't modulate, you've got arthritis in your hands, it's a nerve-wracking experience. ours is braking going down the hill for you. So we hear from users who've used it. It's like, they say crazy things like, "Oh my goodness, I feel like I'm walking different. I can feel I can move more easily. My hips are moving better. I can look forward and not worry about what I'm looking at on the ground."
Well, and you see people who are using these. They're like either they're scooting them along in the tennis balls, or they're lifting them up. Right?
Yes, yeah. And the more advanced ones in fairness do have 4 wheels. It's not like we invented the wheel.
Right.
But still, it's just bent aluminum wheels. So
you could claim that if you want to. You know.
so that if you want to take that down.
Thank you.
We've made it easier to live with and now easier to walk with because we've had the power assist. There's other things, like you take your hands off the device, the brake's going automatically. Users who are using these devices will surprisingly frequently forget to put the brakes on when they sit down because the brake actuation is strange. You have to push the handles away to brake them. They forget to do it. They sit on it, it slides away, they're on the ground. Brake's going automatically. It's electrically powered.
Yep.
They don't have to think about it.
Yep.
Right? We've taken the thinking away. It's safe because they can sit down, the brake's already on. So those features that, and then on top of that, nighttime, put your hands on the device, lights come on. You're seeing where you go.
Gotcha.
None of this stuff is super complicated, but it's all integrated with software, taking widely available technologies and integrating all the software to make the device easy to use and easy to walk with. Then the third element was we were thinking about it more and thinking, look, we've got all this interesting data that we're able to get from the fact we know what's going on with the wheels. We've got motors in the wheels. We know exactly how far they've gone. So we really know how far you've walked. We're not guessing like Apple is guessing.
Right.
What else could we do? So we've integrated in cameras, 2 cameras in the lower part of the device that are looking at your lower legs. So we can actually do gait analytics. It's widely now recognized that gait is sort of the 6th vital sign of geriatrics. Super important and interesting way to observe how someone's health is progressing. And so we said to ourselves again, why wouldn't we be using this device that this population that generally has some health needs?
Right.
Why aren't we using the device to better understand that? And that unlocks a whole bunch of things, right? It unlocks the ability for the person to take more, control over their own health, understand what's going on. They have an ability to assess how they're doing relative to whatever goals they've been given by a physical therapist, by way of example. The physical therapist can get feedback, understanding, what's actually the patient doing, because they say to me, it's like, they leave my office, leave my clinic, I have no idea what they're doing. I'm sure they're going back to doing what they were doing before. Well, now they can get flags going off if the user's actually deviating from what the plan was. So that is a range of things that get unlocked. Ultimately, the aim here is the more proactive we can be in interventions around health issues, the better the health outcomes are going to be, the lower cost of care is going to be. So if a care provider or even a payer, like an insurer, can get signals that maybe someone's activity has gone down or their gait has materially changed, they can actually go knock on the door, call the person up and say, hey, is everything okay? It could be they've got early signs of early stages of a urinary tract infection or something, which can progress to something that's really catastrophic, right? But if you can get it early, it's not a big deal.
Right.
So the more we can use all this data to inform the healthcare decisions, the user ends up being on a better trajectory from a health standpoint, the providers can give better quality care, and the payers actually are probably paying significantly less money. All because we've turned it from a dumb device into something that's using widely available technologies to turn it into a data platform.
So it's very interesting. So what are your goals here at CES? I mean, is your ultimate goal to be selling to the end consumer? Or are you trying to recruit distributors for your product?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we're heading into sort of a beta program, fairly limited beta program, working actually with some retirement communities. And on a path to as rapid as possible, convert that into actual, sales to consumers. So we have started a wait list. So we're trying to get people onto the wait list.
Okay.
We're a startup, so we have to do fundraising. So we're building awareness around the product. We're driving more people into the wait list. But there's a ton of opportunity around partners. You can't believe the number of people who stop by from all around the world with super enthusiasm about what we're doing to a category that's moribund, right? So absolutely, distribution partners, even some on the supply side. There's partners that we've spoken to on technology. There's partners in the healthcare community side who stop by. So really, it's across the range of things. Yeah.
Because I know that in this space in particular, it's, I don't want to say it's a rental market, but it kind of is in a way. I mean, people who and this doesn't, I mean, some people need them all the time, right? But there's a ton of people that are, had an injury, had some surgery or whatever.
Yep.
They just go to the pharmaceutical supply or whatever they're called, and they, their insurance lets you rent it for 6 weeks or whatever, and then you bring it back.
Yes.
I mean, Is this the market that you're kind of looking at as well?
It's a great question. So our plans are in the short run we will be a consumer device.
Okay.
We want to transition as quickly as possible to being more on a B2B side, and that we think that the data that we're providing is going to unlock a ton of value to a bunch of people, Advantage plans, value care providers, and what have you. But in the short run, we are a consumer device. So we actually are thinking the same way, which is, look, we hear from a lot of end users that they believe they're not going to need a device for very long, and we hope they don't need a device for very long. In many cases, unfortunately, that's not going to be the case. So we want to lower the barrier as much as possible. So we like kind of the rental, or we refer to subscription, or hardware as a service. It's a recurring revenue kind of model as a business. And say to the user, look, if you think you only need it a few months, then you can use it for a few months and return it to us. The details of that we've got to figure out, but we're thinking that pricing on that will be somewhere around sort of $80 a month. But then we hear from some end users that hate the idea of that. It's like, I don't want to be on a recurring, I just want to pay for the thing.
Right.
And so it'll be a device in the early stages that are probably around $3,000 if someone wants to buy it outright. And then we'll unlock a bunch of value out of the data as time goes on. I mean, there's a lot that can be done to a device like this. Geotagging of an area, so the adult daughter can understand where her father, who's perhaps got early stage dementia, is he's staying within that zone. I mean, there's tons. Once you've turned it into a powered smart device, there's a myriad of things you can unlock. And we've got a whole roadmap of new features that we can develop.
Very, very cool. Where do we find more information?
At CaminoMobility.com.
CaminoMobility.com.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm going to jot that down as well. All right. Well, Duncan, it was great having you on the show.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
And I look forward to following your company a little bit. I actually have some interest in this, and as you leave, this is, you and I need to talk after the show. So, because I have maybe some information that I can share with you that I know that I think will help you a little bit. So
terrific.
So get a card. In fact, I might even have a card. Here we'll just do a card swap right live on the air here. So there we go.
Not that I have one. I have to bring one back. They're sitting at the table, I think.
Not that that has anything to do with me today, but
I do.
Okay, very good.
Thank you so much.
Very good. All right, Duncan, appreciate it, and we'll talk off air sometimes. All right, take care. Thanks for stopping by.
Bye.
CaminoMobility.com. Make sure you get over there. If you have a loved one or yourself that has a mobility issue, this looks like an amazing tool for them to get around a little bit easier, get some data as far as what they're up to, all kinds of good things. So that's really, really interesting. I love the power assist, and I can see where that really would kind of come in handy. And we're at CES 2023. This is your guru of geek, Marlo Anderson. And sitting down next to me, Todd Cochran, the founder of Blueberry and the Tech Podcast Network. What else are you the founder of, by the way?
Podcast Awards.
Podcast Awards, which I think you're giving away some. No, we're not giving away podcast awards this week, are we?
No.
We're giving away awards for the show here.
For the show, but that is Scott's gig.
That's Scott's gig, that's right.
He's taking that over.
So we get to, what do we get to do? Pick our personal choice?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Is Sony your choice so far? Or?
This is an interesting show so far because I found a few things that were cool.
Yep.
But I haven't found something I want to take home yet. And I
have different barriers to that, right? I want to buy everything here,
And I haven't found the price point this year yet. Every year we usually by this time I'm honed in on the price point, but this year I'm not.
Meaning that the $6.99 thing or the $49.99 thing
or the
whatever.
$249 or whatever. But I have not honed in on the price, so that is eluding me. We will work on that. But there was a booth I couldn't get to. I think this is nice. They spent some money on this.
Yes, it is.
It's called Clone Yourself Using AI, and we've seen some of these services out here. They got a CES Innovation Award, and some of these AI services, they have like 40 faces that they use.
Yes.
This one is your face.
So it's not just your voice. You and I were talking about the voice the other day.
Right.
So this is now you.
Yeah.
So you stand in front of a myriad of cameras and
the booth was so full I barely got room to grab this. So Ploonet, Ploonet, is the, oh boy, I may have to step out. Your next guest is here. So
Okay.
PluNet was studio.plunet.com.
Okay.
So that was kind of interesting. But I do have some cool stuff to talk about power, specifically Blue Eddy. And, you know, Elon's doing stuff with home power banks.
Right.
But Blue Eddy's in the game too now. And 39 kilowatt hours of total capacity, 9,000 watts of output availability. So in other words, you can pull 9,000 watts at one time, which really isn't that much for a house if you think about it.
But I think Tesla's power wall is 5 and 8, right?
So I'm not sure. But
I think so.
So their output power is 9 kilowatt. That's 9,000 watts. Yep. And then maximum input, maximum current. Let's see here. Is this that right? Let me look at this. But anyway, he says this will run a house for 2 days. Well, depending on your house size.
Well, of course.
So 36. If you think about it from a kilowatt standpoint, do you know how many kilowatts you use at your house a day?
I have no clue.
I tracked mine pretty hardcore in Hawaii because the price of electricity was so crazy, and when I was planning my solar system, that's about 24 hours for, and
So
that's a non-air conditioned house. And
so but you know, the difference is where I live, and I think people are going to be stunned by this. Well, maybe not because we produce so much energy, but we pay 8.1 cents a kilowatt hour.
Don't tell anybody where you live,
because
that's incredible.
Yeah, I know. I mean, there's only only Idaho has lower than we do at 8.0, and that's not the entire state.
Hawaii was 36 cents.
Yeah.
And I think where I live now is like 13 or 14, so maybe even higher.
And the only place in the country that has lower than we do, other than Idaho, is Wenatchee, Washington. They're at 2.9 cents.
You want to win a Tesla?
Yes, I do.
So there's a QR code right there to enter to win a Tesla.
Okay.
So it's about it's GANFAST powering, power charging.
I love the things you bring to the show.
Yeah, I walk. You know, the people are handing stuff out, and the lady says, "Win a Tesla," and I kind of did like 4 steps.
Everybody, get your phones out. Kurt, can you get that? See if you can scan in on that QR code real quick. Get your phones, everybody, and then you can hit that QR code with your. I don't know if that's going to work because it's kind of shiny.
There's a URL.
There we are.
We'll just give them the URL.
Okay. There's the URL on there?
Yeah, we'll just give them the URL.
Okay.
So let's give them the URL.
Very
it's
good.
www. I don't know why people do that.
I don't know either.
Dumb.
It's like yesterday's
Yep,
stuff.
www.ganfast.com / this is easy, win-a-Tesla.
There you go. Say that again.
It's ganfast.com, GANFAST.com / WIN-A-Tesla.
Okay.
You have to answer 3 questions. I don't know if you have to give them right, I guess, because I didn't know the answers, but I said I put GAN for number 1, all of the above for C. You'll figure it out. It can't be that difficult.
Yeah, get there. You could win a Tesla.
Yeah,
that would be great.
yeah.
That'd be great.
Wouldn't that be cool if one of our audience members scored that?
Wouldn't that be great? That's hilarious.
They say, how did you hear about this? You weren't even at CES when we were watching CES live.
There you go. All right. Thanks for the check-in again, Todd. We're coming to you live, CES 2023. This is part of National Technology Day. I'm your guru of geek, Marlo Anderson. And speaking of other contests, we actually have our own as well. Text TECH, TECH, to 844-829-1524. That's 844-829-1524. Text TECH there. We're giving away all kinds of great prizes from our CES friends as well. Thanks for joining us today, everybody. We are continuing our live coverage of CES, and we're geared up and ready to go with our next guest. And you are?
I'm Chad Gerber.
Chad?
I am Chad Gerber.
You are Chad Gerber.
That's
You're
me.
with Mellowscene.
I am with Mellowscene. I'm the founder and creator of Mellowscene.
So, well, let's just start right there. What is Mellowscene?
So Mellowscene is a virtual reality music platform.
Okay.
So what we want to do is, as my background and my career is all music.
Okay.
What we're running into is that nobody in the metaverse can play music. All there is floating blobs and sticks and things like that.
I sing when I'm on Metaverse.
That's right. So you can
know.
do that. You're already, and that's our show, folks. Thank you very much. Great job. So like that was it. Like musicians, it's a tactile thing. If you have Stradivarius, you don't want to do some weird digital thing. So what we did is created a way to interface real instruments, $10,000 microphones, whatever you want, into the metaverse. And you could be wherever you are in the world. I can be wherever I am in the world, but we can be in the same studio together, collaborating and making music, working on the same project. So it completely gets rid of that. I have to fly a lot to Europe and Brazil and be in hotels and writing camps, all that stuff. This eliminates that. So now I can just do that in my underwear with the headset on. So that's what the device did that I came up with, and we formed the teams and built it. And we finished the prototype about a month ago. And CES told us a couple of weeks ago that we are going to be here. So now we're here.
Well, congratulations on
Thank
that,
you very
I guess.
much.
Yeah,
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
So my first thing would be latency.
That's everyone's first question.
Okay.
Yes.
Anybody, at least anybody who's in the know about this
Anybody that
stuff.
knows about
Yeah.
latency, which is like it's the kryptonite of the entire internet.
Yeah.
So what I did is I approached it from more of a psychological standpoint than a physics-based standpoint. We're still tackling physics and the limited, bandwidth of RF and everything else, photon-based. The difference is that when you talk on a phone or even face-to-face right now, there is latency.
There is.
But our brain is compensating with it because it's okay.
Yep.
We don't see our nose is in our face. But our brain says, I don't need that. So if you can override an emotional experience through human connection, it forgives other things. The second is that you have to have a reference point of where latency is to even know you have latency. So when we talk on the phone to mom, we're just talking to mom. There's a lot of latency.
There is.
But you don't know it. And also because of the quality of who you're talking to, it doesn't matter. Within our platform, there essentially is psychologically no latency. If you were to really break it down with a multimedia or everything else, there is obviously going to be latency. It's, of course, getting shorter and shorter and shorter, which we have workarounds and sync systems in place. But the predominant factor is the psychological forgiveness of a human being to just be able to access one another to create something. And then all of it goes out the window. Your brain completely does not care. And again, you have no reference point to understand that any latency is taking place. And that's sort of the main piece, and then attach a bunch of other weird things to it. But that was my foundational piece of figuring this out, is how much can we forgive? Our speech is delayed, but we forgive it.
Right.
How much can we do?
Okay.
So that was sort of the first piece.
All right. Next one I'm sure you hear all the time too.
Yeah.
How do I create my avatar for this?
Yes.
All
so
right.
avatar building, that's obviously going to be inside there.
Okay.
You can do custom avatars. We're open to the possibility of NFT-based avatars. We're going to wait and see, obviously, how that world continues to formulate.
Yeah.
We're a part of that world. Verified artists will be scanned. So you will look like you if you're a verified artist. Now, if you want to look like you, but look like Gene Simmons, you could also do that as well and get a licensing deal with that, and so you could be Kiss if you want. Or you could be a panda with a huge
That's
bass
great.
guitar.
Yep.
But you have options for it. We're keeping it on brand with what does not take away from that emotional and creative connection between the people. So I've been in a lot of different programs, and they're all amazing, right? But if somebody's a giraffe and somebody's a crazy creature and stuff like that, it's fun. But at some point, it's distracting, and it's getting at some point you want to be able to be together.
Yep.
So that's the balancing point, is how much is too much, how much is not enough. But the verified artists, at least, they will get scanned in if they want to be scanned. But you can still show up as a purple person if you want.
Is there a level that you would be a verified artist? I mean, do you have to be published? Do you play in a band? I mean, how does this work?
So that's the sort of thing, I'm really anti-algorithm, especially with art, because you know how that is. You just get shoved this stuff by the labels, and I work with labels. So it's just this balance of finding it. When it comes down to verification, I think it's just, for me anyways, and I've had to do this process as a musician, the people who have that determination, drive, and fire earn it. There's a lot of people that just get it, handouts, obviously. But it's more about that just contribution to the platform, the creativity, the social connection, that stuff that we value. We don't value a cat video. We don't value posturing. Look how amazing I am. It's about authentic, culture building, relationship building. So it's going to come down to more of a balance of actual human things. If you're a good person at the community center involved and helping out, you're going to have more opportunities for you. And that's gone on social media and two-dimensional internet. We're trying to bring that back to reward people for being kind, creative, contributing to things. If you want to be a troll, by all means do it, but you have to do it face to face. So there's going to be a lot of different factors, but the last thing we want to do is just get it into like another influencer cyclical thing of verification.
So I do a lot of, personally, I do a lot of remote recording.
Yeah.
Not as an artist.
Right.
I mean, just
But of
as
course.
radio, television, whatever, right? So I find this fascinating, personally. And so is there a space in there for, my team when we're recording a radio show?
Yeah, podcasters are already jumping all over this. So the difference is this show, we could have an audience of people from all over the world here with us. And we're in here, in the space, in the real world. It's, it's not just, we all use VR now, but it will never be just VR. It's always, at some point, it'll be just mixed reality. Whether it's fully immersive or mixed reality, that's where it's going. But yeah, the whole team could be in here along with an entire audience that could participate, ask questions. Like, that's what we're facilitating is that. So yes.
And I think it's the difference between like you and I having this conversation now compared to me looking at you on a screen and having a conversation. It's two different things. It really is, So if you and I can be immersed together somehow or another, right, in the metaverse situation, where I feel like we're in the same room, the conversation I feel like would come back to how you and I are talking right now.
Yes, and that is a fundamental piece of being a human. We are non-verbal communicators. Majority of our communication is non-verbal. Any musician will tell you this, that in the studio, we're not hashing over the details of what's going on. We're just playing.
Right.
We have to be in the room to see the person grooving, what we have going on.
Exactly.
But you can take that back to any level. We created writing and text and all these things later, and that's this much of our communication. It's voice and non-verbal communication.
It's just like, like right now we're talking and we neither one of us can stop using our hands, right?
Like it's just, you
can't do this.
You're human.
I record a television piece, a 1 day or a 1 minute daily piece for National Day Calendar, and I'm like standing right here. I mean, it's almost like they have to take ropes and tie my hands to my legs.
Exactly.
It drives me so crazy.
That's what we've been condensed into for internet's amazing, obviously. Humans do not communicate through emojis and texts. That's amazing. It contributes to our existence. Humans are meant to communicate without words. I mean, how many people would prefer a nice hug from a loved one versus a I love you in a text?
Right.
We're human. And so that doesn't exist in traditional internet and all that. Not to slam internet because, it's still here. That's what we're doing is we're using music to facilitate this connection, to bring artists, musicians, their fans coming in, but to kind of reopen the ability to go to the after party after your performance in the social space, try new ideas, converse, stop sending mean political posts to each other. In here, you have to talk.
Right.
And so that's the kind of the formula is like whatever we can do to facilitate creativity, connection across the globe for the first time. So that's and music is the glue to get it started.
Interesting. So am I able to hop into my headset now and
Man, we finished our alpha prototype last month. 2 weeks ago, CES said that we're coming to CES. So not yet. We're now going through, we have some different partners. I'm a Gibson artist, so we're doing some stuff with Gibson and figuring things out. We're hoping that we get to the beta build. So I'm hoping, I have high hopes for this fall or spring of 2024 for the available version to come out. So we've been like scrambling and just trying to keep up. But yeah, we just got the alpha prototype, and now I'm able to do sessions across the globe, and it's phenomenal. But we still have to go to the next section.
Sure. Can we follow you somewhere? Do you have a
Please,
website or
yes.
anything?
So like mellowscene.com.
And that's MELOSCENE.com.
That's it. So there, and obviously Instagram, Mellowscene. If you want to connect and talk and ask me questions, Woodrow Gerber or Chad Gerber Instagram, I'm there.
Okay.
So I'll talk to whoever.
Woodrow Gerber?
Yeah, that's my. So I do my normal. The bigger stuff is Chad Gerber.
Okay.
But my underground passion is underground electronic music, and it's a tour name I got back early in my career. Somebody said I was with these rappers and they brought me in to play guitar on a tour, and they said, "Look at this dude's teeth. They're so straight. They look wooden." And look at these two guys. Like that one president. Who's that one president with the wooden teeth? And they go, Woodrow Wilson. I'm like, it's George Washington. No, we'll call you Woodrow. Let's call you Woodrow.
So it's stuck. And now you use it yourself. I love
Yeah.
it.
So I was
That's
like,
funny.
you know what? It was my first like real credit on an album.
Yep.
It said Woodrow.
Yeah.
So I was like, I guess that's what we got. That's it.
Well, Chad, we'll follow the progress. Mellowscene.com, and
thank you. Thank you for having me on.
Join us next year. I want to
Yeah.
hear your progress, and maybe we can even do a little demo or something.
Yeah,
with
if
what
I
you got
survive
going on,
CES
so.
and my voice comes back, I'm in.
That will not happen
No, it
ever.
won't. That's what
Look at us.
So I'm drinking all these Powerades.
This is what you're going to look like after a couple of years of CES right here.
I feel like that now. That is me. That's me. And if you mean like a nice golden seasoned look,
yes,
I'm in.
Yeah,
I
okay,
want it.
fair enough.
I want it.
You're
Thanks.
being way too kind. So, Chad, it's a pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Take care of yourself.
Thank you.
All right, check that out, everybody. Mellowscene.com. Keep up with Chad's development in his platform in the metaverse, especially for musicians. So, sounds like a lot of fun, and hopefully next year we'll see a little more progress on that. So, continuing coverage, CES 2023 for National Technology Day. I'm your host, the guru of geek, Marlo Anderson, and the founder of National Day Calendar, which is why National Technology Day is a mashup for me. Excited to be here, and we continue to bring all this amazing tech right here at CES. And joining me, as all Todd's prepared here, he just shows me his name tag. Oh, I probably shouldn't do that because people could scan that right now.
That's
Todd.
fine. Reach
And
out
then-
to me.
Yeah. That's the old AT&T thing,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Reach out and touch
Do you want me to
someone.
sing
So.
the-
No, don't
Okay.
sing.
Okay.
Well, we could duet if you want.
Okay.
Yeah. Reach out
Reach out
and touch someone.
All right.
Oh, that's pretty good,
All right.
actually.
Let's change our jobs right now.
Kurt's going, please stop singing. Anyway, Todd, so I touch wearables.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Are you wearing a wearable right now?
I am wearing one, actually. This is one of our more fun wearables. I don't know where I'm going to show this or if I can hold it up or
So
whatever.
right
there?
there.
Okay, sorry, I didn't get
Can
the
you-
coaching
That's
job.
okay. That's okay. We'll
All
see
right.
if Kurt will give you a
You
thumbs
can
up here if you can see that.
what
or
time it is right now. Yeah, kind of.
All right, there you go. Okay.
So, yeah, this is one of our more fun ones. So, my leadership came to me with something. They said, you know, we get a lot of parents that buy these more advanced wearables for their kids, and then
Yep.
their kids either break them or.
Well, the last thing you want to do is spend $400 on a watch
Yeah.
and then,
Yeah,
and then have
exactly.
it go the other way, right?
Or they need a mobile phone to connect to it to make it work and all
Yep.
that stuff. So, and I got to thinking about when I was like a middle school kid, what did I want more than anything? I wanted a Swatch watch, right?
Oh, yeah,
So,
yeah.
So yeah, there's a lot of smart technology in this, and I can talk to you about the sensors and how the heart rate measures and all that stuff.
I love that you were inspired by Swatch.
Oh, why not?
No,
man? That was
that's great. That's great.
I was a big Swatch kid. I bought
Yeah?
all the little Swatch, what do they call them? Swatch protectors and things like that. Basically glorified rubber bands at the time. But
Okay.
So anyway, we can talk about the tech real quick.
Yeah, please.
It's a smartwatch. We have some other great smartwatches that I didn't bring with us
Okay.
today. We actually just announced our partnership with Jillian Michaels, who's a fitness celebrity. And she is actually really involved in the development of our app and our devices as well. But so, you know, we're doing that sort of very fitness caliber level watch.
Okay.
Everything we're selling generally under $100. So it's
wow.
I don't know how tech we are at the tech branch, but there are TOS-based watches. So that means they use a very low power processor, which means we can have these things running for 14 days. Rather than having to recharge the watch every day. And things like that.
Seriously?
Yeah, so that's pretty nice.
Yeah.
Lots to talk about in tech, but when this watch doesn't have as many of the fitness features on it, it still has a great heart rate sensor on it. In fact, we have some friends over at Live Core who are the cardio-mobile people, and we like to use their devices to test our heart rate detection. It's fitness tracker, you know, it does. It has your daily weather here. Some other cool little features, obviously your step counter, and then it's like remote camera control if you do have it connected to an app. But then it also has some little fun games, some basic games like 2048 and those kind of cool
Okay.
games. But also, we wanted to kind of push it a little bit in terms of games. We didn't want it to be too young tilting, so we have like the New York Times style spelling bee games and things like that, which I've already lost 3 of those in a row on this thing. And it's usually my favorite game, but not today for whatever reason. So trying to make it a little bit more fun. And then what's really fun about these, you can see the bezels just snap off. I wish I brought more with me. You just stick your finger under there, and you can kind of, we'll share some pictures and stuff with you later, but basically you change the look of it. So
I see.
So if you go look down at our booth, you'll see 50 different combinations of this stuff.
And this is the swatch type of inspiration
exactly.
here, right?
So, and then we're talking about doing some cool stuff about building tech into the bezels and the bands themselves too.
Interesting.
I'll just kind of hint on that.
Okay.
But hopefully have some announcements on that pretty soon too.
Okay. Very cool.
So
what else you got?
So we got.
Not that that's not cool enough already,
no,
but
that's
I know,
pretty cool.
But I know you got more.
Yeah. So we've announced the Jillian Michaels partnership, like I talked about. With that, we have a full touch fitness tracker. Generally, in the past, we've done fitness trackers that are coming in somewhere in that $30 to $40 range. Still much cheaper than the big guys.
Yep.
But now we're doing something in that range that includes 3 months of her fitness app, which is about a $60 value. So that's basically you're either getting the app or the watch for free.
Right.
And it's a beautiful device. I didn't bring all that stuff to show you. I apologize. We have the iTouch Air 4 coming out.
Okay.
And so the Air 3 actually, one of your security guys goes, iTouch, I know you guys. He said, I own 2 of your watches, and he was wearing an Air 3.
Nice.
The Air 4 is coming out. Majorly improved display. Like I said, we're really working on the biometric sensors. So really accelerated the technology behind the heart rate sensing and all of that. And then massively improved UIs. We have a new app coming out. I don't know how tech to get with you, but we're moving all of our application to Flutter.
If you go too far, I'll slow you down a little bit. How's that sound?
Great.
All right.
So we're moving to Flutter for our application, and that
Okay.
really enables us to create a more unified experience across iOS and Android users. And then on the back end, we use Amazon Web Services, and we've built a whole microservices platform for that. And so we're very, very privacy-centric. All your data is encrypted. It doesn't go to the big guys, you know who I'm talking about. And that's really a focus for us, especially to talk about. We haven't talked about it that much this year, or up until this year, but we're really trying to explain why privacy is important. There's a lot of inexpensive smartwatches out there that are produced in China. All the data's in China. The servers are in China.
Right.
And I'm not China bashing, but it's an important security concern.
I think so too, and I get into this conversation quite a bit with any of these products. In fact, not to go too sidebar here, but I'm even impressed that Intel, for example, is now building a couple plants in Ohio because they even understand the security concerns now. So there's this move to bring things back on shore here, and our data is a big part of that.
Data is a really important part of who you are, especially when you consider, it's a fun watch. 80% of our users like to count their steps every day and change their watch faces, and those are really important features. But this is your data. It's about you. It's about who you are, and it's important that it's encrypted using the credentials you've created, and that nobody else can get in there and use it for anything else unless you give them permission to do so. Yeah.
Right.
So
very cool.
So that's been a big thing I've been trying to make sure everybody's kind of aware of on our tech side.
Are you in the Venetian here?
We are. We're just down here somewhere right behind you, actually.
Okay,
but,
cool.
But yeah, that's what we're doing.
Yeah. You've already talked me out of my Galaxy now, so.
Oh, come on. It's a great watch.
It is. It actually is. I enjoy it, but it is just a fancy step counter for me. I really don't use a lot of the features that are on here.
Yeah, I think that's true even with the big guys. The difference is, and I came from the mobile space. I worked a lot with mobile operators. I didn't work for mobile operators. I worked a lot with them.
Yep.
And I worked at the big Amazon company on their device teams and stuff too. Those are fantastic devices, but you're paying for a lot of processing power, and we're not trying to compete with those guys at all. We just simply can't.
Yep.
We're trying to give you it's that 80-20 rule. We're trying to give you the stuff that people use 80% of the time.
Yep.
And give you a really great quality device for a really low price, under $100.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And I love. So how many color combinations do you have going here?
On this one, honestly, it's I don't know, we've put out like 100 different colors of bezels and a bunch of bands, and some of the bands are made out of different materials. There's some translucent stuff.
Cool.
We're working on some carbon fiber looking stuff.
So do you buy the base and then you buy these additional pieces, or does it come as a kit sometimes?
Yeah, you basically get a mini kit that's got
Okay.
like a couple of bezels and a band or two, and then we're creating what we're calling flex packs, almost like Pokemon cards. So
Yeah,
it's like
yeah.
you know you get a flex pack of 4 bezels and maybe 1 or 2 bands, and then we're also going to probably create some specialized bezels that you can just buy one off or whatever online too. So
okay,
this is all coming out in spring. They're in sort of the test market right now, so it's one of those things where if you guys got interest or ideas on how we can make it better, we'd love to hear about it.
Really?
Yeah.
I got ideas.
Let's talk
I'm going to
offline.
come talk to
All
you.
right.
So,
I'll give
all
you my
right.
card.
All right,
All
sounds
right.
good.
Thanks,
We
sir.
I hate to make this short, but
no,
we got
that
to
was
go.
great.
So
Thank you so much.
Take care. Oh, where do we find you?
On which booth number?
Well, actually, online.
Online.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
iTouchwearables.com.
Are you going to leave that with me?
You can have that. It doesn't have where you can find me on iTouchwearables.com. But
Okay.
yes, sir.
All right, Todd, it's been a pleasure.
Thank you, sir.
And we'll
care.
talk some more.
All right.
Take care.
Bye.
Go check that out, everybody. iTouchwearables.com. Sounds like a fun way to get if you're looking for an inexpensive wearable for a watch. Love that he was inspired by Swatch back in the day, so that's fantastic. And it's crazy. It's 3 o'clock. I have to go, everybody. I'm really running long here. Thank you for joining us today on our special edition of the Tech Ranch on National Technology Day. I guess after 4 hours, this kind of catches up with you. So big thank you to Todd Cochran, to Scott Ertz, to the teams at TPN, at Blueberry, at Plug Hits, at CES Live, and to National Day Calendar. Thanks, you guys. Have a great day.
Help support our coverage using Blueberry, the community that gives creators the ability to make money, get detailed audience measurements, and host their audio and video. Get 30 days to try out the service using promo code Blueberry004. That's BLUBRRY004.
Hey everyone, welcome back to our CES 2023 coverage. My name is Todd Cochran. I'm going to be with you for the next 2 hours to take us to the finish line for day 2. I'm getting adjusted here. We've actually got a guest in the waiting room downstairs ready to come up, but just a little information from me. I am the host of the Geek News Central podcast at geeknewscentral.com, an 18-year podcast. I'm one of the original OGs of podcasting, having started very early in the podcasting space in October 2004. But got a lot to talk about. I've been wandering for the last 5 or 6 hours, and lots to share today with you today. So it's looking forward to having those conversations. So I'm going to make sure that our Twitter stream is still up, because I know that, and hopefully it's logged into the right account. We can bring him on. Okay. Well, I know you were downstairs. She's going to get you a headset here, so. Can you hear? Absolutely. All right.
I'm a gamer, so.
Oh, there we go. All right. So I know you guys were waiting downstairs patiently. Thanks for being patient.
Thank
Go ahead
you.
and introduce yourself and tell us about what you're doing here at CES.
Yeah, so my name is Jose Santiago. I'm the CEO and founder of Reboot Imagine. We're a next generation managed service provider, right? So what we do is we focus on forward-facing technologies. Right now, virtual reality, augmented reality, and artificial intelligence are kind of taking over CES. And we are building a company with the DNA of, I am a tech, from as early as I could probably remember. And when you start learning about about technology and you start adapting the advancements, people start seeking your help, right? Everybody remembers, and they can probably relate with me if they're in the tech industry, they fix their parents' computers, their friends.
That's right.
We become nothing but glorified help desk techs, but we started realizing, oh man, virtual reality, augmented reality, how do we help adoption of the next generation? How would we build the medicine with the candy for businesses, enterprises, private industry to embrace these technologies, right? So we started really looking at what is required to adopt and understand these technologies in a very productive way, right? Right now, everybody loves virtual reality and love the metaverse, but if you look at every single booth out here, unfortunately, there's a lot of misappropriation of the word metaverse, AI, virtual reality. So you can tell there's a very big lack of knowledge. So we started building infrastructure, understanding. I come from an IT MSP background, so I worked with a lot of different industries in the tech field, and just pretty much started realizing, okay, this is what's needed. This is the infrastructure that's required. What is the drivers of adoption? Right now, esports, a lot of entertainment technologies, pretty much understanding content creation. We're working with influencers that have a lot of influence in the new age of technology, right? TikTok, YouTube Reels, and that's pretty much what we started focusing on, man. Building as much infrastructure and support mechanisms to help these businesses adopt these technologies.
So, I think that misappropriation is a pretty big word, because someone says it's AI. I'm like, hey, what's AI about it? Is it really AI, or have you just programmed some
It's a pre-allocated word.
Yeah, and so, unless you can really look under the hood, you really don't know if they're actually doing something that is, truly adaptive. But so I guess the question then is, when you go in and talk with clients, what is the kind of the conversation you have with a company?
The first conversation is, what is your understanding? What has you prepared for the next generation, right? We know AI is coming, virtual reality is coming, spatial computing is almost here, and people immediately, when they think of spatial computing, they immediately think of virtual reality. They think of Minority Report. And my first question to them is, how do you get your inaccessible, visually impaired employees into these spaces? And they're shocked. They don't have a response for that.
Right.
Spatial computing is using technology to its absolute limit to bring those that don't have the accessibility to get into these spaces, right? One of my biggest passions is trying to see the visually impaired, the audibly impaired in virtual spaces. That's when we're going to start seeing adoption. That's when people are going to start realizing, okay, there's value here for remote workers, because now there's tools in place for them to have a real sense of presence.
And this is something that's kind of true to my heart. It's kind of ironic that my first guest today is, we're obviously podcasters, but we're streaming live. So when we're streaming live, the closed captions situation is it's good on almost all the platforms. But for many, many years, when we would put up a podcast as a audio medium, there was no closed caption to go along. So one of the things my personal company did last year was put in place to have closed caption within podcasts. So when people was watching on a web player, they could follow along. Now they could always read a transcript. We don't have emotion and that stuff yet. It's kind of raw, but it's a start. And here we've been all these years having helping the visual impaired consume content on the web, and then the audio folks have been left behind. As a matter of fact, I was talking with someone yesterday that has a speech impairment. The metaverse can, if people think about, I think about the metaverse. It's kind of funny. Is like the original metaverse was like Second Life.
Yeah.
Back in the day. So how, if that was 15 years ago, whatever it was, the Second Life came out, which it's still online. how do we actually get vision impaired people into that? That's going to be very, very difficult to navigate.
And
so
that's the exciting part, right? Because there's so much technology now that's being born, right? Augmented reality, artificial intelligence, right? There's a lot of voids and gaps that are being created. You mentioned speech impairments and the ability for let's think of autotune, right? Autotune is actually a tool that kind of it's filling in the gaps and it's adjusting your voice. There's going to be tools that will be able to facilitate conversations, even for those that have the inability to speak a specific language or have the ability to communicate. That's the value. It's building that conversation, having people understand.
Don't you think those would be the first tools where, I know a smattering of Spanish, but don't you think that'll be the first tools where we're both on Bluetooth and I'll speak English, whoever I'm talking to will hear it in Spanish and vice versa? I think, those are the types of things that I think we need as a tech community, stuff that just makes us closer.
Yes.
And makes us able to work together. So I'm hoping that continues to evolve along with, what they're technically terming the metaverse.
I'm a big believer in the metaverse is nothing but the pre-beginnings of us trying to figure out the word to define universal language, right? Because accessibility is nothing for us having the ability to build bridges for us to communicate, understand, and have the empathy in order for us to connect it with each other. And that's the value of all of these technologies kind of like getting into a position where they're turning into building blocks, and where now we just need to create, okay, what is required for me to communicate with this side, and what is required for us to build around it and for us to collaborate. That's what the metaverse is. I love one of my biggest, a lot of people use Second Life as an example of the metaverse, but I'll give you a more fun one, the Macy's Day Parade, right? You're seeing all types of IPs in floats and blimps. You see so much branding and advertising, communication, but you're also interacting with the performers on the streets. You have a sense of presence, but you feel like you're part of something bigger. You know that's being broadcasted all across the world, and that's the value of building the blocks for that. It's the next forum. It's the next library. It's very exciting that we're building that.
And I think there is many definitions of the metaverse, and it'll probably work its way out within the next 3 to 5 years and figure out where it's going.
Most definitely.
Well, again, give people information on where they can reach you.
Yes.
And check you out.
Yeah, so my company's called Reboot Imagine. You can definitely Google me as Jose the VR Tech. I kind of carved myself some SEO there, but I'm very active on Twitter, Instagram. I'm part of the F Reality podcast, so I'm very involved in the technology space. I love talking about this. And that's why I decided to build a company, right? A lot of people are in the MSP and the IT services provider industry, but they're kind of focused on technologies that are established.
Sure.
I'm building a company that kind of sees a snowball that's slowly getting bigger and bigger. CES is proving it. VR is here to stay. AI, augmented reality is taking off. We're seeing so many reference designs. Glasses are getting better. We're at the glasses form factor stage now. So now it's just building the building blocks to adopt the next generation. So once again, Reboot Imagine, Jose the VR Tech.
Thank you much for coming on.
Thank you.
Have a great show.
Thank you as well. Thank you.
Awesome. Awesome stuff here. Here's the thing about CES. Everything under the sun is being talked about here. And I'm going to talk about some of that between guests if I have the ability to do so today. Okay, so I'm trying to log into something because I know that the live is not running at the moment. Of course, I have to go to this app. It never fails. You can bring on the next guest. Yeah, that's fine. Let's see if I can find this real quick while we're... Okay, so almost ready here. Let's see if this is the right, whoops. Yeah, sorry, trying to log into an account. That's not giving me any luck here. All right, we're going to move this a little bit here. Is that better? All right, so anyway, we're going to go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us what you're presenting here at CES this year.
Yeah, nice to meet you. My name is Rick Schulte. I'm the founder, CEO of Sorama.
Sorama, okay.
And we're specialized in creating insights into sound. So we can see sound with our acoustic cameras. And yeah, we're here at CES to present some of our newest products for different use cases. So one of them is creating healthier buildings by identifying acoustic leaks or even energy leaks in building facades, as well as the acoustic performance of your office, for example.
You know, I have an actual recording studio that's been all sound conditioned professionally by a company, and I would never have imagined when we were doing our first test, because we did like this. He had some sort of test he did and recorded it, and then came back later and did that same test again. And you could, I mean, it was like dynamically different. Buildings do leak, I guess is the best word. Not only heat, but they heat. You know, it depends on how the build, I'm sure, from room to room, right? So is that where your tech comes in, is looking at isolation between room to room, or?
Yeah, so if you have like your meeting room or your studio and you're sitting in the other room and you can just almost literally hear the conversation going, that's typically not what you want to have in a studio or in an office. And with this tool we have right here, the acoustic camera, we in the one room you put a loudspeaker, and in the other room you use the tool. And it's very easy. You kind of see, like, it shows a bit like a thermal imaging camera, so you see a heat map over a visual image. And you literally see that heat map on the locations where the audio is leaking through the sites.
Wow. You know, I did 25 years in the military. That could be, you ever talk to DOD about this? You know, be honest with you, though, there is from if you're in a building where you have other companies in the building that are next to you, you definitely want to make sure that your information is not making it across those barriers.
Yep.
What are you primarily finding that companies are looking to do with this? What are the most use cases?
I mean, it's especially if you're in an open office area, for example. You can imagine people coming back from COVID to the office, and you get distracted by your colleagues. Well, those are situations where you can utilize the acoustic camera to see if there's reflective surfaces, or you need to put a barrier somewhere to improve those conditions so you have less stress in the workplace, but definitely also with rooms that you want to have isolated with information from talks that you don't want to get out. Those are also important use cases.
I don't think a lot of people realize how sound travels. I know that when you have a monitor in front of you and you're doing a Zoom call, or maybe you're not even on a headset, but your voice hits that monitor and bounces right back at you, and there's that reflected energy that comes at you. It can add, if you have 10 people in a Zoom call, that can add to the distortion level of that call. So depending on the mics, of course, that people are using. So I could see where I understand the value of soundproofing then. So do you take the information you're getting from this and then work with third parties to come up with solutions to deaden that leakage, or?
Yeah, so I mean, this product is really focused on the construction companies
during
themselves.
The constructions.
So what normally happens if they build a pod, or they build some of the rooms, is that after they finished it, an acoustic consultant or a testing company comes in and they make a report, and maybe 10 weeks later you get not sufficient, you know, or you're starting to use it and it's not compliant to what you expect.
Right.
Well, this kind of flattens that whole process, and when you literally put the wall there, you can check it out and you can see where those leaks are, even if you kind of made a little mistake with putting the door in. And that allows for a lot of time saved and a lot of money. You don't have to get back on site to fix the issue. You can just deliver a building or a site the way you promised to, without all the hassle with with the reports and stuff.
And some of that mitigation can be easy, especially during construction. Maybe it's just filling an area with foam, or I'm sure there's
it can be that easy. Sometimes it's even, oh, we missed a strip near the ceiling, or part of the door is not really fitting right in, and you just have to tune it a little bit. So you don't. Typically, 80% of those cases are a quick fix to hugely improve it. On the other hand, we also have a whole network of solution providers. So if the situation is more complex or it really doesn't suffice, then yeah, we can always introduce a solution provider. So we're kind of like the middleman, so to speak, to create those insights to where you can really fix it. Most of the time you can fix it right away, and if it's more complex, we can help you with that.
You know, we have from my other company, I have a 6,000 square foot office that has a big conference room, and then adjoining to it is an open workspace where everyone works. And we always complain when we were in that meeting ring, those folks that were on the work floor, because it was a raised ceiling and just those tiles, they could 9 out of 10 times they could hear the conversation that was going on, which would be distracting for the people on the floor. So with this, you could actually tell who you're renting a building from. Say, hey, we want some noise mitigation done here because we've got sound leakage.
Yeah, and we can literally show where it's leaking, and so you also have an easier proof of an actual leak in that situation.
Right.
So
it's interesting. I never thought of this as a potential business. So how long have you guys been doing this?
Yeah, so we started already back in 2009 as a spin-off of the Technical University of Eindhoven, where we focused first on product development, acoustic design, sound design. That's still a business for us. So you can add automotive, HVAC, those type of companies that make products that get in your home or you're using. And from there on, we started to also diversify in the applications. So part of the applications are also in finding gas leaks and issues in factories. That's a business we're doing together with Fluke Corporation from Seattle. But otherwise, we're also installing these acoustic cameras then without a screen in a smart city or a smart stadium. So one of the cool applications we're also bringing to the CES right now is installing this inside a basketball arena or a football stadium, and you can see the cheering and the shouting of the fans, and couple it back to brand activation, like fan of the match or controlling the lights. So that's what we're doing with Surround. We're kind of finding those connections between this type of tech and real useful and valuable applications.
That's cool. Tell me about where they can find more information, the website again?
Yeah, they can go to sorama.eu, and we have all the information for the different businesses there.
Can you set that up in its normal position? Because I think before you leave, oh, wow.
I'm now kind of speaking into the acoustic camera. You can see where the sound is actually coming from.
Yeah.
You can see how sensitive it is.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah.
And for those of you that want to see what the front looks like, it's just a big...
Yeah, it's an array with 64 microphones and a camera in the middle.
Oh, nice.
And the software on Edge enables you to visualize the sound. But there's also AI classification software on it, so we can also tell you what type of sound and what frequencies are contained in there. So it's it's a very helpful and useful tool in those situations.
Well, thank you for coming on. Sorama, SORAMA.EU.
.eu.
All right, thank you so much. Have a great show.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations on your success there. We appreciate it. I tell you, you learn something new every day. I would have not, for my life, had any idea that this type of tech existed in that factor at all. I really would not have known this. I know I wasn't getting my password earlier. I was copying the wrong one. All right, maybe I can get in here now. All right, let's put that in there. All right. Hey,
How are you?
Good, doing good. Just got in here and was a little rushed. I'm trying to log into an account, and you know, when you're trying to log in and you can't find the password, your irritation level goes up. But that's not your fault.
No, but it always happens, right?
It's right. It always does. So go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us what you're doing at CES.
Absolutely. My name is Brent Korn. I'm actually the general manager for North America for APR. We're a wireless robotic swimming pool cleaner.
Wireless robotic swimming pool cleaner.
Correct.
Oh, interesting.
So
Okay.
think of it as a Roomba for your house.
Sure.
I'm a Roomba, but a pool cleaner.
Now I've seen traditional pool cleaners that's hooked to a
cord, right?
It walks around the swimming pool.
Absolutely. Mine, you don't. You actually plug it in for about an hour and a half. It'll charge the battery internally.
Okay.
Plug it up, drop it in the pool, let it go. It'll run for about 3 hours. Clean your pool up to about 3,000 square feet. You're good.
So you don't have to have that vacuum hose hooked to it the whole time, circulating it through.
Nope.
Ha, 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 ha.
It's simple, right? And
yeah.
The key to that one, too, is all it is, it's a basket that you take out the back. You open the compartment, take it out,
right.
Empty it, put it back in, and let's go.
So talk to me then about, you know, because I live in the country.
Okay.
And we have lots of dust, get a lot of dirt in the pool.
Absolutely.
And I guess that's probably pretty much everywhere, right?
It is.
And, you know, whatever else sediment that settles to the bottom, bugs and so forth.
Right.
How do you compare from a traditional pool vacuum to yours from the job done?
The job's going to be done in a different fashion. When you do the hose compartment, well, it's a high-pressure cleaner.
Yeah.
It's actually sucking. You have to go so slow so it gets everything at one point.
That's right.
Mine doesn't. Mine may move some dirt around, and it's going to come back and forth.
It's going to hit it.
Get exactly.
Right.
So what it does, ours has a quad motor system. We give you 2 intakes of pressure to suck all the dirt up.
Yep.
Puts it into the basket and goes out. So that's the difference between the high pressure, you got to go real slow, plus you have to manually do it sometimes,
right.
Or these machines go so slow. But you can't, if that's in the pool, you can't swim.
That's right.
Or you don't want to have the cord hanging around and floating on the top when you're outside having a drink.
That's right, because this can run while you're still in the pool.
Absolutely.
So now the next question is, does it find itself at the deep end of the pool, or does it come back to shallow end before it's finished?
No, we put it in the middle, make you jump in. We want you to use your pool more often. No, actually, when the battery starts going low, it'll park itself next to a wall.
Okay.
Doesn't matter which one. You don't program it to any wall.
Sure.
You just park it itself next to the wall. We ship it with a hook that you put on the end of your pole, a brush pole.
Yeah.
You hook it up, grab it,
pull it out. So you don't even have to get wet.
Nope, absolutely not. We try every now and then. I want it to sit in the middle because I want you to jump in just to see how cold you would get.
Right, right. Well, sometimes in spring it's pretty cold. You're not ready to go in the water yet.
Nope, not at all.
Oh, very awesome. So, I bet you are the only person in the market that has this.
We are one of the only people. We're the only one that has this quad motor system.
Okay.
There are some other competitors that are coming out this year, but we've actually been around for about 3 years.
Awesome. Talk to me about price.
Oh man, it's relatively inexpensive actually. We have models that start at $299.
Okay.
Goes up to $899.
So it's almost in the whole Roomba range, isn't it?
It is. Now our $299 and $399 products, they do floor only, so they'll only clean the bottom.
Okay.
They won't climb a wall. They won't do anything like that.
You have models that climb the wall?
Absolutely. I mean, that's what we're here for,
so,
right?
Okay, so does it scrub when it climbs the wall?
It does. I could show you a video of it if you want me to. Now we can. No, we get it. But no, it actually scrubs the wall. It climbs the wall, does floors, the tile, the waterline tile. Man, look, it's the think of it this way. It's the Bentley of cars and the pool cleaner.
What are the limitations on types of pools? Will it work in, some of these folks have the ones that are above ground, soft side.
Yep.
Works okay with those?
Absolutely. We won't use that one in that pool. You actually use one of our other models, the $299 or $399 model, because they only do the floor. They'll run around and clean it.
Okay.
It's our Seagull. We have a complete line. It's called the Seagull series.
Yep.
We have the SE, we have the Plus, and we have the Pro.
So I get most pools then, traditional pools would probably be concrete. I don't know what they're lined with.
Gunite.
Yeah.
Gunite, right.
So then you can use a higher end model to climb the walls on that.
Correct.
So how does it, is it like an octopus, or what's the story? How does it climb the wall? Just because that suction keeps it to the wall?
It uses those quad motors that we have in this. It actually uses that to help propel it to the wall. Our intakes and outtakes come out behind it, so it actually pushes it against.
Okay, makes sense.
Yep. Has a scrubber on the front that's going to scrub all your wall. Then it also has it funnels everything down into the collection
You
basket.
know, it sounds to me like we're close to replacing the pool dude. So, next thing you need to do is chemical distribution in this thing too.
You laugh. We actually have one that does it, but we took it out because chemical is so corrosive.
It's true.
It's just hard to keep that moving. So we have that idea. That was an idea to do it, but it's just the corrosive part of it. It just didn't work.
Because you're out there dipping the pool, doing the test, pour some in.
Absolutely.
Can't be in the pool for the next hour.
Yep. No. This one you can. That's the benefit to this device we have.
Yeah.
Think about in the olden days, you had a cord that came from a wall.
That's right.
It goes across your deck.
Yeah.
So if I want to go out and have a cocktail with some friends, I got to remove it.
And it's out there. You can hear it.
Exactly. This one doesn't. This one just sits there and moves on.
Oh, very, very cool. So what's the website?
Website's aiper.com. A-I-P-E-R.
AIPER.com. Available now?
The $899, the Seagull Pro will be available in March.
Okay.
We do have the SE and the Plus that's available today.
Awesome. I have a brother-in-law that is probably going to, I'm going to turn this because he hates going out there and cleaning that pool.
Absolutely. Our favorite favorite cleanings for the birds, right?
That's right.
So we call it the Seagull series. It actually does what it needs to do.
All right. AIPER.com. Congratulations.
Thank you very much for having us.
Thanks for stopping by.
Absolutely.
This is a first. I can tell you, of all the years we've been doing this show, this is the first time we've talked about essentially, and I don't want to call it that because it's the apron to clean your pool. Thank you. Very, very cool. My brother-in-law cleans his pool. I don't have to clean the pool, but I use his pool. I use his pool a lot, matter of fact. Kurt, you ever had to clean a pool?
Nope.
Yeah, it's, that's why everyone hires pool guys.
Yep. That's me.
Yeah, guests are showing up right on time, aren't they? All right. Again, you're listening to our CES 2023 coverage. My name is Todd Cochran from Geek News Central, geeknewscentral.com. We got our next guest with us. Go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us about your company.
Yeah, hello everybody. I'm Eric Acella. I'm from Italy, but I have a company based in Switzerland.
Okay.
And we are in the digital health world. I'm a physiotherapist, and we developed a solution for the patients because we have a big problem because the patients don't do the exercises at home. And so what happens, I have a little story to tell you.
So basically we're talking about physical therapy at home, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
What happened with our company? I'm a physiotherapist, and one of our co-founders was suffering from a severe back pain.
Right.
And so I assigned him some exercises to do at home, but he wasn't comfortable to do them alone at home because he was scared to do something wrong. So we had to find a solution. And so we developed this application. It's an app that you can download on your smartphone or computer or any device. And how does it work? Just with the camera of your smartphone or computer, it can track your movement, and it can correct you live while you are exercising.
Well, that's interesting. So it actually watches you, and it knows the exercise you're supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
So if you're laying on the floor, I had a very bad back injury in 2004 and was lucky to continue to be able to walk. But my physical therapy in clinic was only 6 weeks, but then for like 2 years I did my own physical therapy. And a lot of it was on the floor. So how does the app, if the person's on the floor or if because sometimes maybe they're going to be on a ball or whatever it may be.
Yeah.
So how do you work those different scenarios?
So it works like this. You run the app, okay, and you start a live session, and there is a calibration with the gyroscope of your phone, and so you need to tilt your phone. And when you reach the right inclination, you put on the floor, and just with the camera, without any additional equipment, it can track you. And if you have a ball to do some exercises for the back, it's okay because we trained the artificial intelligence for specific diseases, like now, for example, we are working with chronic low back pain.
Right.
And we did many exercises for this problem. And so you put your phone on the floor and it see you, and you can enjoy and you can exercise.
So do you do this in conjunction then with your physical therapist to set which exercises you're doing, or is it a broad spectrum of exercises that are specifically for lower back pain?
So it works like this. We have 3 lines of products. We have one product dedicated to physiotherapists, and we have 2 interfaces. One interface is for physiotherapists, so they can choose the right exercises for you.
Yep.
And then they will send to your application, and you will find the
Find
right
the list, right.
Yeah. And we have also 2 more products, one for insurances and one for pharmaceutical companies.
Wow.
What we are doing, we are selecting the diseases where exercises is needed, and we are creating packages of exercises so that they can assign to their clients, or they can send besides their drugs in the pharma company, and so that they can exercise with these packages of exercises.
That's interesting. So how does it work then with the pharma companies? What is their role? Is this to prevent prescription abuse, or what's the role on working with the pharmacies?
Yeah, what we have in mind, and we have an open dialogue with a few pharma companies, is to provide some application for the patient journey. That is something very important for the pharma company, and
Right.
many companies are investing in this sort of solution. And so what we would like to do with the pharma company, we would like to send them a few datas to understand if they are taking their drugs, and so that they can monitor what is happening with the patient. But we are doing this not with personal data, but what we would like to do is to send just anonymous code, so that they knows that for that drugs they are taking more boxes, and they are taking drugs, and they are using it. So we would like to give to the patient something very useful, but also something very useful for the pharma companies.
Interesting. Yeah, that's a tricky one though, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit, but I do like the ability for, because normally, I think if I remember correctly, I was sent home with like 3 sheets of paper.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, with here, it showed you the position you're supposed to do for each exercise, and the motion you're supposed to do. And I think I remember that. I think I probably lost that paper within a week.
Yeah.
So that's probably,
Yeah, I can show
Sure.
maybe a screen of the application. So it works like this. Is
it
here?
just right here's the dot.
Okay. It works like this. This is the application. Your physical therapist send you the exercise you have to do. You know the reps and the sets you have to do.
Yep.
And for example, before starting exercising, you have the video tutorial like this one. Place your device on no, wait.
Oh yeah. It basically it actually will demo the actual exercise then.
Yeah. There is the tutorial, so it explains how it works, and so that you have the video of the exercises.
Awesome. How long have you guys been working on this?
We incorporated in 2022.
Okay.
But we are working on this project from the 2020.
So is it on market today? Is it available today?
Not yet on the market. We are we want to enter the market this year, and we are running clinical trials in Switzerland with 2 hospitals, and we are looking for investors and partners that can help to enter the market, and also to discover the US market,
right?
And to maybe find some research collaboration because right now we are a class 2A medical device.
Okay.
But of course, in US, we need to apply for the FDA, and we need evidences. So
That's right.
we are running a few clinical trials.
The good old FDA here slows everything up.
Yeah,
It makes
yeah.
it very expensive. But if it's for the safety of the patients too, tell me where they can find more information. What's the website?
The website is www.allimb.com. ALLAMB.
Okay, so that's
Yeah.
awesome. ALL.
AMB.
AMB.com.
.com. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
Awesome.
yeah.
Well, thank you for coming on. Congratulations. Good
Thank
luck
you.
with your app.
Thank you. Thank you very
And
much.
hope you find some folk to integrate with here in the United States as well.
Yeah.
And I was over in the Swiss section yesterday. I didn't see you, so I must have walked right by you.
Oh,
so.
yeah, you can come later. Maybe.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Awesome. You know, no one likes physical therapy. You go to physical therapy, and the physical therapists, I believe, are, you know, God bless them. Don't get me wrong. Physical therapists are fine, but, boy, they can torture you. Literally torture you. So, are we no guest right now? Oh, okay, so we're in between. So maybe I can log into this stupid thing and get in here. What I'm trying to do is at 3 o'clock our Twitter live stream. Basically, I guess maybe our next guest is here, so maybe I won't get this done. And, okay, why is it asking for that? So, yeah, I think that's a lost cause. I can talk a little bit about walking around today. I was looking at Blue Eddy and their home power bank system, which is available on the market. This thing is going to be pretty cool for people that are looking to have an alternatives for storing energy if they have solar on their home, to be able to provide power when there's a power outage. And I'm sure there's other options there as well, as far as, you know, basically peak times and not being using energy from it too. Also saw this company called 3-D Desk, and look at which camera I am. There we go. 3D-Desk. This thing was a little bit out of the price range I thought it should be, but this was the most advanced stand-up desk I've ever seen, to be quite frank with you. It had like 18 different positions you could put everything in, so we'll see if they find a vendor to work with here in the United States. But our next guest is here, so we'll go ahead and have a little chit-chat with her. Hi, go ahead and introduce yourself and your company and tell us what you're doing here at CES.
Okay, hi. Nice to be here.
Yeah, thank you.
My name is Judith Baumgarten, and I'm from Fraunhofer FEP. We are a research and development institution in Dresden in Germany. And we are showing here our micro displays for AR and VR applications. I've brought some small little cap here. Don't know whether we have a cam to show.
Well, we've got the ability to show the hat. So what it looks like from here is just looks like a hat, but you've got a camera here on the bottom of it, and that's not too intrusive. So tell me what are we doing with the applications with this?
Yeah, for example, you can use it for sports applications. So let's say a navigation app that you can see, or for vital signs, for your heart rate, for example, if you're jogging around.
Sure.
So then you can see there your vital signs, the length that you have jogged so far and stuff. And you can also use the display for other applications in combination with an thermal sensor, for example. You can have a thermal imager here. Such a device.
So these are just standard thermal imagers, and these are being used for security, or what are your current use cases for these?
For different applications, so you can use it for medical application, for remote fever sensing, for example, or for firefighters, that they can see, okay, here are the heat sources, so that they are warned or that they know where they need to go. And other applications as well.
You know, it's interesting. I used to travel to Japan a lot, and as you were heading towards immigration, they'd have a camera pointed at everybody, and a gal sitting at a table, and if she was looking for anyone with a temperature, and if anyone had a temperature, you got pulled aside for a medical clearing.
Yeah.
So, and I'm sure probably for businesses now and making sure employee health is safe with COVID and everything, it's going on. Probably there's more. Someone's running a fever. Maybe they should have stayed home that day. So it'd be a way to see if you have a healthy workforce too.
Yeah, for example, it was a project we had until COVID, and we introduced this demonstrator in this time.
Okay. What else are the other devices you have for us?
Just my,
okay,
my
sorry.
personal belongings. We have different micro displays here with us at our booth in Hall D at the German Pavilion.
You mentioned that you're doing VR work, so talk about the VR work you're doing.
So we are mainly producing the micro displays that are used in VR headsets.
Okay.
So you can have an rather high frame rate, so you need a high refresh rate. Yes, when you're moving your head, you need to ensure that the image is changing
Seamless,
fast
yeah.
enough so that you don't get dizzy.
What is the typical frame rate they're using in VR headsets?
120 hertz.
120. Yeah. So, and most people's monitors are either 30 or 60, so it tells you the difference of the refresh rate. Because it's true, if you turn your head, it has to stay seamless, or else there's a blurred line or something, and it's not as good of an experience.
Yep.
So is this are these the new products then for this year, or is this? It looks to me like maybe this is still a prototype.
Yeah. So we are a research and development institution. So we are just for partners that are using our micro displays and integrate them into their products.
So, you know, we have research labs here in the United States as well. So is it similar type of an arrangement in Germany where you've come up with all these great ideas and innovation and then look for partners to do the integrations with, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that's the best way. That's fun work to do because you get to go out there and do kind of like deep and cool stuff, you know. You don't have to be so restrictive of, you know, worrying about profit immediately. You want to be able to make good development stuff. So tell me about, is this the actual website? Is it Fraunhofer? Or is that just, what is the name of the company again?
Fraunhofer FEP.
So it's Fraunhofer FEP.
FEP. Yeah, we have 70 institutes and all do different stuff. So it's important to know the abbreviation behind Fraunhofer. So the website is www.fep.fraunhofer.de.
Okay, awesome. I flew through Frankfurt just for the first time ever a few months ago. Had a good visit for the short time I was in Germany. Next time maybe I'll get to stay for a few days. But
yeah, come to Dresden. It's a nice little city.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for coming in and showing this off. We appreciate it. And everyone, make sure you get over to fep.fraunhofer.de. Outstanding. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for coming. So, you know, in the United States, we have, it's, you know, I worked a lot when I was in government, worked with national labs. And the national labs are always coming up with cool ideas and innovative stuff and stuff that they would experiment on. And I think every country is doing this. And I don't know how the economics works in Germany for that organization, but definitely VR and optics and all that stuff today is huge. And I think as I've been walking around, I've probably seen 30 or 40 companies that have VR headsets where people are actually demonstrating them and they're standing in booths. And matter of fact, sometimes they're in a little cage because they don't want people falling down. But yeah, VR is big. It's growing, and I think it's going to continue to grow over the years. One thing also too was that I talked about this when Marla was on, was this clone yourself AI from studio.ploonet.com. That was, I didn't get to, there were so many people around the booth, I did not get to actually talk to folks, but this is where you actually make your clone. It's not like you're using one of the 40 or 50 avatars they have. You actually train the system to be able to allow yourself to be a chat AI. Maybe it's something for your tech company. I do want to talk about some of the things I saw today as I was walking around. I journeyed over to Las Vegas Convention Center. For those of you watching this show, we are at the Venetian, where basically all the innovation booths are at downstairs. As you've seen over the shoulder here, we have a lot of global companies that are here. But when I walked over to, or didn't walk, or took the bus over to Las Vegas Convention Center, and let me just talk about some of the stuff I saw that I thought was cool. And there was a lot of people there, very hard to get interviews per se. But let me go ahead and scroll through, and I'll talk about those items that I saw today. The biggest thing, well, let me back up here. We'll talk about just the sheer size. Down here, most of the booths, probably the biggest is 40 by 40. Down there, they're massive. They're massive booths. Panasonic takes up like a quarter of a floor. But one thing I kept seeing a lot of is, and we've seen these all over the country, are these little hand scooters. And honestly, they're kind of annoying because people rent them and they leave them laying all over the place, and people trip over them, and they have teams that go fish them out of the water and everything else. But there's just a huge number of electric scooters, electric motorcycles, stuff that would be used for those that live in cities to be able to get around. Bugatti had a car there with adjoining their line of Bugatti scooters. So I thought that was kind of interesting. And the Bugatti scooters do not have the same beautiful design as an actual Bugatti vehicle at all. When I wandered into the Sony booth, I was really taken aback because typically there'd be televisions, there'd be be a variety of things that I would think that they're bringing to market for consumers. And in this time, they had a whole section that was kind of roped off that was addressing creators and people that create content and stream to Twitch and a variety of different locations. And it was more kind of had this NAB, National Association of Broadcasters, show feel. And I asked the lady that was standing next to, I said, why are you showing this at CES? And she basically said what they wanted to represent was the ability for a consumer to start with a low-end camera, then over time upgrade, and there's a whole path to get all the way up into cinematic. Now, I don't think most people are going to start basic and then graduate to cinematic type of gear, but that was something that they were showing off. And a whole line of different cameras. And one of the things we're proud about their cameras, too, is a lot of them now are being built from recycled material and using less plastic. But probably the coolest thing I've seen at the show so far was from Starsphere, which is, I believe, now a subsidiary of Sony. Sony put a satellite into orbit with SpaceX 3 days ago, and the goal later this year is that consumers and professionals will be able to rent time on that spacecraft to be able to image certain areas or views, or you basically order up what you want imaged. And it's not, my understanding is let's say I want to order up imaging of my home. If I want a satellite view of my home. And he said that this is not that level of optics. You're going to see a fuzzy area of your home. So it's really not designed, to be able to take an image, like a super spy picture of your home. They're hoping that creators are going to be able to drive and readjust the positioning of the satellite to be able to take beautiful pictures, panoramic pictures from space. So we'll see what happens there. And I have close-up pictures of the actual replica of the spacecraft and what they launched on SpaceX. So the size of it is 6U. 1U is 1.75 inches, so about 10 inches or so. It has a orbital attitude between 500 and 600 kilometers. It has a camera lens. It's a 28 by 135 with an f4 stop. Has a star tracker to measure altitude, antenna for communication, sun sensor to measure attitude against the sun's position. Camera and lens were made by Sony's, capable of shooting 4K video and still images. It has a computer on board. It has thrusters with water as a propellant to raise an orbit orbital altitude in order to extend the satellite's lifetime. It has solar array wings generating power for the satellite and a GPS antenna to measure the satellite's position. So I don't know what the lifetime of this is going to be, but they say that you're going to be able to capture images remotely of the Earth and outer space from space, shooting 4K video and high-sensitivity image footages, intuitive operation use simulator, reserve shooting with a preset shooting location, subject time, etc., real-time shooting and live linkage only when passing over a ground station. So they're going to have a premium shooting service, reserve shooting charting on orbit for one orbit. Users can control the detailed setting of the camera and sequences. You get up to 10 minutes of free operation on the satellite. Approximately 50 still images or up to 30-second movies are available, which can be selected from thumbnails. So that's the description of what they're doing. Also ran into a lot of companies that are taking advantage of what has happened because of the pandemic. Everyone's got a camera for your desktop. This is the best time ever to be looking for 4K, IP-based cameras that are really, really, really good. There's just a huge plethora of companies coming out with these because they know people are working from home and they want to look sharp when they're doing their online meetings. One of the companies that I ran into was called Emmet, E-M-E-E-T, and they have some collaboration cameras as well, so if you're in a group meeting, you can move back and forth. Also ran into a company I was very, very familiar with that has a lot of NDI cameras on the market, which, I lost my place here, which I was surprised to see them at this show. Again, it was one of those situations where you're like, what are you doing here? But again, this demand for all of these new high-end cameras is really making them come to the consumer market versus coming to CES, which I thought was interesting. I ran into a company called Muxwave, MUXWAVE.com. They have an incredible LED screen that's see-through. It's a LED holographic screen. Incredible price tag as well. But I'll have some videos up at some point later on the YouTube channel to show this screen off. I think I posted some of the images already on our live blog, which you can find at techpodcast.com or geeknewscentral.com as well. But again, a holographic LED screen that was beyond remarkable. I was really, really amazed. Talked about the 3D desk already a little bit. Let's see what else. And then I trekked over to the North Hall. Everything was in Central. And I ran into Jackery. Jackery is one of the companies that has power banks. And they've got a whole line of new power banks, and these are the big storage banks that you can go glamping for a weekend and be able to have power and not have to worry about having enough juice to keep your stuff recharged. But they also had a prototype of, it's called Jackery Air, and it's a windmill. A 200-watt output power, has a dual motor design. It's compact, light, and a packageable design. Environmental friendly as well. So a way to create energy from wind. They obviously have the ability at Jackery already to connect solar panels to your power banks. But I was truly amazed to see this prototype that they have available at the show. Later this year, this will be available for market. No idea what the price is going to be at this point, but that was something cool that I saw. I already talked a little bit about Blue Eddy. I don't need to go over that, as well as some high-end stuff. There were boats here. Yes, boats. The first time I've ever seen a boat, and they were electric boats. And I asked the guy that was standing outside the booth, I says, how far can you go on a single charge with an electric boat? And he says, well, you can run for about 2 hours, but then the motor that's in this electric boat will recharge the battery. And I thought, okay, that's interesting. Ran into some robots here. I don't know if you can actually see on that that demo screen. Yeah, probably can't with the glare. But all kinds of little robots running around, people walking. Again, electric bicycles as well. So lots of electric bicycles, and so not bicycles, motorcycles, bicycles, scooters. Da Vinci was a company I was looking at. Looks pretty high end. Looks like something that typical. I call them crotch rockets, but I guess if that's the proper word for them. That was coming out with some electric ones there. Did not get into the booth to find out the top speed of them. Let's see if I can. Oh, top speed of one of them was 124 miles per hour. I think that's probably fast enough. Also, I walked in and saw some prototype vehicles. We can bring them up anytime. They're cleaning the. We're bringing home appliances on the show, and so we're going to get to be able to see the. We can bring them up when they're ready. Yeah, we do them one at a time. Yeah, and then we just switch them out. So Applied EV had prototype vehicles. It's all about remote controlled vehicles, or remote. So we're. If you want to set the center spot right there, and well, let's see here. Let's set this. Let's set this here, and then put her on the side so that she can be seen. Yeah, so we can see her face when she comes in. I think, okay, that's from that camera's good position. Yeah. Huh? Oh, it's okay. That camera's fine. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine, and we can talk about it. Okay. I don't know if they've been cooking with this. I don't think they've been cooking with it. It doesn't feel oily. It feels clean. Haven't been cooking with it?
No.
I was just joking, obviously.
Okay, all right.
So, first of all, thanks for coming. And I always love when people bring gadgets. It's always fun because you can actually see this one. Sometimes they just bring something small we can't see. But go ahead and introduce yourself, your company, and...
Yeah, well, my name is Anna. I'm CMO of Cooking Pal. Thank you for having me here.
Yeah, absolutely. Cooking Pal. So tell me about Cooking Pal, then we'll talk about, I guess this is Cooking Pal, but let's talk about the company and what you guys are doing.
Yeah, so we're building essentially a support system for everything cooking related. This is our second CES. First CES was at 2020, so 3 years ago, when we launched our first device called Molto, which is multifunctional cooking machine, essentially, right, that replaces over 15 different appliances. And we came out on the market with the concept of connected cooking, where we have a range of appliances controlled all by this tablet that we call Smart Kitchen Hub.
Okay.
And now this concept of connected cooking essentially becomes more attainable with the second appliance that we're about to launch on the market. We call it Pronto. This is our smart pressure cooker.
Nice.
Yeah, and the biggest sort of advantage to it, right, is really this tablet that is the heart of the system that we're building. Is it's intended to be your pal in the kitchen, right?
So, I've got a device in my home. Does this only do pressure cooking, but is this also an air fryer too, or?
Correct. Yeah. So it's a little bit different from what currently is available on the market,
Okay.
right? So, from the hardware perspective, it has certain features like auto pressure release, right?
Okay.
So you've got sensors, so you don't need to move that valve with your hands.
That's right, and get the hot air blowing on you,
Correct, right? So then also the steam release, right? It's got a steam diverter, so it gently releases sort of sideways instead of shooting right up.
Oh, nice.
It also has a built-in scale. It
Oh.
has cool touch handles on the cooking pot.
Yeah,
You can take it out, and also the coating itself has got ceramic coating, so it's completely free. Safe,
Yeah.
as well as dishwasher safe, and then. It is designed to be a standalone item, right? So you can control it via the phone app. But it's, then at the same time, we would like our users to get the best experience again through the Smart Kitchen Hub.
You know, the big problem with my dual appliance thing that I have right now is I have to go look at the manual.
Right.
What temperature, how long.
Right.
I throw some fries in, and I have no idea what the weight is.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, did I throw a half a pound in there? Was that 12 minutes or 16? I open up the fryer and I look inside, and it's either they're soggy or they're burnt, one of the two. So with this and having a scale in here, so if I dump some fries in to just air cook some fries, we're going to get perfect fries out of this thing.
Right. So we haven't talked a little about the air fryer yet. So it's a standalone item on itself, right? It fits any standard 6-quart pressure cooker, right? So we're not pushing you to purchase our pressure cooker, but you can buy it as a standalone item.
Oh,
right?
Nice.
Exactly. So very easy, accessible, right? And you know that air fryers are booming right now, right?
They're booming.
Yeah. So also with the design that we're bringing, right, and all this and all the recipes that are coming together with it, right? So let's talk a little bit about it.
Sure.
Right, about the services. So Cooking Pal is not just a hardware appliances brand, right?
Yep.
But once again, we want to be your pal in the kitchen, right? So how do we do that with all the additional services that we offer? So in many ways, it's all these recipes that we bring, right? So currently we have over 600 recipes on this tablet. No subscriptions, they're all free. We're rolling out recipes every month.
Yep.
You get 30 to 40 new recipes. We got features like request the recipe. So our database is growing basically on the request of the community that we have. If you don't find your favorite recipe, you can ask us to add it in. We're going to test cook it for you. We're going to do all the photos and videos that the recipe comes with, right? So essentially we're bringing the guesswork out of cooking, right? So with us, you get inspirations, you get step-by-step guides if you don't know how to cook, but also we provide you then with the tools of how to cook it.
Yeah. I noticed in there that you had a recipe for spaghetti.
Yeah.
Is that designed to be cooked in this device?
It can be. Or, because many of our recipes here, they're multi-device recipes, right?
Yep.
So then with that Molto that I previously talked about, the sort of this food processor that cooks,
sure,
it can process your ingredients, right? So you get everything chopped up.
Yep.
Then you throw your sauce, bolognese sauce, for example,
Yep.
you throw it into the pressure cooker,
Yep.
so it slow cooks faster, so to
Yep.
speak,
Yep.
right? Meanwhile, Molto is cooking your spaghetti. So
I got you.
At the same time, you got your ingredients ready, you mix it all up
That's
in
right.
the on the plate, and you're good to go.
So what inspired you to do the pressure cooker? Is it just because pressure cookers are back in vogue now, or?
Yeah, well, so in many ways what we're doing, we're bringing appliances that complement each other, right? So
Yep.
this, again, going back to Molto, the first appliance
Yep.
that we launched, this is really our hero product because it replaces so many other appliances, right? It can chop, it can grind, mix, knead, boil, steam, you name it, right? And it
Right.
allows you to cook at multiple levels. So one thing that it doesn't do, it doesn't pressure cook, and
Right.
it doesn't air fry.
That's right.
So that's the perfect addition to the menu,
Yep.
right? To our then product portfolio. Then also allows us to bring broader range of recipes and essentially help you cook better meals.
And I definitely need it because, cooking alone can be challenging at times. So do you have the ability then to say how many you're cooking for with this recipe, or is it designed that you're always going to have leftovers?
Yeah, no, well, of course you can. So we've got an option to adjust the servings,
Yep.
right? So of course the recipe is designed for a standard amount, right? Yeah, but at the same time, if you're less people or more people, the only limitation you have is of course the capacity of the bowl.
That's right.
Right?
Yeah.
But other than that, yeah, you can adjust if, like for example, this banana bread recipe is designed to be cooked for 4 people for 4 servings.
Yep.
Right. So then, if you would want to make it smaller,
Yeah,
banana
just-
bread, right, depending on the
Yep.
what is the mold that you're
With
having.
banana bread, though,
Yeah.
you're going to make 4 servings anyway because you're going to come back and eat it over the next couple of
There you
days.
go. Yeah, it's one of those popular recipes.
That's right. So tell me a little bit about, now I understand just based on what you've initially told me why this is. Can I pull
Careful.
this?
Yep. Wait, I'm going to help you.
All
Here.
right.
Whoop. There you go.
So the air fryer.
Yeah. It's just a cosmetic mock-up that we're bringing here to CES.
That is brilliant.
Right. And it's sleek. I mean, look at the design. It's
Yeah.
the most beautiful air fryer
And
you've
you know,
ever
and
seen.
here's the good part about this. I'll let you shut it.
Yeah. So just also to show, right, the handles that we've got,
Yeah.
the ceramic coating we've
Yeah.
got. It's got this spring, right? So this for the then. Whoops. I'm not sure what's happening here.
Yeah. Well, let's not
anyway,
let's not
push
press
it.
Yeah, let's not
Exactly.
push it. We don't want to break it. So this is my biggest issue with the other item I have.
Tell me.
Because I have a lid,
Right.
a big lid I have to store someplace. It's awkward.
Yeah.
It's in the shelf like cocked sideways. This, man, I get this right away. And for those of you that are kind of neat freaks that like stuff organized, this you don't have to have the lead. Yeah, you don't have to change the lid. You just use that.
Yeah.
Yeah, very, 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 very smart.
No, our design team is doing a great job. Our appliances receive various awards like Molto. I invite you to go to cookingpal.com to see how it looks like, or
Yeah.
the booth. We're here at CES at the booth 53517.
Yep.
53517. So you can visit us, see the full range,
Sure.
and see the full sort of like the design language that our appliances speak. It's all very simple lines, efficient with very efficient ergonomic design, clean.
Right. So talk to me about price. What is the universal air fryer going to go for?
So the air fryer is going to launch at $119.
119?
19.
What about your pressure cooker?
Pressure cooker going to retail at $279.
$279.
Correct.
What about your tablet? What is that?
So tablets, it's going to launch a little bit later as, as its own standalone item, right?
Yeah.
We still need to make sure that we offer the best experience to our users, right?
Yeah.
So we need to optimize that experience, right, with all the UX UI that we're offering. But it will be around $300.
So the question is, why not just use your own tablet instead of using your upcoming device?
Any other tablet, you mean?
Yeah, any other tablet.
Well, so the hub is designed really for kitchen environment, right?
Yep.
So it's splash proof. It's got this jog dial that allows you to go through the recipe and adjust servings.
Okay.
Control basically the UI if your
Right.
hands are wet, right?
Sure.
And the responsiveness is not as good.
Yeah.
So you can use the jog dial. It's got a speaker. It has a camera. We're offering features, services like a cooking class, for example.
Right.
So you are able to book a cooking class through the tablet, and our culinary team will pick you up, right? Your request, and arrange for a session where not only you learn new cooking skills, right, but also learn the best way of how to use our
And they also
appliances.
remote control these devices too then.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Awesome.
sort of like the basic offering there.
Right. All right, so cookingpal.com?
Correct.
Cookingpal.com. See, now it's been the whole show, and I've been trying to figure out what I'm going to spend my money on. And finally, something comes through. I'm like, oh, yeah, I could see this on my shelf. So for me, that's because someone's asked me, are you going to buy from the show? I haven't seen anything I wanted. Now I see what I want. So again, when's the availability on this?
It's going to be coming in summer this year.
In the summer, both of them in the summer.
Correct.
All right. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you very much for having me.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
All right, there you go. CookingPal.com, everyone. Definitely check them out. Of course, they have a product on the market already that you want to check out as well that they introduced in 2020?
Yeah.
2020. All right, awesome. Very, very cool. All right, so let me go ahead and continue my commentary. You can, if you want, you can go ahead and we'll move stuff off the table. And, yeah, we're finished. Yeah, you're welcome. Very, very cool. You know, the air fryer piece on this that's my favorite one so far. Because it's universal. Yeah, the lid wasn't shutting, so we want to be careful. We'll let you carry it off and figure out what's going on. And what these are is prefabs too. So that's we have to be careful of anything that is. All right, let me talk about something I saw, and this is from the state of Indiana. Had a whole section of the Indiana Economic Development Corp. And it was, they had an IndyCar there, and I was actually kind of surprised. I didn't know Indiana was so heavy here at CES. I don't see a lot of other states that show up like that, and it was kind of surprising. Also, lots of cars, lots of autonomous vehicles. Almost every manufacturer saw one. I didn't see a big presence from Ford Motor Company, though. But one thing I did see was a Caterpillars here. You know those big dump trucks they use in, like, mining operations? Well, they had a Cat inside the West Hall, one of those big dump trucks decked out with all of the extra new features, autonomous features, and all that stuff. So that was something that I saw. So I guess our next guest is coming up the steps. And another thing that was here was John Deere. Nothing runs like a deer. And John Deere had a sprayer. They were talking about how the technology that they're using in spraying now allows them to hit exact spots within different rows to be able to get a better kill without spraying too much and being able to saving from putting too much spray on the field. So it was pretty interesting in itself. And they had some farmers that were there that were talking about their utilization of this particular sprayer. And it's always fun to see a couple of hardcore farmers hanging out at CES in the back. You could feel that they were a little bit uncomfortable, but they cleaned up well. So it was fun hanging out at John Deere for a little bit. All right, our next guest is here, and we're going to talk with him in just a second. They're getting him set up with a microphone. All right. Feel free to. How you doing? Feel free to introduce yourself. And
Bert Fertel.
Bert, how are you? Nice to meet you.
I'm nice to meet you.
You know something? You've got a few years on me, sir.
No, not that many.
A few, but so I'm always excited to talk to someone that's here at CES. And I think I may have heard something earlier about what you're bringing to market. Why don't you talk about your company and what you're doing here?
Okay, first of all, I do have to say that I think, I can't guarantee it, but I think I'm the show's oldest exhibiting inventor here.
You know, years before, there was a couple that came here that was inventors as well, but they never had a booth. They were always walking around the show floor. I haven't seen them, but what makes you different is you're here with a product. They were just like rolling around their bag and showing stuff off.
Right. We do have a product.
Yeah, that's right. You've got a product.
Right.
So that's cool.
Our product is called Don't Forget.
Well, I tell you what, as you get older, you can forget a lot of stuff.
Well, as you can see there. Well, it's more not for older people forgetting things, although we all forget things.
That's right.
And you don't even have to be old
That's
to
true.
forget things.
That's right.
But what happened was I was forgetting my cell phone in my car. And I was getting out of my car, going up to my apartment, getting undressed, get a soda or something,
Sure.
and then reach for the telephone and say, I have to call Todd Cochran. And, oh, shoot, I left the phone in the car. I got to put on a pair of pants, put on some slippers, look in case I bumped into somebody in the elevator.
That's right.
So, and I'd go get my phone.
Yep.
And this was happening 2-3 times a week. I have one of those cup holders
Yep.
with a little square thing on it, and the phone fits right into it.
Sure.
I forget it all the time.
Just leave it there, right?
So I said, you dummy, what a dummy. Why doesn't somebody invent something to
Remind you.
To remind me.
Right.
So I said, I'm going to invent something. So I went to a patent attorney in Florida, and of course, they say, well, there's some things out there, but yours may be unique. And $10,000 later,
Of
I
course.
found out that I now have a patent that's pending.
Okay.
And then you have to apply for a. So what is my patent? What is my invention called? Don't forget. I almost forgot.
That's right.
What does my patent call for? It calls for, because I found out later on a more serious note, that many, many babies die every year in hot cars.
That's right.
And even more dogs die in cars.
That's right.
In hot cars.
Yep.
So here I am now. I started this venture I remember on January 4th, 20, shows you where I'm at.
Sure.
No, 2022.
Uh-huh.
On January 4th was my first visit to the patent attorney.
Sure.
And then I got involved with engineers and logo makers and website people
Of course.
and all of that
All
stuff.
that stuff.
So here we are now. We have a actual product on apps. We have actual apps that do just that. You download, whether it's an Android or an Apple app, you download it, you pay a monthly fee. It's not very expensive. It's $5.95 a month.
Okay.
And the windup is when you shut off your car, the Bluetooth
disconnects,
and yours connects and says, don't forget your baby, don't forget your dog, don't forget your cell phone, and many, many other things that.
So it's primarily designed then when you're leaving the car. That's the key. Not necessarily when you're leaving the house.
Well, we got something else.
Okay.
So, thinking along those lines, I said, well, this is all well and good when you're in the car, you shut off the car and it's telling you not to forget your dental appointment or stuff like that. What about your house? So in that case, we came up with an idea of a motion detector right at the front door. As you walk by it, it'll say things like, don't forget to turn off your coffee maker. Don't forget to take your credit cards and cash.
Yep.
Don't forget to take your laptop.
Yep.
We have a myriad of things.
Don't forget to take your keys.
Your keys.
Yep.
Your wallet.
Things that you would normally walk out with. You get in the
Right.
car and you're like, oh, left the wallet in the house. Right.
Yeah.
So that's cool. So are you going to, is this launched? Is it available? Are you looking for investors? What's the...
Well, the app itself is available today.
Okay.
We just got approval last week for Apple.
Awesome.
About 2 or 3 weeks before that, we were approved by Android. So it is available. There's still some kinks to work out.
Of course, yep.
You know, as usual, and you know, but we're all set on that. As far as the devices go, I'm a little too old to want to get involved with manufacturing parts or even contract manufacturing parts, getting people, putting them together, getting a warehouse.
All that stuff, yeah.
Packaging, advertising, and then selling.
So basically, you're looking for a partner.
So I'm looking to license somebody that's already geared up to do things like this.
Sure.
And that's basically where we're at. But we do have 2 items. We have the home motion detector, and then we have what's called a device that plugs into your OBD2 port underneath the dashboard of the car.
Right.
That's the little port where the mechanics, when you bring it into the service station, they put in the
for diagnostics.
And there's like little prings of sticks out.
Right.
I don't know how to explain it.
Well, there is a port that you plug into.
But there's an off and on switch. And when you plug it in, when the car turns off, the message then gets sent again. Don't forget your baby, your dog, your...
So it's sent not only on the app, but it's sent by the car as well.
Right, which has... The app and the car have nothing to do with
each other. So you can run one without the other.
Right.
Awesome.
Right.
That's smart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and that would be my idea. That would be my idea, would be to sell 2 of the car devices and 1 of the home devices, and to have a company like Costco, Walmart, Target,
Amazon, whoever it may be,
would handle something like that.
Yeah.
Well, I don't even know what it would sell for. I have no idea.
I've seen some of those plug-in sensors before.
Yeah.
I don't know. You don't know what you're looking at either, but that's what your partner will find out.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll figure out what the price point is going to be. And if you save just 1 kid, save 1 baby, it'll be worth everything.
Well, that's true. But figure this out as far as who would use this. There's over 4 million babies born every year in the United States.
That's right.
There are over 70 million dog owners in the United States.
Yep.
And there's well over 300 million cell phone users in the United States.
Yep. So you got a big market here.
I wouldn't even know. I keep saying, if I only got 1% of that.
That's right. That's right.
So
the website is, don't forget?
DF. It's the initials DF for don't forget.
Yeah.
dfdon'tforget.com.
Awesome.
No apostrophe.
Okay.
No apostrophe.
Awesome. And again, it's a verbal alert system.
It's a verbal alert system.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Todd.
Yeah, thank you for coming. Thank you.
Okay.
And good luck with the show. And I hope to see you next year strutting around here and with your entourage of people that you're partnered with.
Well, I hope I can stay around another year longer.
Oh, I'm quite sure you will be here. So thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
We appreciate it. I love it. I absolutely love it. I love to see the entrepreneurial spirit and such a simple idea, but for something that, if you think about it, it's true. How many, and you know, people say, how could you leave your kid in the car? Well, it happens. It happens a lot. And peace of mind, I think, would be wonderful from a, you know, this makes a good baby shower. I'll give you one of my cards. Hey, yeah, you can give me one of my cards. Yeah. So it's you just really simple idea, but really makes sense. All right, so we are at 4:30. We got about another 30 minutes of coverage here at CES. We talked about John Deere before our latest guest. They also had an excavator in the building. I don't know why they brought an excavator. Then AEVA, AEVA, car manufacturer, was here, along with another company called VinFast, which is another car manufacturer, all prototypes. But I will say something about the displays this year. I walked into a company called Mobileye, and the graphics that they did for their projection wall was off the chart. Not only that, the floor, I've never seen anything like it in a booth, and there was like a plastic covering almost. It was the weirdest floor I've ever worked on, but it gave this visual effect that was just, I mean, wow. And one thing's for sure, the people that work in that booth are not going to have sore feet, because it's had this huge amount of padding in it to get this effect. It was, I have no idea what they used on the floor. Again, it's durable, shiny, black, spongy. It was pretty impressive, and I took some video of it just because I'd never seen a floor like that before. So our next guest is here, and we're going to bring them on and take a shot of H2O here. All right. Oh, okay. I think
Hello.
Hey, welcome to our coverage. Please, so you've got a shirt on that says HITS.
Yes.
So tell me about HITS and what you're doing here at CES.
Yes. Hello, everyone. I'm from HITS, and first of all, my name is Sang-Yeon Hwang. I'm an AI scientist in HITS, and HITS is an AI drug discovery startup based in Korea.
It's a drug discovery?
Yeah. If you are confused, you can understand it as a medicine discovery.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
sure.
right.
Yeah. So yeah, we are basically developing and serving AI models which predicts the right compounds when you are to discover the new medicines.
Oh.
So yeah, I'm as an AI scientist, I developed the AI models which is necessary in the whole drug discovery processes.
You know, drugs are evolving very quickly now, and so I find this curious that you're using AI to essentially come up with new compounds. What does the science take to, first of all, just to program that, to get that AI, the ability to do that type of, to do that type of discovery? What kind of inputs does it need?
You mean the input is required by our product?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, basically, we are at CES. We are introducing our first SaaS product named One Platform.
Okay.
It's a web-based platform, and the input requires the two things. The first thing is the protein structure that you want to target. So to treat most of the disease, you basically need to target the protein's dynamics.
Okay.
And the controlling the protein dynamics is done by some small compounds
chemical compounds.
Right.
So what you need to do is to discover the right chemical compound, which eventually becomes a drug or medicine.
Right.
Yeah. So the first input I said was the protein structure, and the second input is the chemical structure that you are interested in. And if you give those two inputs, then our AI model predicts how much effective your compound is, corresponding to those protein structures.
Those particular protein structures.
Yes.
Because you probably have some history already knowing from previous drugs what happens with the use of certain chemical compounds against certain proteins. So there's a little bit of a knowledge base there already.
Yes.
So do you expect this then to be sold to pharmas, or who do you think your users are going to be? Do you think it's going to be the pharmaceutical companies?
That's a very good question. Your main target is the researchers in the pharmaceutical companies, or in a broader sense, pharmaceutical community.
Right.
And we hope that using our one platform, let me show you in shortly. It is just one screen of our product. I don't know if the screen can be seen.
If you put it here. Yeah.
Yeah. And this is just our leaflet.
Let me hit cancel. It's trying to connect to the Wi-Fi.
Oh, yeah. You don't have to connect, I think. Maybe.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. Basically, it is one of our screens, or one of our screen of the product. It shows the results of our AI prediction, which predicts the binding structures between your compound and the protein. So using this kind of results, the researchers can, by themselves, using the AI models, they can predict the results of their experiments before doing it in reality.
Wow.
So that they can reduce the time and the monetary cost.
Right.
That is our hope. Yeah. So in short, the main market is the researchers. The pharmaceutical community.
So because the process is very expensive. At least here in the United States, I don't know how it is in South Korea, but I know here that they have to have the drug compound review. They have to test usually on mice or different, and then it maybe progresses to human test, and it's very expensive and takes a long time.
You know very, very well, I think.
Well, this is something that's pretty well known. I think most people understand it could take 10 years maybe for something.
Exactly. Actually, what we repeat in this CES is that to discover one medicine, on average, it takes about 10 to 15 years.
Yeah.
And it costs about $3 billion.
So do you think then, what do you predict that this is going to shorten, because they're going to have to run multiple scenarios.
Exactly.
So do you think this is going to allow them to cut their research time by 1 year, 2 years? What is the cost? What is the time? Because that's what they're going to say is how much time is this going to save?
Of course, what we are mostly focusing on is somewhat relatively earlier part of the whole drug discovery process. In the earlier part, our purpose is to discover some candidate compound which deserve to enter into some preclinical and clinical or something.
Right.
So, and those part takes about it can take as long as 10 years alone.
Right.
But during our some past projects with other major pharmaceutical companies in Korea, we confirmed that we can reduce that period by less than a quarter.
Wow.
Yeah, and so we believe that, so we confirmed our model's accuracy by the co-work, and then in this one platform, we are now we've implemented those models into a web platform so that the researchers by themselves can use the prediction, can record the predictions easily.
So you're a pretty smart guy. So HITS do you have a team that helped you build this, or are you a startup? Did you get funding? How did you fund this whole project?
Oh, we've actually in the early last year we've finished our Series A funding.
Okay.
And well, based on funding, and we have an AI research team, and together with the team colleagues, we develop the models required in the drug discovery processes.
So do you have a biology background as well, or just purely the AI side?
My major was chemistry,
okay.
Technically the computational chemistry.
Yeah.
So that was also a good question because the scientists in the AI research team mostly know well about AI only, but this domain requires much larger knowledge related to biology and biochemistry or something.
Right.
So, and we have other team who specialize in those parts, conventional drug discovery
Right.
process. So we co-work with them.
Do you think that this model, this AI model, obviously you want a feedback loop?
Yes. We need to keep elevate the accuracy of the models.
Right. Because let's say we're 5 years down the road and they do some trial and the protein response was not what you expected, then you got to adjust the model. But don't you think, though, once the model starts getting adjusted based upon real-world stuff, that it's going to be, at some point, this is going to get really, really accurate? I would think so. As you put the adjustments to the model, I would think that over time, it's going to get a lot better. The accuracy of the prediction is going to get better, the AI model.
Of course, that is our hope and expectation because it is basically data science. So the data matters.
Right.
So the data is maybe all what you need to develop an accurate model. But the reality is that this data requires the experiments.
That's true.
So we don't have enough data always.
Yeah.
So I think data is not all you need. So you need to design very well your model and architecture and the theory within it. So of course in the future more data will be compiled, but there will be new diseases whose data is not available.
And you also have to run, at some point you have to time this model the possible risk of side effects, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah, because that's the big thing. You know, when a new drug comes out, it's got a list this long of da-da-da-da-da, you know, be careful if you're sweating, or, you know, it's got all the...
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand.
So I would think, too, that if you know the side effects, then that helps the model as well, saying, okay, probably on this particular job, some people are going to have trouble with this, and that as potential side effect. This is very fascinating.
Yes, I agree. I think that's related to something called multimodal data. Like where to my understanding, what you said is that to accurately predict the efficacy of one drug, maybe incorporating some side effect information will help. Well, maybe it is possible, but I don't think the data related to that side effects or something is large. So I don't know if that is large.
Don't even know if it exists.
Yes,
yeah.
and it won't be very easy or straightforward to incorporate other categorical information into the predictions.
Right. It's amazing where we're at. Pretty soon we're going to live to be 200 years old.
Maybe. But I don't know that is positive thing.
I know.
I'm not sure about that.
It may be true. All right. Hey, thank you so much. Where can people find more information? Where's your website at?
Our website is, we are currently demonstrating using just the demonstration site.
Okay.
And our company's official website is hits.ai.
Hits.ai.
You can visit to see more information of our company.
Outstanding. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for stopping by. Wow. I'm impressed. That, ladies and gentlemen, the future is here. Okay, we're good. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Can I keep this? Okay, awesome. Okay, I'll definitely check it out. Thank you. All right, so we've got about, I don't know how many guests we've got left. I probably went way too long on that one. That one had my intrigue factor up quite a little bit. And hey, I know nothing about biology. I know nothing about chemistry. So just was going out just what little knowledge I had on some of that stuff. So, do we have another guest coming up? Hey, Kirk. He's going downstairs, so maybe we don't. Well, I tell you what, it's been an exciting day. I had, last night, I had insomnia big time, so I'm running a little slow on sleep. When I came up here at 3 o'clock after trekking all over the Las Vegas Convention Center, I said, well, I could just about use a nap. Now I've caught my second wind, so I think I'm good, at least for a while. We'll see what happens. Hey, we're going to continue, again, we're not done for the day yet, but we're going to continue this tomorrow. And we're streaming this live coverage everywhere. It's on Plug Hits. It's on Tech Podcast. It's on The Gadget Professor. It's on GNC Weekly. It's on Geek News Central. It's on TechPodcast.com. All of our different social media platforms. We're live on Twitch with Plug Hits. Then we're also on Twitter. We're on Facebook. We're on YouTube for our each individual personal channels. So doesn't matter where you're going to tune in, and I'm sure your weekend you're going to want to hang out with us. It's a great opportunity to see what's coming to market. We have a full schedule tomorrow, absolutely booked full, and a full schedule pretty much on Sunday as well. Sunday we don't go as late. I think we finished 2:33 on Sunday. The show's a little bit weird this year because it's a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Almost the entire crew will pack this thing up Sunday night and be on airplanes very, very early Monday morning. Personally, I have to be back because I'm on the hook for federal jury duty the rest of the month of January, which should be fun. So I have to check in actually today to see if my name has been drawn and I have to do my civic duty. Talk a little bit about some of the other things I've seen here at the show, just kind of back up a little bit. Let's see if I can get my phone back to where we've started a couple of days ago. Or actually, I saw a, we've all seen those defibrillators. Am I saying that right? Defibrillators that they have in airports and different businesses. Well, there is a company that is producing a life-saving defibrillator made for the home. So this company already has 10,000 of those devices in their home. Now, here's the challenge with this. I was watching the demo, and there is a little bit of training that you have to have, or a family member would have to have. But you know, we're at a point today where if someone collapses and there is no pulse, this might be the one thing that is able to save them before you have true medical assistance that is available. So that's something I saw yesterday. It's from Defibrillator from Life AZ. I don't know if it's in the United States yet. It was in the French section of the show. So I thought that was pretty cool. Also, I saw a robot, and you see everything at this show. I saw a robot that goes down water mains. It actually is designed to be in a water main that has flowing water. It has sensors to check the water, there's a whole bunch of stuff it does. Basically checks the integrity of pipes. And it's not designed to clean. It'll even go around corners. This thing was impressive. And I have a little bit of video on it. One of the things I didn't fully understand was, and it was actually kind of creepy, and it's in our live blog, it's from a company called All Life. They had a robot with a human mannequin head on top of it. It's just a little bit on the creep zone available. Another company that I've been waiting for a long time to actually be able to buy a product from is a company called Quista, Q-I-S-T-A, and they have a device that you put in your yard. You manually install it. You would have to probably pour a little concrete pad for it and tie it down and set it in, run power to it. It is a mosquito destroyer. And for those of you that live in mosquito areas and don't like those little buggers biting you when you're out enjoying a spring or summer evening, this is a product that potentially could be for you if they ever are available to get it here in the United States. Also, believe it or not, Ukraine is here. Ukraine has about 10 companies that, and there was really nothing that I was interested in talking to their team about. I looked at each of the tables, but Ukraine is here with a small delegation. The Swiss, I spent quite a bit of time in the Swiss venue yesterday and did some interviews in there. The Swiss ambassador to the United States and Gary Shapiro was speaking. I was able to catch a little bit of video. Of course, Gary Shapiro is the president of the CTA here. But the biggest section, or the biggest thing I think was cool coming out of the Swiss area was a wheelchair, get this, that climbs stairs, and quite steep stairs. I was very impressed with this particular wheelchair. They are currently only in Europe. They're not in the United States yet. It's going through the FDA situation. But those that are wheelchair bound, once they see this video, they're going to like, how do I get one of these? It is very, very unique. And again, designed to climb stairs. It's from a company called Scewo, S-C-E-W-O. Scewo Bro, S-C-E-W-O Bro, and it's at scewo.com, and definitely check it out. But the demo video is what drugged me into the office. Is saw this wheelchair going up a side of outside stairs, not something that was inside, but he does describe the inclination that it will climb. There was another device that was a advanced mobility device, not necessarily a wheelchair, but something that can help people get around in. There was in the Japanese section, they had an exoskeleton that people were trying on. People were amazed. It seems to be a pretty robust product, but again, it's the Novell Ecoskeleton from a company called Archelius, A-R-C-H-E-L-I-S Incorporated, out of the Japanese pavilion. Also, out of the, which pavilion was I in? See if I can figure out. I think it was the Netherlands pavilion. They have a sensor that you can run across avocados, strawberries, and it will tell you whether or not the avocado is ripe, whether it needs to sit out a couple of more days before you cut into it. All of us have cut into an avocado that wasn't quite ready, but this is a device that it tells you if the fruit is actually ripe and ready. Now, strawberries is pretty easy to see, but they're also using this to determine sugar content and be able to use this in a commercial operation, which I thought was pretty slick in itself. It's called 1/3. They were CES Innovation Award winner, and they said 1/3 is the first to predict shelf life of fresh produce such that better and more dynamic decisions can be made in the food supply chain, resulting in higher efficiency, lower cost, and less food waste. Kind of a novel thing that I found was from a company called Power One, and they basically had a power pack to charge your AirPods attached to your phone, which is, kind of a cool little product. Nano AR was another augmented reality glass that I saw. It wasn't as cool as the other one, though. Comes from a company called Photoonics.com. So I saw that. Also, for those of you that are gun owners, there was a product from a company called My Gun's Been Moved, and it has the ability, and again, for those of you that are gun owners, most gun owners keep when you're in your home, they keep your firearm locked up, especially if you have children. It's often required by law. But this specific device was basically a pad that a firearm would be set on, and then an alarm would be sounded if the gun was moved at all on the pad, which, again, I think mileage is going to vary by municipality and what your requirements are for securing your weapon. I think that is just about everything that I have seen to date. And getting in this morning was not an issue. We were able to, they fixed the security issue that was plaguing everyone yesterday. Let's see if I can find what else I may have missed that I can chit-chat about. Because he did do some interviews, so I was able to capture some stuff here that will be processed and I'll be able to put online. Did spend a little time on Fremont Street last night, just for a little while. Went out and had a cocktail. But again, it's been a pretty full, attendance-wise, CES. If we look at the screenshot of the hallways, the traffic's down a little bit, but we're getting close to the end of the show day. But overall, we've had good traffic here at the event. We were talking about it earlier. I was predicting probably over 150, 160 thousand people here. Both Central and North Hall were very, very busy. Anyways, it's been fun. All right, a little bit of detail for you. I am the founder of Blueberry Podcasting at blueberry.com. Blueberry without the E's because we couldn't afford the E's. If you want to get a free 30-day trial to use to start your very own podcast, you can do that by using the promo code Blueberry004. Credit of you that promo code will go to help the team here to cover expenses. Of course, we want to make sure that you get subscribed to all the podcasts that are part of this show. All you got to do is go over to techpodcast.com. When you're on techpodcast.com, you'll see a full listing of every single show that's here. Make sure that you get on your favorite podcasting app and subscribe to those podcasts so that you don't miss a single episode. That includes Plug Hits Live, includes Geek News Central, includes the Gadget Professor, includes the Tech Ranch, and GNC Week in Review. The support team here has been fantastic today. Scott's team has been holding down the fort along with Kirk. And fortunately, we're pretty close to the end. Do we know if we've got any more guests coming?
I do not see anybody checked in.
Yeah, so is there anybody that's missed that's supposed to be here in this last couple of segments, or?
There should be two more, but.
Should be two more of it. We'll see if they show up. All right, cool. I do want to thank those of you that have boosted the show. Anonymous via Podverse did 10,000 sats saying, love the live stream. So we thank you for that donation. We're using, and I can talk about just a little bit, if you listen to podcasts, and you're using what I call a legacy podcast app, you are missing out on some new things that are happening in the podcasting space, specifically the ability to see when shows that you love that are part of the Podcasting 2.0 initiative when they go live. We've been live all today, and our listings on those apps have shown a live symbol beside them where you could actually listen to the show versus watching from the app that you use. It's called Lit. When we go lit, it's basically lights things up and lets you know that we're live. You get a notification via a new podcast app from newpodcastapps.com. There's 4 apps over there that support the live item tag that allows us to basically be live. And we definitely encourage you to check out newpodcastapps.com. Get off a legacy app and use one of those brand new podcasting apps that's out there that's available. You can then, if you're doing that, utilize micropayments in the form of what's called a Satoshi, which I think is a millionth or 10 millionth of a Bitcoin, to be able to send micropayments and what's called boost grams, or you can stream Satoshis by the minute to support your favorite shows. It's a great way to show support and to engage with your favorite podcaster. So that's what's happening here. And I think I've just about talked myself to death. And at this point, if people show up, I think they're going to be too late. So what we're going to do is we're going to sign off, and we will be back with you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Don Main, the Gadget Professor, will be here for the first 2 hours. I don't know how the lineup works the rest of the day, but we do have, again, a full lineup of companies to talk with us. It's been my pleasure to bring you the show today, or the last 2 hours of the show. And, of course, Marlo Anderson handled 4 hours of the segment today that he specifically scheduled for some of his guests. And Don Main had kicked it off with us today as well. So we'll be back with you tomorrow. Set your clocks, 9 a.m. Pacific. We'll see you tomorrow for CES Day 3 coverage here for the Tech Podcast Network coverage at CES 2023. We'll see you later. Take care. Bye-bye.